Afternoon. I see that during closed session, there will be discussion of labor negotiations. According to the budget workshop presented last week, Anaheim is over $60 million in the hole. You will be borrowing money to make up this deficit, which will then max out that bond. I know no one likes to hear the word layoffs, pay freezes, or even pay cuts, but these ideas should definitely be considered, especially as many federal and state grants are likely to stop. No one is saying that the employees do not do a good job. No one is saying that. But it is time to admit that this council and the city manager are doing a poor job of budgeting, and something needs to be done. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, Mike. Gee, only you 4 people were there for the labor negotiations? Was everybody else there? I'm not sure because it's an important item. And of course, we don't have any money really to negotiate with, so I'm not sure where anybody is going with this. You know, I was a businessman for my whole life, running $1 million business, and certainly I know how there's ups and downs, and you have to deal with that. You also have to deal with the employees that you have. But of course, employees are important in this particular staffing because they also protect the public and serve the public. So I'm not sure exactly how you're going to handle that. Anyway, good luck on the negotiations. I have no idea what's going on with that. Thanks.
And Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes our in-person comments on the closed session agenda. And noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Then we will recess to closed session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Present.
Councilmember Leon?
Present.
Councilmember Bacaba?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
We have 6 present and the recorded absence by Councilmember Moss.
So the first item on our agenda is the workshop on the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budget. We are going to turn it over to introduce the workshop. Is the police department going first? Okay, so I will, if you don't mind starting, Chief, I will turn it over to you.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. As your police chief, it's my honor to represent the employees of our organization and present the proposed police department budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Our mission is to maintain a safe community for people to live, work, and play, achieved through collaboration with the community that we serve. This presentation outlines a budget that focuses on delivering high-quality service to our diverse and thriving community while maintaining our commitment to professional, compassionate, and dedicated policing. The department's core priority is public safety, to prevent, reduce, respond to, and investigate crimes, to safeguard our community and ensure the protection of life, protection of property, prevent criminal disorder, and pursue justice. We are dedicated to providing world-class, comprehensive public safety service to our residents and the millions of visitors to our city. This commitment is achieved by recruiting and retaining a well-trained, dedicated, and well-equipped workforce. Every day, we work to proactively impact crime, enhance community relationships, and maintain a high-performing organization through collaboration, innovation, strategic use of technology, and evidence-based practices. The proposed budget includes 621 full-time employees. The department will consist of 430 sworn personnel, which includes an additional school resource officer, an additional contract lieutenant, and 3 additional homeless assessment liaison officers, or HALO officers, allocated as part of an expansion of the HALO team. These were all added in fiscal year 2026 budget. Additionally, there are 191 professional staff personnel and 62.11 part-time FTEs, or full-time employees, which equates to 91 employees. The city and this council have continued to prioritize staffing, and we have made progress. This year represents the highest number of approved sworn personnel in APD's history. The chart on the left shows the department's operating budget accounts for 9.9% of the citywide budget and 40.5% of the city's general fund budget. The police department's budget totals $239.3 million, of which 89% is general fund. The remaining balance consists of other general purpose funds, which are generated through event venues, special events, and reimbursed task force expenses. Additionally, our budget is supplemented by special revenue funds such as asset forfeiture, grant funds, and the Urban Area Security Initiative Grant, also known as HUASI. The department's budget is distributed across 6 divisions and includes an 8.9% increase, or $19.6 million, from the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. You may notice some adjustments within the divisions due to the department's restructuring, which includes moving units between divisions and reallocating resources to priority areas. The reorganization aligned our divisions to provide a foundation for our mission, vision, and values, priorities, and goals, and was based on the needs and expectations of those we serve. It included addressing identified community priorities like quality of life issues related to homelessness, mental health, and the growth of our resort area and OC Vive, as well as our youth engagement and youth violence reduction. The department's budget saw a 8.9% increase in fiscal year 25-26, primarily due to contractual obligated increases in salary and burden, fleet maintenance and replacement, information services-based connectivity charges, and other equipment maintenance. Other significant increases include the addition of a full-time positions and a $1.7 million increase in the UASI grant, resulting from the inclusion of two grant years awarded after the fiscal year 24-25 budget was adopted. The police department's operating budget is primarily consumed by personnel costs, representing 82% of the total operating budget. Of the remaining 18% of the department's budget, 11% is allocated to intergovernment services or IGS charges, leaving 7% to cover for the remaining operational costs, including uniforms, professional services, safety contracts, mandatory training to comply with legislative requirements, and equipment procurements, repair, and replacement. Less than 1% of our total funds are allocated to debt services and capital outlay. The Office of the Chief of Police Division budget totals $18.1 million and is 8% of the department's budget. The Chief's office is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the department, including ensuring proper management, supervision, and safeguarding the public trust through audits, inspections, compliance measures, critical incident reviews, and the internal affairs process. The Patrol Division budget totals $88.5 million and is 87% of the department's budget. The division is the face of the organization and includes the personnel responsible for responding to both emergency and non-emergency calls for service. They ensure public safety by enforcing state and local laws, proactively impact crime, and build trust with the community. The Patrol Division includes our air support, canine, jail operations, and police service representatives who work to ensure an effective and rapid police response. The Operations Division budget totals $26.1 million and is 11% of the department's budget. The division ensures we are building a skilled workforce by hiring highly qualified individuals and promoting ongoing training and professional development. This division places a strong emphasis on employee wellness to ensure a healthy and effective team. This encompasses our partnership with Hogue, the WIN program, our peer support team, and our chaplain program. The division also oversees traffic safety, which includes our motor officers, traffic control assistants, and accident investigators. Additionally, it manages strategic planning, which encompasses the Real-Time Crime Center, the Emergency Management Detail, which includes the drone program and crime analysis, all of which contribute to our proactive and effective policing efforts. The Investigation Division budget totals $31.6 million and is 13% of the department's budget. The division is responsible for keeping Anaheim safe by conducting thorough follow-up investigations of reported crimes, including but not limited to homicides, major assaults, robberies, economic crimes, theft, burglaries, gangs, narcotic violations, and human trafficking. This division also includes our forensic unit, crime task force, and the Orange County Family Justice Center, which is a multidisciplinary location that assists victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. The Support Services Division budget totals $35.2 million and is 15% of the department's budget. The division includes our department's professional staff and encompasses key areas such as records, property and evidence, and dispatch. This division also manages essential functions such as budget and finance, as well as our fleet and facilities team. They also serve as a liaison to the city's Information Technology Services Group. The support services team works together to provide logistical and administrative support necessary for effective field operations. The Community Policing Division budget totals $34.9 million and is 15% of the department's budget. The division is responsible for addressing quality of life issues across the city's districts, including vagrancy, homelessness, mental health concerns, drug abuse, and vice-related offenses, as well as fostering youth engagement through school resource officers and youth services. Additionally, The division oversees the resort, sports, and entertainment section, which handles resort area policing and security for special events. Our community policing team also works closely with crime analysis to ensure data-driven strategies are implemented to enhance safety as well as being thorough, as well being through working for our community. Some program highlights: our school resource officers, or SROs, are assigned to high schools and junior high schools and work with our community partners to enhance school safety and build relationships with students, parents, teachers, and administrators. These efforts support Goal 5. The Youth Engagement and Enrichment Team partners with our nonprofits like Team Kids to deliver programs fostering youth engagement and mentorship. These efforts align with the city's strategic plan Goal 2 and aim to build confidence, provide support, and promote positive paths for young people. The team also supports elementary students, fostering personal growth and community unity, consistent with Goal 2, by engaging with youth at different education levels. The department aims to create a supportive environment that encourages positive behavior and reduces the likelihood of involvement in criminal activity. This holistic approach not only benefits the youth, but also contributes to the overall safety and well-being of the Anaheim community. The police department is committed to improving public safety and quality of life through targeted initiatives aligning with Goal 5 to identify ways to reduce police response times through proactive measures. The quality of life detail, in collaboration with a clinician, addresses mental health concerns and quality of life issues affecting businesses, residents, supporting Goal 2. The ALERT program was launched in 2024 to assess and address citywide homeless encampments, with law enforcement, public works, and other city resources collaborating to balance community needs and support individuals experience homelessness. Along the Beach Boulevard corridor, issues related to homelessness and prostitution were common community complaints. The HALO team, Vice, Human Trafficking Task Force, and other units collaborated and coordinated enforcement efforts, as well as connected those in need with essential services to reduce crime and enhance quality of life through compassionate solutions. I'm pleased to announce the upcoming release of the department's annual report, which highlights the remarkable work and community partnerships our members have fostered in support of Goal 5 to reduce police response times by preventing crime through collaborative efforts. The Real-Time Crime Center, what's also referred to as RTCC, which is now staffed 7 days a week, provides an effective resource for both patrol and investigations, offering support for real-time response calls and facilitating timely follow-up investigations. So far, the Real-Time Crime Center has assisted with more than 1,643 incidents, leading to 190 arrests. Comparing data from 2024 to 2023, overall crime decreased 9% across all types of crimes, but specifically included a 6% decrease in aggravated assaults, a 21% decrease in burglaries, and a 26% decrease in vehicle thefts. While these statistics are encouraging and reflect the collective effort, we remain steadfast in our commitment to maintain public safety. The department is committed to focusing on crime reduction, problem-solving strategies, and strengthening our community partnerships. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions or comments you may have.
Are there any council members that have initial questions for the chief? If not, I think we'll turn it over to fire.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken, City Council, and City Manager Vanderpool for this opportunity to present the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget for Anaheim Fire and Rescue. The mission of Anaheim Fire and Rescue is to ensure the safety and welfare of the public we serve through our core services we provide. We suppress fires, respond to calls for medical aids, work to reduce various risks in our community, and prepare our city staff and our community for emergencies. The department has a recognized for its excellence with its insurance service office. The ISO has earned the Class 1 rating, resulting in lower insurance rates for Anaheim businesses. Anaheim Fire and Rescue operates in support of the city's strategic plan as we help pursue the strategic plan's goals, guided by the vision that Anaheim is a dynamic city that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Anaheim Fire and Rescue's proposed 25-26 budget includes 367 full-time positions. 248 of those positions are sworn fire suppression staff. The remaining 119 positions are considered professional civilian staff, which include ambulance operators, dispatch and training positions, which are funded by the MetroNet and NorthNet Joint Powers Authorities. Our part-time positions include inspectors, dispatchers, support staff, fire cadets, and ambulance operators. For the fiscal year 25-26, Anaheim Fire and Rescue's total proposed budget is approximately $160 million, or 1.6% of the total city budget. Our proposed general fund budget is approximately $130 million, or 23.9% of the general fund. The remaining difference of the $30 million is comprised of the Joint Power Authority divisions, MetroNet and NorthNet, and our capital improvement projects. Anaheim Fire and Rescue is comprised of 5 operating divisions, which include fire administration, operations, support services, community risk reduction, and emergency management and preparedness. The proposed operating budget for 5 divisions is $130 million, an increase of 10.3% from last year. Most of the 10.3% increase is mostly attributed to increased salary and burden costs in our operations division, increased operating costs for our support services division to replace aging equipment, and increased IGS charges. The proposed capital improvement budget of $19.9 million is an increase of 108% from last year. The 108% increase is attributed to the higher construction costs related to the department's 2 capital improvement projects, the Fire Station 4 remodel and construction of Fire Station 12. Both CIP projects experienced unforeseen circumstances that led to project delays. When both CIP projects were bid out, the cost construction has increased, resulting in an increase from last year. If approved, Anaheim Fire and Rescue's proposed 25-26 budget will provide funding for core services that support the community. Anaheim Fire and Rescue's proposed budget is broken into 4 categories: labor, operating costs, debt services, and capital outlay. More than 75% of our budget is for labor. 23% of the budget is for operating costs to pay for supplies, equipment, and training. The remaining portion of the budget is for capital outlay purposes and debt service. Fire Administration Division is responsible for managing personnel, community engagement events, the budget, grants, and strategic planning. The Fire Administration Division has a proposed budget of $4.5 million, or 3.9% of our operating budget. A project highlight from the administration is that Anaheim Fire and Rescue has partnered with the Anaheim Police, the Anaheim Community Foundation, and an organization, Team Kids Empowering America's Future, to inspire youth leadership in our city. The Operations Division is responsible for firefighting, providing emergency medical services, maintaining readiness for emergencies with our urban search and rescue team and our hazardous material team. Last year, operations responded to over 46,000 calls for service, of which 80% were medical related. The Operations Division has a proposed budget of $108 million, or 83% of our operating budget. The budget increase of $8.2 million, or 8.1%, is largely related to increases in the salary and burdens, including the addition of new fire company to staff the Platinum Triangle Fire Station 12 upon its completion, additional part-time positions, and increased overtime for the ambulance program, which is offset by increased ambulance revenues and increased IGS charges. The ambulance program has been managed by the Operations Division since July 2020, when the program was transitioned in-house from the public-private partnership where ambulances were previously staffed by the private company Care Ambulance. Since moving in-house, Anaheim Fire and Rescue's ambulance program has been more successful than originally anticipated, increasing net cost recovery to the general fund by approximately $14 million annually compared to before compared to before the program's inception. Beyond the financial success, the program has introduced key factors enhancements. A trial study for a single function paramedic ambulance operator, which aims to reduce fire apparatus out of service time during ALS transports, improving unit availability at a minimal cost. Return of the Community Care Response Unit, or CCRU, which will operate in tandem with the ambulance program to focus on helping with the opioid crisis, reducing 911 reliance. Increased opportunity outreach to recruit future ambulance operators, a position that is designed to be a direct pipeline to the Anaheim Fire and Rescue's Fire Academy. The ambulance operator pipeline supports Goal D, foster high-performing organization in the Anaheim strategic plan. NorthNet, the operations division is supported by two joint powers, NorthNet and Metronet. This fiscal year, NorthNet successfully completed several key improvement projects, including the construction of a new multi-story garden-style apartment complex training prop. This fiscal year, Metronet introduced new technology solutions such as tablet command and Google distance-based dispatch to improve their operational readiness and level of service. The Support Services Division is responsible for overseeing all fire equipment, vehicles, and fire facilities, helping oversee the capital improvement projects such as the construction of Fire Station 12. The Support Services Division has proposed a budget of $9.2 million, or 7% of the department's operating budget. The budget increase of $3.5 million, or 61%, is attributed to the planned replacement of cardiac monitors and self-contained breathing apparatus. The project highlight from the support services is the construction of Fire Station 12, which is a top city council priority as stated in the Anaheim strategic plan. Construction should be completed around June of 2026. Once built and fully activated, the new station will help reduce response times, which is a part of Goal E, support public safety in the Anaheim strategic plan. Our community risk reduction is comprised of life safety, planning and development, and hazardous materials section. They ensure safety through enforcement and education activities, new construction and plan check inspections, and wildfire mitigation inspections. The Community Risk Reduction Division has a proposed budget of $6.8 million, or 5% of the department's operating budget. The budget increase of $639,000 is due to increased labor costs related to hiring 2 new full-time community risk reduction officers to help with the state-mandated inspections, lower IGS costs that were relocated in the department's proposed 25-26 budget. The Community Risk Reduction Division leads wildfire mitigation through brush clearing using goats and hand crews, promoting the FireWise program, which is a program which encourages neighbors to work together to reduce wildfire risks through education and collaboration. This fiscal year, Anaheim welcomed its first FireWise community, and in the future, will identify new neighborhoods for the FireWise program. The Emergency Management and Preparedness Division is responsible for maintaining the Emergency Operations Center, emergency resource coordination and training for city staff and the community, and participating in the city's homeland security objectives. The Emergency Management Preparedness Division has a proposed budget of $1 million, or 1% of the department's operating budget. The Emergency Management and Preparedness Division is proud of their dedicated community volunteers who help make Anaheim Fire and Rescue a stronger organization. This concludes Anaheim Fire and Rescue's proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget presentation. At this time, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Are there any council members that have questions for the chief right now? Okay.
Thank you, Chief, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Heather Allen, Director of the Planning and Building Department. It's my pleasure to present our proposed budget. The Planning and Building Department has 3 core divisions: Building Services, Community Preservation and Licensing, and Planning Services, in addition to administration. Together, the department is focused on enhancing the city of Anaheim by developing and implementing land use policies that reflect the goals of the community, ensuring safe and code-compliant development and properties, attracting and retaining businesses that contribute towards a healthy economy, and providing exceptional customer service. Building Services ensures high standards of safety and service by reviewing plans, issuing permits, and conducting inspections for both new construction and improvements to residential, commercial, and industrial structures. Community Preservation and Licensing safeguards the public and helps maintain a high quality of life for the community through enforcement of the municipal code, issuance of business licenses, and collection of transient occupancy taxes. The division also includes the quality rental housing program and the city's graffiti removal and animal care contracts. Planning Services provides information and assistance to property developers and business owners, supports the Planning Commission, processes discretionary and regulatory applications, maintains and implements the city's general plan and zoning code, participates in regional planning activities, facilitates growth and expansion of businesses and housing, and administers the city's historic preservation programs. These services are provided by a team of 93 full-time positions, in addition to 37 part-time employees, comprising 27 and 3/4 FTEs. To supplement city staff positions, the department also relies on specialized consultants as needed. The proposed department budget is $36.4 million, which is 1.7% of the total city budget and 6.4% of the general fund. The department is predominantly supported by the general fund and collects fees for services such as building permits and discretionary and regulatory permits. The community preservation budget does include $1.2 million of federal CDBG funds for code enforcement activities in qualifying neighborhoods. The proposed department budget maintains the status quo, reflecting only changes to existing salary, benefit, and intergovernmental charges, and the previously approved increased cost of the animal care services contract is discussed in more detail on the next slides. Overall, labor is the primary expense for the department at 58% of the budget, followed by other operating expenses accounting for 40%. Specifically, by division, the administration division's budget is $1.2 million, 3% of the department budget. Changes are those associated with existing salary, benefit, and IGS charges. The division provides leadership on the implementation of the goals and priorities of the City Council and City Manager, and includes budget oversight, administrative support, and internal services. Building services budget is $8.7 million, or 24% of the department budget. Changes are also those associated with existing salary, benefit, and IGS charges. Performance highlights this year include the issuance of 6,792 building permits, performing 7,550 building plan checks, and conducting almost 50,000 building inspections, all increases from last year, and continuing to approach $1 billion in construction valuation and investment. Community preservation and licensing budget is $19.1 million, or 52% of the department budget. Changes are those associated with existing salary, benefit, and IGS charges, as well as the increase in the animal control service previously approved by council. Highlights include responding to 7,652 code enforcement cases, 12,902 Anaheim anytime requests, removing over 2.2 million square feet of graffiti, issuing more than 39,000 parking citations, and processing over 32,000 business licenses. Planning services budget is approximately $7.4 million, or 21% of the department's budget. Changes are also those associated with existing salary, benefit, and IGS charges, offset by the decreased grant expenditures due to the completion of the housing element and companion general plan update. Performance highlights this year include assisting 9,454 customers at our public counter, performing 723 administrative reviews, completing 3,748 plan checks, and presenting 31 projects to the Planning Commission, in addition to holding 5 public workshops. To share a few of our department highlights and accomplishments this year, the Planning and Building Services divisions continue to be actively involved in the implementation of the OCVI project, a mixed-use and entertainment project on 95 acres surrounding the Honda Center in Arctic, approved in 2022. All of Phase 1 of the project, which includes roadway improvements, 3 parking structures, a concert hall, office, restaurant, and entertainment space, is under construction. A master site plan amendment to add additional dwelling units in lieu of office space north of the Honda Center was approved in October of 2024. Phase 2 entitlements, which include a parking structure, hotel, and entertainment uses south of the Honda Center, as well as the first phase of the residential buildings, have been submitted and are currently in process with review by the Planning Commission expected late this summer. The Disneyland Forward project was approved by council last year and provides for the continued long-term growth of the Disneyland Resort, consistent with their obligation under the development agreement. As previously discussed here, Disney has paid their first $15 million obligation for affordable housing and their $8 million contribution to park improvements. Since the approval of Disneyland Forward, the applicant has begun construction of the Adventures Campus expansion to include two new attractions, and has submitted plans that will pave the way for new restaurants in downtown Disney. Staff also anticipates several new projects from Disney in the coming fiscal year. The Planning and Building Services Division also continues to review construction plans and provide inspections for the ongoing maintenance and improvement projects in Disneyland, California Adventure, and downtown Disney. With the additional code enforcement staff approved in the last budget, the Community Preservation and Licensing Division has been able to reinstate 2 full-time staff to the Quality Rental Housing Program. This important program seeks to address the quality of life of tenants in blighted, rundown, and poorly managed multi-family projects and motels functioning as residences. The program proactively inspects rental properties older than 20 years and qualifying motels. Currently, there are 3,630 apartment properties and 30 motels in the program. The program divides the city into 5 phases, moving west to east. With the restart of the program, we are currently working in the Phase 2 area, which is the green area to the left of your screen, and we plan to move into Phase 3 next fiscal year, which is the area in red. Also in fiscal year 25-26, as we continue to build back this program, we will be discussing opportunities to collaborate on inspection with our colleagues in Anaheim Fire and Rescue and evaluate the program to see if it can evolve to obtain more sustainable neighborhood impacts while not having unintended consequences of increasing housing challenges. Code enforcement is also continuing efforts on the city's commercial corridors, including Beach Boulevard, focusing on existing commercial properties. And we are excited to publicly introduce the Code Enforcement Bike Patrol team to enhance our code enforcement efforts in the Anaheim resort area by offering increased mobility, visibility, and accessibility. Their responsibilities will include overseeing vendors, conducting field inspections, addressing code violations, and supporting special events and other areas as needed. Currently, we have a team of 5 officers who are performing this in as additional duties, who have received bike training by the Anaheim PD and will be operational once all uniform items and equipment are received. Lastly, this spring, a team of planning services staff brought forward to the City Council the housing element update and the companion general plan update, including the zoning implementation actions and corresponding environmental impact report. Following approval and adoption by the City Council, the housing element package was transmitted to HCD in May, requesting final certification determination. HCD's review is currently underway, and we're hopeful for a response any day. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions right now? Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also have some questions for the chief, but just wanted to clarify, can you repeat on slide 50, the quality rental housing program? And so you mentioned that we go by phases. So can you talk a little bit about what that looks like? Is it the 2 code enforcement officers, are they just driving around looking for things? Can you talk a little bit more about that process?
Certainly. So the way the program works, it essentially starts with a self-certification questionnaire that's sent to the property owners. So we maintain and update a list of the properties. So again, it's multifamily residential properties, 20 years of age or older, and then qualifying motels. So that's motels generally functioning with all or part of their units as residences or other public nuisance or criminal issues ongoing there. So we start with a self-certification list of questions. Depending on the response to those things, that elicits further work by our officers. So they go out and they are looking for exterior. We have a number of things that we look at on the exterior. So they're essentially just working the list of our properties. And then based on whether or not we have a likelihood of interior issues or a known record of interior issues, so if we have substandard housing complaints during the prior 12 months, we will start the process to do interior inspections as well. So they're essentially working our inventory within each of the areas. So I mentioned there were 3,630 apartments in the program. They are so for example, Phase 2 that we're working right now is the largest area. There's 952 properties in Phase 2. Phase 1 had 531. Phase 3 has 638, Phase 4 has 918, then Phase 5 has 591. So it's really kind of, you can see the geographic areas kind of bounded by streets, and the officers work a phase, generally get it substantially complete before moving on to the next phase.
And then just to clarify, the numbers that you mentioned, we're talking like the buildings, right? It's not like an individual unit?
Correct, those are the buildings.
Okay, thank you. So then just given how you kind of cycle through these, so for every given area, it's essentially every 5 years, there's going to be code enforcement check-in. Is that correct?
Correct. So as the ordinance is currently written, it's a 5-year process. With COVID, obviously, we were a bit delayed in with changing priorities, with constrained resources of staff, right? We reprogrammed folks. So we're doing a bit of catch-up, but now that we've had the additional staff added, this program also traditionally has 2 part-time positions that support it, which are currently vacant, but we're moving forward nonetheless with the 2 full-time officers. So as currently written, this program is once every 5 years, although I think we do see some properties need something more than every 5 years. So as I mentioned, we're really looking to, can we come back more frequently than 5 years? Are there other tools we can bring to make 5 years work? So a lot of the issues are more systemic than maybe this program can address. So we're looking at kind of what we can bring to make 5 years work. If 5 years isn't going to work, can we figure out a more frequent inspection that would take a code amendment as currently written?
Thank you. This is my last question on this one, Heather. So as we're doing this, I mean, obviously we're working very closely with the landlords or the property owners, correct? Are we also incorporating any sort of information for residents that live in these buildings as to why we're there, what we're doing, and also giving them an opportunity to give us feedback as well?
Certainly. So I think good point about including information. There are noticing requirements where we're going to do interior inspections. I think one of the unique reasons why this is proactive is it does put our staff out there, so residents who may not want to make a complaint or may not be observed making a complaint have a vehicle to do so. But certainly we can look at the information that we're putting out as well to help folks who might not want to make a complaint.
No, I appreciate that, and I think just in general, it's important to do so, especially in this climate. I think going above and beyond and making sure we're informing people kind of, who we are, what we're doing in that respect. So I appreciate all that information.
Welcome.
And then can I ask the chief a quick question, Madam Mayor? I know you skipped over, Chief. I just wanted to confirm you said police chief. Sorry, fire chief. So this is currently we're at the highest number of sworn personnel in the city's history, correct?
Correct.
And then with this budget, are there any changes to those staffing numbers, or does it keep it consistent going into the new fiscal year?
This proposed budget will take us to the highest we've been.
Got it.
430 sworn.
So that means there's an increase for the next year?
Within this budget, yes, we're requesting an increase. Yeah, correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. Sergio Ramirez, Director of Economic Development. It's an honor to present the proposed budget for the Economic Development Department for fiscal year 25-26. Our economic development team aims to help build a strong economy in the city of Anaheim, help bring forth revitalization and new investments. We support business retention and growth, as well as help foster a business-friendly environment in City Hall. We are also very proud to participate in citywide initiatives directed by this City Council body that are bringing forth transformative change, such as Rebuild Beach and Little Arabia. Private investment is following public action. Our department operates with a dedicated team of 10 full-time employees, a lean and mean team. Our staff works across multiple programs to deliver services, support businesses, investors, property owners, and help drive economic growth throughout Anaheim. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 is $37.5 million. Our total budget represents 1.8% of the citywide total budget. The majority of our budget comes from private purpose trust fund, funds from the state of California dedicated to meet the obligations of the former Anaheim Redevelopment Agency. The table before you depicts our proposed budget by program areas. Overall, our department expenditures are projected to be reduced by approximately 17.8% from the prior fiscal year. One notable change to highlight is that we are not proposing any capital projects as in prior fiscal years. Our proposed budget by expenditure class is comprised of 50% debt service, 43% operating expense, 7% labor costs, and less than 1% of capital outlay. Our department is comprised of 4 operating divisions: administration, business development, property development, and successor agency. The administration division manages all the daily operations of the department, supports staff, oversees the budget, and ensures coordination with other city departments. The proposed budget for the division is $2.5 million. The business development division focuses on assisting businesses of all sizes and attracting new business to our city. The team provides support to entrepreneurs, helps provide assistance to businesses through coordination with various city departments and other governmental agencies. The proposed budget for the division is $1.74 million. The property development division drives real estate development and promotes private investment across Anaheim. They manage the sale and reuse of successor agency properties, identify development opportunities, and help streamline the development process through interdepartmental coordination. The proposed budget for the division is $5.75 million. The successor agency division manages the obligations under the state's recognized obligation payment schedule, or ROPS process. They prepare the required state reports with the assistance of the finance department and outside consultants. The proposed budget is $27.5 million, and as noted previously, the funding is provided by the state of California. Now, I'd like to highlight some of the successes and accomplishments of the department over these past 12 months. First, I would like to showcase some of the accomplishments from our business development team. We were fortunate to celebrate several ribbon cuttings from new businesses that we were able to attract to Anaheim, such as luxury fashion company St. John Knits, which is now headquartered in the Anaheim Canyon. We also welcomed a new Tesla car dealership, also in the Canyon. Council also celebrated the re-inauguration of Anaheim Hyundai at the Anaheim Auto Center after an expansive renovation. The business development team also inaugurated the Economic Development Trade Show booth at the ICSC, or International Conference of Shopping Centers, conference in Vegas. Other images include the picture of a Korean business delegation visit we hosted here at City Hall, and a real estate broker event hosted at Arctic focused on business opportunities that will be generated by the OC Vibe project. One of the major directives from the City Council has been for the support and growth of small business and aspiring entrepreneurs. Our department sponsors a wide variety of business education and support. We partner with organizations such as Emprendedores, Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, and others. On your screen, there are several images from the various classes, graduations, meetings, and expos that are part of the many programs offered. We're investing in the next generation of entrepreneurs and businesses that will call Anaheim home. 2 years ago, we launched the Storefront Improvement Program aimed at helping revitalize our commercial corridors and partner with business owners and property owners. The program provides grant funding for facade improvements such as paint, signage, asphalt, and landscaping. This program is helping bring transformative change. Many of our retail centers throughout the city are challenged with deferred maintenance and in need of new investment. We're now starting to see the fruits of the city's investment. On your screen is an image of 723 North Anaheim Boulevard in District 3, a commercial property anchored by El Pollo Fino and Taco Boy, 2 Anaheim staples. The next slide depicts a project completed in District 2 at 1212 Dale that highlights the power of fresh coat of paint, new asphalt, and landscaping can have to transform a property. This program creates new value and helps property owners attract new tenants. The final slide in this section highlights one of our Storefront Improvement Program's larger projects. This example is of a retail center located in District 6. The total project cost was over $2 million. And because of our assistance of $100,000, we were able to leverage over $1.9 million in new private investment that created temporary construction jobs and a dramatic renovation. This project is still under construction, but when completed will be a prime example of the power of this program. Our department has been working to uplift many of the commercial corridors and districts in our city that are economic engines and cultural nodes. The first few pictures in this slide depict important work around Little Arabia, including the partnership with Caltrans for new freeway signage. We also continued work and investment in the Anaheim Canyon, one of the city's largest economic engines. And finally, community engagement and uplifting of Tile Mile, the city's newest district that plays an important role in our region's construction economy. The next slide depicts many of our outreach and community engagement efforts focused on corridor revitalization on Beach Boulevard, Little Arabia, and Tile Mile. This touches upon two separate goals in the city's strategic plan. Goal 2 of enhancing livability by expanding community engagement and communication opportunities through outreach, and Goal 3, expanding infrastructure and amenities by improving and enhancing major street corridors. Economic development has also led a multi-department effort to revitalize Beach Boulevard corridor. Thanks to all the city departments that make up the Rebuild Beach team, change and improvements are now visible and continue to take shape. Our partners continue to enhance the quality of life of residents by increasing anti-human trafficking police operations, purchasing and demolishing problem motels, undergrounding utilities, and beautifying streetscape and attracting private investment. Over the next 12 months, we will see significant projects break ground. One of the most important projects on Beach Boulevard is that of 39 Commons. Due to the unique challenges posed by the former landfill, this project has been delayed, but we're excited that construction of the first phase of retail development is slated to begin later this year. Work is currently underway for the remediation of a portion of the site that will provide drive aisle access to the retail center. Finally, our property development team brought forward earlier this year a disposition and development agreement that will bring a Porsche car dealership to our city. This exciting development will help generate new sales tax revenue and create jobs. As you can see, our small but mighty team has been busy. Later this year, we will kick off our effort to develop an economic development strategy to further enhance our service delivery and objectives as identified by the citywide strategic plan. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the women and men of our Economic Development Department for their hard work over this past 12 months and for their efforts in developing this proposed budget. This concludes my presentation. I will now turn things over to Tom Morton, our city's Director of Convention, Sports, and Entertainment. Thank you.
Check, all right, it's on. Thank you, Sergio, and good afternoon, Mayor and council members. It is with pleasure that I present you the proposed fiscal year 25-26 Convention, Sports, and Entertainment Department budget. The Convention, Sports, and Entertainment Department is an enterprise fund that is charged with generating revenues to cover expenses and is responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of the Anaheim Convention Center and administering the city's agreements for Angel Stadium of Anaheim, Honda Center, the Grove of Anaheim, Arctic, Visit Anaheim, and the Sportstown Homeowners Association. Our departmental budget includes 86 full-time employees and 219 full-time equivalents. The 219 full-time equivalents represents an event-driven part-time labor pool of approximately 530 employees. Our departmental operating budget totals $94.2 million. The department's operating budget makes up 4.5% of the city's overall budget. The convention center operation represents 71% of the department's overall budget. Visit Anaheim, the city's destination marketing organization, receives approximately 25% of the budget by way of pass-through funding from a self-assessment district of hotels in the Anaheim Resort and Platinum Triangle, otherwise known as the ATID. The two combined make up almost 96% of the department's overall budget. And here's a graphical representation of the previous table. Most all labor denoted as convention center labor, and most all other operating is Visit Anaheim's pass-through ATID collections, repairs and maintenance, and utility costs. Convention center operations totals $67 million. Budgetary expense increase noted are due to an increase in event activity. This current fiscal year, we hosted returning events including the NAMM Show, Natural Products Expo West, Cal Dental, IME West, VidCon, and WonderCon. We were also named the 2025 Exhibitor Magazine Convention Center Best Convention Center over 1 million square feet of exhibit space. This coming fiscal year, we look forward to hosting our annuals, NAM and Natural Products Expo West. And as a side note, this January will mark NAM's 50th anniversary in Anaheim. And they recently have contracted to stay in Anaheim through 2030. In addition, we look forward to hosting, yes, the Pokemon World Championship, the Fresh Produce and Floral Summit, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and we are anticipating over 1 million convention center attendees. Visit Anaheim, as mentioned previously, receives approximately 25% of the budget by way of pass-through funding from the ATID, which is a self-assessment district of hotels in the Anaheim Resort and Platinum Triangle. The shown decrease is directly correlated to estimated TOT collections. Stadium operations, total proposed budget is $3.3 million. The stadium hosted 2.62 million fans in 2024, compared to 2.71 million fans in 2023. We anticipate that attendance will be 2.62 million in 2025. Arena operations, total proposed budget is $545,000, which is comprised of labor allocations and overhead costs. Additionally, and has been mentioned in the media, we look forward to the significant investment into the city's Honda Center totaling well over $500 million. This calendar year, Honda Center projects to host 76 events, concerts, and shows with an estimated attendance of 515,000. The OC Vibe project continues to progress, and we look forward to the Ducks bringing home a Stanley Cup victory this coming fiscal year. Grove operations, total proposed budget expenses, $17,000. And this will be the first full fiscal year of facility management provided by Orange County Sports and Entertainment. The Grove projects a total of 113 events this calendar year. Upcoming shows include comedian Angela Johnson-Reyes, K-pop group Travis Japan, comedian Tom Papa, and the Gypsy Kings. Finally, as quick background, Arctic opened in 2014, and after a few years of city management, in 2018 we partnered with ATCM to provide day-to-day management and cover any operating loss up to $2.5 million per operating year. Additionally, if operation is able to generate a profit, the city will receive 60% of those proceeds. A key item in fiscal year 2025 is that the final Arctic land acquisition payment has been paid, and there is no longer any debt service due on the facility or the associated land. I look forward to our electrifying Public Works Director doing great things with these additional Measure M2 funds. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and we are all available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Director Morton? Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I just have, not really questions, but more clarification, I think, for the benefit of the public on the Visit Anaheim funds. So I think there's a misconception that where people think that the Visit Anaheim funds are actual dollars that are allocated from our general fund. But can you explain further? I know you said it's passed through, but can you explain that pass-through money is coming from the 93 hotels who are part of the ATID? It comes through the city, and then it gets distributed back to Visit Anaheim, and it's not anything that we can actually use as a city to spend on other resources and needs.
Councilmember, you are correct. It's an assessment of the hotels in the resort and Platinum Triangle. 2% of the room rent comes to the city to be collected and then goes straight to Visit Anaheim. 75% of it goes straight to Visit Anaheim for marketing the city, correct?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I know that there have been discussions from outside groups that we should utilize some of that money to do other city services, but that's not, we cannot do that, right? We're bound by an agreement. These funds are public dollars, but they are spoken for and paid for by our hoteliers.
Councilmember, correct. There are very prescribed uses of those funds, so they can't be used for most any general fund activity.
And they're limited to resources in the resort district? If for like the transportation portion?
Councilmember correct. It focuses on the Anaheim Resort and value to those that are assessed.
So when we have residents who might have issues with the beautification that consistently goes on in the resort, that is being paid for by,
Councilmember, so in terms of landscape, it comes through an assessment, Anaheim Resort Maintenance District. In terms of the marketing component, that would be through the ATID,
okay,
but very prescribed uses.
thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for economic development.
Sure. And then Councilmember Leon, did you have a question for Mr. Director Morton before we, okay.
We can finish him off, you want to? Sure. You might as well bring him back up.
I just wanted one quick. Just
Might as
one
well let him
quick
answer all the
clarification,
questions
Tom.
at one time.
Did I hear you say, tell me about NAM again?
So, Councilmember, thank you for the question. So our next NAM will be their 50th year in Anaheim.
Okay.
And they have also contracted to continue to be in Anaheim through at least 2030.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. So Sergio, I'm going to make a comment and then a question. So I have to say I was not a fan of the facade update program initially, and many of my residents who are very vocal in District 3 are also not fans of it because they feel that we are subsidizing privately owned businesses. But I have to say the beautification that has gone on in District 3 has made me a supporter, because if our businesses are, if they look pretty, people want to visit them. So thank you for your efforts there. I just want to mention that. And I had a question about the retention rate for businesses. So economic development, a big part of that for me is attracting and retaining businesses, because our business base generates revenue for our city. So can you share a little bit about the retention rate?
Sure. One of the things that we're actually trying to do is work with kind of the state to help us kind of track. It's hard. Sometimes we have businesses that kind of will close down, but will reopen using other aliases. We have kind of lost some larger companies in our canyon that, unfortunately, because of manufacturing and state regulations, are moving out of the state. But we are, as part of our economic development strategy that we'll be launching here in a couple of months, we want to make sure that we're able to track. Right now, we work with our workforce development so that when companies are announcing that they're potentially closing down or have the threat of closing their doors, we're able to reach out and provide services to see what we can do to hopefully keep them in business. But that has certain thresholds. For the smaller businesses, it's difficult to track, and so that is the opportunity where we're trying to see how we can expand with the resources that we have to make sure that businesses know that if they're in trouble or they need assistance, to reach out, and with the services that we have currently available, try to aid as much as possible.
Yeah, that would be great, because I think in this current landscape with all expenses going up, and it's probably had a heavy burden on many of our businesses. So if we can be a resource in any way, a lot of us are in the community and these businesses do reach out to us. So if there are initiatives to help them with capital or just microloans that might be able to help them pay their employees, that would be great. Because as soon as these businesses go out of business, they're just vacant buildings, and it's not good for our city or anybody. Can you share a little bit about the strategic plan that you're working on and when we might be able to see that?
Absolutely. We've now kicked off, as part of, just for a little bit of background for the public, as part of the citywide strategic plan, one of the first, or actually the highest areas of interest of the council was to have our department develop a strategic plan. Even though we are relatively new as an independent department, we had a long history with being part of the Community and Economic Development Department that was part of the redevelopment agency here, and Community Development Department for the city. As that we are embarking on close to our 5th year, this opportunity will allow us to develop kind of to make sure that we are able to refine our goals and objectives and service delivery through the process of community engagement, but also stakeholder interviews, and ensuring that as a lot of our successor agency responsibilities start to wind down, we develop kind of our kind of course of action and kind of the objectives that the council body and the public will want us to do, especially as new investments such as OC Vibe and Disney and our kind of tourism components grow, but also focusing on the growth of economic engines like the Canyon, Little Arabia, Tile Mile that provide our economic drivers to our department. So we anticipate we've already kicked off the process, and we anticipate coming to council kind of with a draft in the fall of this year.
Great, I'm looking forward to seeing that. I have to say, initially, when I got on council, I thought your department budget was too big. But I do see the results. We have the Porsche dealership coming in, which will generate a significant amount of tax dollars for our city. And as you're working on the strategic plan, higher paying jobs would be great. I mean, especially in that District 6 area, to have more manufacturing or even engineering firms, that would be great. We used to have a lot of, I'm trying to think of the word, not airport.
Aerospace.
Aerospace was huge in Anaheim, and it would be great to see more of that, especially I think defense budgets will probably be going up soon. So it would be interesting to see some of those businesses pop up there because they do bring better paying jobs. So thank you.
Thank you. Sergio, I wanted to just follow up. Do you have, and I think it was mentioned at a previous council meeting, how much, what percentage of our commercial spaces are currently vacant in the city?
We actually have a very low vacancy rate. It's less than 6%. Citywide, it ranges. The highest vacancy is actually in District 1, but that's because we have a lot of commercial properties like the motels, also 39 Commons. That was previously a Tower Records and Circuit City that closed down and has shuttered. But it actually is lower than the county average and definitely lower than the state average.
Thank you. Can you touch on a little bit about how you are advertising our city, both regionally and nationally, and how we're tracking any economic, economic boon that we're getting from your advertising?
Yeah, no, we've actually with our working with our communications team here in the city and our staff, we've actually, one of the things that we really wanted to do was raise the profile of Anaheim, really be not only in Orange County, but at the state and also nationally. We've actually embarked on several ad placements in the Real Deal magazine, which is a real estate focused magazine that really focuses on kind of emerging areas. We've also had ad placements in different magazines, like I believe Wall Street Journal, New York Times, just to be able to kind of get, highlight Anaheim as a place that is open to business. At the state level, we've working with different conferences and trade publications, and then locally, of course, with the Orange County Register, but also the Orange County Biz Journal, and highlighting. We actually launched a campaign called We Are Looking for Transformation Partners that really just really states the fact that Anaheim is evolving, and we, of course, we have an incredible resort area that's evolving, but there's also commercial corridors, the Canyon area, that are all poised for growth, and we were looking for folks and folks not only developers but businesses that we want to bring to our city to make investments.
I know it's a newer department, but are we able to track any business opportunities or investment that we're getting from these national and regional publications?
So yeah, we track every time we get an inquiry via either email or a call. This past year we had over 700 hits or points of contact. Where they come from, it's hard to track. When we're speaking with folks, we try to kind of survey them, but we're probably going to be working with our communications team to see how we can kind of track those metrics to make sure that we're directing the resources to the appropriate place that is yielding the results.
Thank you. And just last question, can you touch on the department's philosophy on promoting and supporting our tourism industry, which is our largest contributor to our general fund, versus trying to diversify so that we're not so reliant on just one industry.
Definitely. So, I mean, I think COVID was an important lesson for us and for a lot of the entire world, right? Where we realized that our resort potentially had the potential of closing down. And I think being able to ensure that we have other economic engines that we are able to foster, such as the Canyon, Tilemount, Little Arabia, are important. Beach Boulevard is going to be another. But I think that also looking at the medical sector, biotech, and being able to see how we are able to grow. On Euclid, we have an incredible collection on just south of 91 Freeway, where we have a Kaiser, we have the Orange County Community Education Center, but also medical offices. That's a cluster. We got to look to see how we can raise that area, improve it, make it safe for people to, go out hundreds and thousands of people that come and visit and have doctor appointments there. We have to look at those clusters and see how we can elevate those and make those destinations so that we are able to attract more investment and other businesses of that type.
Thank you. And just to echo my colleagues' comments, I hope as part of the strategic plan, we are, that'll be something that we focus on is diversifying the industries that are inside our city. Councilmember Campos-Kurtz and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One quick question for the fire chief. You mentioned you had, my glasses on, 248 sworn firefighters in for the 25-26 budget. Is that an increase in any firefighters?
Yes, ma'am. That's counting into the staffing for the Platinum Fire Station 12 when it's completed.
Okay. And then how many is that? Do you know?
12.
Oh, 12. I'm sorry. Didn't hear that. Thank you. And for economic development, on page 62, it's nice to see that people and department heads have been pretty tight on their budgets, trying not to increase, but this one is dramatically decreased. Other operating, you're down to proposed $632,000. What is not happening in the new year that is causing that difference?
It's actually our storefront improvement program. What we're not in this fiscal year, we're actually not asking for any new money for the storefront improvement program. We actually are using carryover of funds that were not spent to continue the projects that are in the pipeline. This program, as Councilmember Rubalcaba kind of shared, it has been a great success. We were oversubscribed. Because of where we're at as a city in the budget, we thought it'd just be prudent to just carry over and continue to spend what we are working on. But we hope to bring a modest request of probably about $500,000 in next year.
Okay, thank you for that. And one last question also for you is the next page, 63, property development. The same thing has happened in capital outlay. Previous year, 24-25, adopted was $30,000. Then you had 2.4 million amended. Now we're back down to 16,000 proposed. Can you tell me what the difference there is? What's happening?
Sure. Let me, if I can turn to my team just to kind of help me understand make sure I fully understand the question. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Jake Killery, our property development manager, will answer.
That's also a carryover. So the amended budget is showing carryover that was approved related to capital projects, primarily in our parking garages. And so that is going away next fiscal year. And that explains the leap that you see in the amended budget.
Okay, so as a department, you're trying to use just some leftover funds, trying to hold the line on the budget. Is that it?
That is correct.
For this coming year?
That is
correct. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Sergio, quick question for you. And I have to admit, I'm getting old. And I know we talked about this last week, and I can't even remember where we put it. But we've got the additional ask for remediation for the 39 Commons. Does that additional ask end up in the current year budget or in the next year budget? And if it's in the next year budget, is it included under the successor agency numbers you have today?
Yeah, great question, Councilmember Bayless. Part of it was from the prior year, and part of what we came to you in last week is part of this year's budget that we're bringing forth. So part of it was in this year's budget and money that we had also left over. So it was a request for contract authority.
So then that additional ask is under the successor agency obligations for this for the budget we're approving?
Yeah, correct.
All right, and it's in these slides. Thank you.
Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. I had a couple questions. For Chief Armendariz, on one of your slides, you talked about crime being reduced about 9%, and some of the categories of crime were down significantly more than that. And just wondering, what crimes have gone up? If the average is 9, clearly some of them went up, if some of them went down 18%. And is it something we should be concerned with? I mean, is it just more enforcement in some of our homeless outreach and things like that? Or are there trends that we need to pay attention to as we move forward? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I do not, unfortunately, have those numbers rapidly with me right now, but it is something I would definitely get back to the council on.
If you can get back to me, I just want to understand if there's a trend I should worry about, or that we should be addressing, I guess, is more appropriate. And then Director Allen, for planning and building, this is just, probably in a couple of years when we have more money, and because I don't think it's going to cost a lot of money, but I've been very impressed with our Anaheim Anytime app and our feedback that we get and how easy that is to use and everything. And I'm just thinking maybe it's a process we can use for our permitting, our building and planning permitting as people go through that process. Is there an opportunity to get their feedback at the end and make sure that we really are meeting their needs and being business-friendly, welcoming new businesses into our community, and what are the snags that they're running into that we could possibly address? So if you could kind of put that on your radar, I think that's a good idea.
Sure, and if I may answer, so for items that come through the Planning Commission, we actually are already sending a customer satisfaction survey. It's currently a form. We're looking to move that to a jot form survey, so we can easily get that information back. But I think, point well taken, we can look at adding that to more processes as well.
Yeah, some of the building permits and inspections and things. I've just heard a couple of people, comment on their experience and getting that information. And then also, I just wanted to reiterate with my colleagues here about economic development and reaching out to medical uses, technology. We have the Kaiser Hospital out there. They've talked about maybe a surgery center where the old hospital was, and just kind of really recruiting those businesses with high-paying jobs for our community. And that's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
For Heather in planning, I want to actually build off of what Councilmember Meeks mentioned. So I know we had a roundtable earlier this year, which brought in a few, I think maybe 10 businesses or business people who have utilized planning, and we got a lot of feedback. So it would be great to see some of that implemented for a more seamless process, but also on the residential side. So I do get quite a bit of concern, and I know your department is doing wonderful, and your response is always amazing when we do connect them, but I think it would be great at some point if they don't have to come to a council member to ensure that they're getting, the process is working for them. So to Councilmember Meeks' point, it would be great to also add that for residential.
Certainly.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I believe that was our last department reporting today.
That concludes our budget workshops, and then we will present at the public hearing later this evening the formal staff recommendation for our budget.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to public comment portion of the budget workshop. I know we have some members of our budget commission here that wanted to kick us off, but just for the public's awareness, we are going to do public comment right now on our budget workshop, but then we will also have a separate public comment time addressing items that are on the agenda during the formal city council. So if you put your card in for an item that's on the city council agenda and you don't see your name up there, we will get to it in a little bit when we start the actual formal city council meeting. So thank you. Want to come up, Commissioner Gavino?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dear Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I would just like to take a moment to recognize the members of the Budget Investment and Technology Commission. Representing District 1 today is Mr. Paul Delara, who's here with us. And unfortunately, the other commissioners couldn't be here, but I will like to shout them out. From District 2 is Mr. Jaime Naranjo. From District 4, Maria Grandion. From District 5, Jason Bivens. And from District 6, Christopher Nguyen and Peter Duncan, who was appointed by you, Madam Mayor, who serves as a vice chair. And again, I'm Jorge Gavino, who represents District 3, and I serve as chair of the Budget Commission. The Big Commission, for people that don't know, is a volunteer body that meets regularly with the city staff to ensure Anaheim has a strong, transparent, and forward-thinking budget. Over the course of the year, the Budget Commission has held 6 public meetings in addition to the many public budget workshops and community forums hosted by the city. So I wanted to be clear because there's misinformation about this going around, but by my count, the city budget has been discussed no less than 12 times throughout this whole year. I know because I've attended these meetings and seen firsthand our dedicated city staff presenting the information, educating the public, and welcoming public input. So again, we've had at least 12 workshops over the last year. I want to sincerely commend the Finance Department, especially Debbie Moreno, Deanne Lee, and Marnie Hunter for their openness, availability, and willingness to engage in both the commission and the public throughout the process. And I just want to let the public know, as we near the end of the budget cycle, I encourage all residents to get involved early in the process. Your voice does matter, and the opportunities to learn and contribute are there. We do also have, for those of you who don't know, we do also provide recommendations, which were forwarded to you all. And I won't read the letter, but I did want to provide just some quick overview notes. The commission would like to recognize the positive efforts of the Community Care Response Team, among a number of innovative city programs in addressing the city's needs with homelessness and substance abuse. We also want to recognize and support the goals of the Economic Development Team, which we've all heard today is truly amazing. And we also want to recognize the efforts of the Community Services, Planning, and Building departments, as well as the Housing Community Development Department for their role in supporting the revitalization of our neighborhoods and investment and in economic growth, including the progress such as Rebuild Beach. And then lastly, as we've heard throughout the day, Anaheim does require some diversification of its funding sources. So the commission officially recommends that the city council monitor revenues throughout the year and make adjustments as necessary to maintain balances, but also find new sources of income to the city. That is one really big recommendation. As we said, COVID kind of taught us a few lessons, and we do have to diversify where the city's income is coming from. So thank you again, and thank you again for allowing us to, thank you again for your leadership as a council, and thank you for allowing us to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you and the other commissioners. I know it's a lot of time that you volunteer to help us with the process, so thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any in-person speakers for the workshop? And if so, can you call up the first several speakers?
Yes, Mayor. We have 4 speakers that would like to address the City Council, and the first speaker, Mr. Mike Robbins.
There's so much information that we're going to cover today, but let me read this. Can they redirect ATID funds to housing in part? From a board member. As long as the majority of hotels vote on it, we have the votes, they're going to redirect some ATID funds to affordable housing for workforce. It's called workforce housing. I do believe, I'm not sure if the police chief mentioned whether any officers were retiring. I thought that was mentioned that 20 officers were retiring. That would make it 410. And in the Anaheim Police Department, in 2008, had 402 sworn officers. But even at 430, that's a 7% increase in, what is that, 17 years. This was the 402. This was the department's full-strength staffing level before the 2008 recession. And in 2019, they had 400 sworn officers. When we worked with the police, when we had friends on the council and friends in the police force, one thing they were always concerned about was their staffing and how the management handled staffing. That's because they were worried about the people on the streets, but they were also worried about the officers on the streets. They didn't have backup. And the amount of officers we need right now, we were talking about 2008, and now we're in 2025. We should have, well, I don't know. We need an expert to come in and say, how many more officers do we need? But certainly it should probably be somewhere in the range of 100 more officers for the tens of millions of more visitors we're going to have with the expansion of Disneyland, with the expansion of housing that we've had in the last 17 years, and the expansion in the population in Anaheim. So there's a problem there. And then obviously, I've always mentioned fire, and we'll talk more about that in the budget presentation and when we're talking about the budget later. But obviously, Mayor Ashley and Natalie Meeks, you certainly should always be concerned. I think we've already forgotten about the fires that occurred in Anaheim Hills. And you should know that, again, as I'll mention again, 11 fire stations, Long Beach has 23. So we have a real problem. But you know something, where are you going to come up with the money? I have no idea. And even when we talk about $2 or $5 or whatever, we need hundreds of millions of dollars to budget just the police and fire department properly. And then we want money for housing and all this other stuff. So I'm not sure what you guys can do. You know, certainly it's a learning experience. I know a lot of you weren't necessarily business people in that regard, but perhaps you have to learn to be, I don't know where we're going to come up with the money. It's got to be a tax too. It's got to be Disneyland and the hotels and a new 1/4% tax in order for us to
Mr.
fully
Robbins,
fund
I'm
our
sorry, your
departments
time is
that we
up.
need to fund to protect the city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Janine Robbins.
Okay, it's time to admit that this city is going broke. Let's talk about the main source of revenue, which is TOT. And let's talk about the short-term rentals. There are currently 222 permitted in Anaheim, according to the city's website. A quick Google search of Airbnb, which you guys can all do right now, pops up with a header stating that there are over 1,000 short-term rentals available to rent in Anaheim. And that's not even checking with VRBO and other rental sites. I see that there is only one option. All illegally operating short-term rentals must be closed down as soon as possible. There used to be staff that checked all the listings for permit numbers. What happened to that staff? If there was no permit number, then Airbnb would be forced to take the listing down. If there are indeed only 222 short-term rentals, then people would be forced to stay in hotels, thereby killing two birds with one stone. The hotels would be renting their rooms and stop complaining about their occupancy rate, and they would be paying the city the proper TOT on those rented rooms. You were all concerned about the decreasing TOT, yet you were doing nothing about it. The short-term rentals should pay TOT based on the number of bedrooms they have, not just based on the one property. Hotels pay by the rooms. Why not short-term rentals? There needs to be quarterly audits of the short-term rentals so that you can verify exactly how much they are making, because trust me when I say that they're underreporting the short-term rental income. The city needs to be proactive in increasing the TOT funds, since we are almost completely reliant on those funds. Really, staff, beginning with the city manager, need to do their jobs if they want to be able to keep their jobs. If you don't want this city to go broke, if you want to increase in the police force, in the fire department, then you need to have the money to do that. And that can come from the TOT. Thank you.
Our next speaker, David Duran.
So I'm going to say a couple of things that I'm sure all of you are aware of, but I am taking this time to remind you that the budget should be a moral document, representative of what the needs of the community are. Okay, I could repeat that, but let that sink in. What the needs of the community are. I did hear some really good ideas as presented, you know, the beautification of an area, and maybe we needed a new fire station, et cetera, et cetera. But keep in mind that there are people in this community who are trying to survive because they're unhoused. Keep in mind that there are people in this community who are trying to survive staying in their apartment because of rent increases, for example. I didn't hear or didn't see or didn't read anything about you had economic development and you had other things. Where is the human aspect of that? Is there any humanitarian development for people in this city? And let me remind you about the second thing I want to bring to your attention. You probably heard it before, but I'm going to ask you to digest it this time. And that's democracy dies in silence. This city has always not taken the steps necessary to bring the public, to bring their residents more into this room. Other cities, Santa Ana, Tustin, Orange, I think Aliso Viejo, some other cities, they use hybrid city council meetings where people that are at home because maybe they're disabled, maybe they're watching their kids, maybe they just got home from work, where people can participate in their city. Does Santa Ana care? Obviously not, because they don't have a hybrid. Do something about that. That means, in case you're wondering, what am I going to do? Create a hybrid so that the public can participate in their city. And maybe you don't want to hear them, but these are the same people that you sent campaign flyers to, telling the public that you're going to represent them and do a great job. Part of that responsibility is listening to the public.
Mr. Duran, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Do a better job.
Next speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
That's me. Good evening, everyone. I just realized when I look at your little slick little book there, is $8 million for like the libraries and the parks and things like that. And then everything else is more lopsided. There's, you know, millions going. So we have to invest, first of all, in the neighborhoods. We have to invest in the people that are in the most need. And I don't see anything in there that says, you know, about people that are just one paycheck away from being out on the street, or the people that are living on the street or living in their cars, which if you go to West Anaheim, you'll see a lot of that. And we have to put the priorities first. Everything is, I see so much about the resort, the entertainment corridor, and all these things. We got to make sure that they're all taken care of, and I don't see anything about Beach and Lincoln other than the development that's going on. The neighborhoods in the middle part of the city that are, you know, in need of attention. And maybe if I live long enough, I'll see that. But I don't see that we grab onto the same, it's the same issues that time after time we gravitate towards those who are well taken care of, and the people down on the lower end are completely left, fending for themselves. Now, since COVID, we got out there and there were groups that were feeding people, and it became sort of a normal thing. And I'd like to see some of that, people that are in need of food. We got the groups back here. We got the People's Homeless Task Force that goes out and feeds people on the street. They take their time to put these meals together and take them out to the people in the parks and on the sidewalks and in the parking lots across the city that are sitting on the hot cement and giving them a meal. And that's not going to solve everything, but at the same time, it's a gesture that we need to be more willing to make and not just sit and everybody's on their own, but we got to make sure the people, I told Councilman James Vanderbilt when he first got elected, I said, if you go to Vermont off of Harbor Boulevard and look to the south and you see the sidewalks are just clean, you could eat off the sidewalks. And if you look to the north, the sidewalks are broken and dirty.
Mr. Daniels, I'm sorry, your time is up. Our next.
I got you. I'm right there.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com, where I have a detailed look at the budget. You may look at that. It's on YouTube. Okay. In a company town, public engagement is discouraged. The council received the proposed budget in April. There have been 4 district budget presentations, June 3rd, 5th, 11th, and 12th. The Budget Investment and Technology Commission met on June 4th. The council has held 2 workshops, June 10th and tonight. And there is a budget hearing tonight, immediately preceding the council's vote on the budget. All 8 public events have been scheduled at the tail end of the budget process, just 2 weeks before its adoption, which is tonight. No time has been provided for the council and staff to answer the questions raised by the public, like, where is the $8 million that Disney gave us for parks in the budget? I couldn't find it listed under the Parks Department. Page 104 lists the homeless services and grants as $41.9 million, yet on page 22, it lists homeless housing and rental assistance at $28.6 million, a 15% reduction from the previous budget. It would help to know what the difference is. And there hasn't been time allowed for the council to reflect, respond, and incorporate some of the public suggestions into the budget. The budget process is designed as a series of boxes to be checked off. It is not allowed for a back and forth to develop between the residents and council. Without the interaction in the budget process, public engagement is impossible, and there's a cost to this. We learned this last week at a hearing at the end when we found out, not in the staff report, but from the labor union representing the dispatchers. The city has 32 positions in the police for dispatchers. 10 are vacant. The fire department has 4 vacancies. It's failing its own metrics. If you look at the budget, in 4 key categories, they're not meeting their own metrics. This is the first line of public safety in the city, and the council's been aware of this for the past 6 months because the union's been trying to catch your attention. Why haven't you acted on it? Are you going to act on it? I can't find the numbers for dispatchers in this year's budget. Are dispatchers not important? Is it out of sight, out of mind? But you do have money for the Disney pedestrian overpass on Harbor Boulevard.
Mr. Herbert, your
Estimated to
time is
be
up.
at least $26 million.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers on the budget, and we don't have any electronic comments on the budget.
Thank you, Clerk. Are there any other questions or comments by council at this time? Okay, seeing none, this concludes our workshop. It is after 5 o'clock, so we can roll into the beginning of our city council agenda. The first item being an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Munyoki Mulwa from Mariners Church. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Bayless to lead us in the flag salute. So could you all please stand and welcome Pastor Mulwa?
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor Aitken. It's a pleasure to represent Mariners Church here, and we just opened this year, and it's such an honor to start off the council meeting in this way, so thank you for the invitation. Shall we pray together? Lord God, we thank you for this amazing city that you have planted here. Lord, you know each person, not only in this room, but in this council. Lord, you appoint leaders, you appoint residents to their time. In the book of Jeremiah, Lord, it talks about how we should make the most of the time that you have put us here, knowing that you've given us gifts and opportunities to better the lives of not only the people that we call neighbors, but also for those far from us. So, Lord, as the meeting takes place today, as votes are going on, may there be wisdom, may there be unity. Lord, may there be clarity in speech. Lord, may the hearts of people also be heard in the midst of the data as well. Lord, at the end of the day, we desire for each person to be treated with dignity, for all things to happen with integrity, and for things to reflect a little bit of heaven here in Anaheim. We honor your name. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
So tonight we have the distinct honor of recognizing one of Anaheim's own, a dedicated public servant whose work has made a real lasting impact on our community. Sandra Luzo, Deputy Director of Housing and Community Development, has been recently named the Association of California Cities, Orange County's Golden Hub of Innovation City Staff Leader of the Year. So this award honors innovation, leadership, and regional impacts. And I can't think of anyone that embodies these characteristics more than Sandra. Anyone that has had a question in our community knows she answers her phone, she answers her texts, she answers her emails 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. She has come up with innovative ideas to work with our population, and she has led Anaheim's homelessness response with compassion and purpose, bringing together innovative solutions and working with us to deliver over $36 million in funding to help those in need in our community. Under her leadership, Anaheim has delivered real housing solutions, significant outcomes, and has become a regional model for impacts that other cities look to us to try to implement in their own backyards. Sandra's work is helping to change the lives in Anaheim and truly build a better Anaheim. So on behalf of the city and on behalf of the City Council, I want to thank you, Sandra, for everything you do every day, for your leadership on these issues, and your unwavering commitment to our city. If you could please join us.
Thank you. I was surprised to when there was a lot of other folks around the county that were nominated, but I just want to thank my God. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for God. But I have my family here. My daughter, my youngest daughter, who's my tallest, she's here from New York. I also have my oldest daughter, who's my shortest daughter. Here, and then her wife, my daughter-in-law, my 2 grandsons. My son couldn't make it. He's an Idaho State Trooper and just had our 3rd grandbaby, a little girl. My husband, Mike, my close friends and residents here in our community, and former Planning Commissioner Rosa Milady, and Alex and Rachel, thanks for being here. And then I wouldn't be able to do it without the policymakers, our city manager's office, our department heads. They've all dedicated a representative every month to sit with our teams and just collaborate, which is unique across other cities. And then I wouldn't be able to do what I do without my own team, who's here in the front. But thank you very much.
Do you guys want to come up? I'll stand next to the short one. I don't mind. Those kids are going to be taller than me soon.
All right, everyone, just like a real family photo, we will all kind of scrunch in.
All right, guys, right up here, real quick, 1, 2. Awesome.
Now, we can ask you to hold for the yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any more cell phones? Okay, great. Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 3 this evening, recognizing June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth National Independence Day, recognize June 20th, 2025 is World Refugee Day, and recognizing the month of June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month.
And are there any additions or deletions to our agenda tonight?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, we do have one item. Item number 8 on the consent calendar is an approval of a contract with Lexipol. Staff has requested to remove that item from this evening's agenda and will bring back at a later date. There was a memo from the department making this request.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into public comment. Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing our agenda tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearings. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to address the City Council on non-agenda related items, but within the City Council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during the first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every city council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the city council. For translation services in other languages, we ask you to please contact the city clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación en español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea en español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva español al inglés. También está disponible para cualquier persona que desea dirigirse al ayuntamiento, declarando su petición en el podio. Gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:23 with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:53 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We ask for speakers to please line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, we do have 4 speaker cards on agenda items. The first speaker on agenda item number 14 is Janine Robbins.
Agenda item 14 will give $6.8 million to the Salvation Army to continue operating a 224-bed emergency shelter. That's more than $30,000 a bed for 1 year. If you add the cost of continuing the security service for the shelter, it's more than $37,000 a bed. That's an expensive bed. The city could place the people in a nice apartment for that $37,000 a year and forego the emergency shelter altogether. And what's with this so-called emergency designation? If you're having a housing emergency, don't bother coming to this shelter or any other shelter in Orange County because you won't get in without a police escort. And even then, you probably won't find an open bed. And if you do, it is highly unlikely you will enjoy your stay. The longer you stay, the more you will deteriorate physically and mentally. Salvation Army claims to have the highest rate of housed clients of any shelter in the county. But I challenge you to find anyone who can explain why those people had to go to a shelter in the first place to find housing. It has been proven time and time again that the most effective approach to reducing homelessness is the housing first approach. Instead of making folks languish in shelters for years or insisting that they successfully deal with all of their other problems first, the first step should be a stable, safe, affordable housing situation, which makes all of their other problems infinitely easier to handle. But of course, you have to have the housing before you can put someone in it. And Anaheim has an abysmal housing record when it comes to meeting its housing needs. For the planning period from 2021 to 2029, Anaheim did not complete its housing element, a mandated part of each city's general plan until January 30th of this year, nearly 4 years into the 8-year housing cycle. Between 2018 and 2023, Anaheim built about 5,100 homes. But only 2% of those homes were for low-income families. According to its regional housing needs assessment for the 2021-2029 cycle, Anaheim should build at least 6,164 units in the very low-income and low-income categories. Anaheim has a housing trust fund of about $16 million, which is expected to help create 250 to 300 new affordable apartments. At that rate, the city will need an additional $320 million for its housing trust fund just to build the 6,164 units for the very low income and low income residents. So in the final analysis, it seems that the only reason we need to spend $8.4 million on a 224-bed shelter is because Anaheim has nowhere else to house the people except for in the shelter. Thank you.
Our next speaker, David Duran.
Well, I won't give you my thoughts on the moral document again. But in regards to the shelter for the unhoused, at least this city is participating in that to a fair amount, a fair extent. But that still doesn't address what the city has not done enough of, and that's with housing. You just heard Janine talk about Housing First. Housing First is a program that is recognized worldwide, many other countries, except for Anaheim, I guess, on how to resolve the unhoused issue. So putting people in homes first is what gets them on the road to recovery, economically, socially, health-wise, all sorts of things. The city has already spent tens of millions of dollars. I understand that. But the city has also failed in a few aspects, very important aspects. The housing element, as Janine brought up. It's failed on passing some sort of an ordinance that had inclusionary housing in their programs. It's failed on many levels, and you are not the ones that are potential victims. It is we the people. There are people maybe who can't be here who maybe are now unhoused because the city didn't have inclusionary ordinance or something of that sort. So I ask you again and again and again, somebody with some morals and ethic, dig into the budget and create something that does a better job to help your community, besides making it look good, besides making parking better. Do something for the people who live here.
Our next speaker.
Last year, Disneyland Forward was approved with promises of economic prosperity, local job growth, and reinvestment in our city. Tonight, we ask, where are the results? The transient occupancy tax was projected to bring millions in additional revenue. Instead, it's $30 million below projections, and next year's estimate mirrors post-pandemic recovery levels. This isn't the rising tide we were promised. It's a financial backslide. Before COVID, Disney employed 32,000 workers, including over 5,000 Anaheim residents. By 2021, employment dropped to 25,000, and that year, Disney stopped sending a representative to answer questions during their annual review. That was when former Mayor Sidhu dismissed public inquiry, saying Disney doesn't answer questions. That is the city's staff's job. Let's be clear, this city council absolved Disney of accountability and took on the responsibility to ensure transparency. That means it's not up to the residents to beg for answers, it's up to you to provide them. Since then, Disney has reported 34,000 employees, but there's no updated data for 2024 on how many jobs will go to Anaheim residents. Is the Anaheim Jobs Program working? We don't know because Disney won't say, and this council hasn't asked. Without updated numbers, how can we trust compliance? Disney has also promoted financial assistance for childcare and incentives for carpooling, biking, public transit to reduce traffic and pollution. But how many Anaheim employees actually benefit from these programs? How close is Disney to its goal of 1.5 employees per car? No data has been shared. Residents deserve real numbers, not vague reassurances. Disney's $8 million contribution for parks was received on May 21st, but it doesn't appear to be included in the budget. Has the city decided how this money will be used? Last year, Natalie R. was the only council member willing to pull the item for discussion and ask direct questions. While I may not always agree with her, at least she had the courage to ask. Will any of the other leaders step up this time? Item 5 must be pulled. Residents deserve clarity, not silence. This council constantly touts transparency. We ask for that transparency now, and we ask for it on the record.
Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ. First, I'd just like to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. Whether you've been involved in sexual sins or addictions, telling lies, whatever it is, Jesus can forgive you, set you free, give you a new life in him to do good works for his glory. He wants to use each and every one of us for that, and promises eternal life by his shed blood on the cross. I also want to, of course, talk about the homeless issue. I thank God for the different organizations such as Love Anaheim, that program specifically, the church is involved in that, and I think it's a great program. We definitely need more of that. Of course, we need more affordable housing as well. I encourage the council to look at other countries and see what they're doing. You don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel, but in Finland, the long-term homelessness reduced 35% from 2008 to 2023. And there's other countries as well that do a lot of good things for the homeless, including Sweden, Germany, Switzerland, Japan, New Zealand, the Netherlands. And some of the things that these countries have in common regarding the homeless and how they work with them. Housing first policies, integrated services. They deal with the mental health, the substance abuse, and employment all together. Also, they work on prevention. People that are already housed, make sure that they don't end up on the street. And they have community involvement and local control. And that way the people that are closest to them can help them, of course, usually the best, so that's a good way to go. Of course, regarding the budget, I encourage the council to look into creating a biblical budget. How would Jesus want us to spend our money in this city? What would be important to him? If you go that way, there's no way for shame to come upon you. And I've seen, sadly, council members in the past that have done things and then much shame and sometimes prison, even worse things have happened to them because they didn't follow God's wisdom. In Proverbs, it tells us, in the abundance of counselors, there's safety. In Proverbs 11:14, 15:22, and Proverbs 24:6, there's a lot of wisdom out here that if you guys connected with them more, could help you making really good decisions. And what a shame if you don't connect with these people that have all these different great ideas. So I just encourage the council to really work towards connecting with more of the people that have spoken before, and of course work to help those in need. Matthew 25 tells us, how you treat the least of these is how you treated Jesus himself. And so are we working to make sure that the budget and all that reflects those types of priorities? Thanks for letting me talk.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Major Ken Perrine with the Salvation Army. I want to thank you again for the help you've given us so we can help our members of our community. The shelter, someone had mentioned earlier the number of beds. We actually have 325 beds at the shelter and another 172 beds at our drug and alcohol rehab. In total, we have over 720 beds in Orange County for folks in anti-trafficking, drug and alcohol abuse, and then our shelter. So we also have permanent supportive housing, which is 72 beds. So it's a lot of stuff. Tonight we have some folks that are going to talk about who've gone through our program and successfully exited homelessness and are now productive members of our community. So that's amazing stuff. So I want to thank you again. It's one thing for how we talk about the homeless is whether or not we just house them without giving them hope or purpose or a connection back into who we are as a great community. So in the Salvation Army, that's what we're about. We're helping them move forward in life to connect with purpose for their own personal life in the way that they can, in a realistic way that they can. And tonight, we're going to have two speakers talk about that. So the Salvation Army is still committed to helping out Anaheim, help people move forward, and that's all I had to say. We have a couple people talking, so I don't want to waste too much time.
Our next speaker, Benjamin Hurst.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. What an extraordinary gift to be together again this year. Thank you for this evening. This morning, we had the tremendous honor to host a Salvation Army leadership delegation from Seoul, South Korea. And the reason I start my 3 minutes with that is to say they'd heard about the extraordinary courage and compassion the city of Anaheim had shown. They'd heard about your Center of Hope, and they brought a group of 20 people to come and see how you responded to one of the great humanitarian crises of our community all the way back in 2018. So I had the great joy of telling them how we had almost 2,000 people encamped along the riverbanks of Angel Stadium in 2018. And we were pressed about whether we would turn our back on those in desperate need or whether we would run to the fight, and how Anaheim showed the world we are a community of courage and compassion. We rolled up our sleeves together and ran towards the problem. And I told them how together we converted a dirt lot to a 325-bed homeless shelter in 79 days. And I told them that we've had the honor of serving about 1,780 homeless residents in the Anaheim community. And I told them how aggregately we've been honored to provide over 500,000 shelter nights of care, 400,000 meals, and that people in our shelter get one-on-one care and counseling. And we've been blessed to be able to provide over 15,000 counseling sessions at the Anaheim Emergency Shelter. The part of the story I didn't tell them, though, was that there was doubt whether it would ever be in Anaheim. Some don't know, but we've got a beautiful undeveloped 5-acre property in Santa Ana, and there was a lot of pressure within the organization to put the Center of Hope on that 5 acres off Edinger. But it was hotly debated at the time, and in the moment, our great friend, former interim city manager Linda Andal, pulled me aside and she said, Ben, I'm going to take off my city manager hat for just a moment, and I'm going to tell you what I really think. She said, Anaheim is the right partner for the Center of Hope, because Anaheim is a community that still wants to be great. In fact, the word she said was, in Anaheim, our reach still exceeds our grasp. I'm here tonight because that's the community I love, believe in, and I'm here to serve. I believe the best days are ahead, and together we are still running towards the fight. Thank you for that. In just a moment, after your next speaker, we've got two very special guests that have agreed to come and share their story. Thank you for the privilege of speaking tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't necessarily prepared to speak tonight, but I called CityNet for over 2 years, at one point every day, and them reassuring me that they're going to put me in a bed as soon as one becomes available. And I'd talk to people at shelters and so forth, and there's all kinds of beds that are available and open and so forth. Once they know you, because I was placed at the Salvation Army for 3 years, that whole time I was working with a navigator trying to get into housing, they were trying to find any excuse not to get me housed. I mean, I've literally seen more people die than been housed. It's unbelievable. You know, I have a bad hip. I've been trying to get my surgery for two years now. They keep finding any excuse. Not just a week or so ago, all of a sudden my insurance got switched up to some name I've never even heard of before. It's unbelievable. I've been going through with disability since '98. I've mailed in my records probably over a dozen times. I put it in their Dropbox probably a half a dozen times. I've handed it in person twice. They say they have not received anything on my behalf whatsoever. Denied. It's unbelievable. You know, so I started looking up some numbers and so forth. There's been $1.6 billion that have been granted towards Orange County every year for about the last 5 or 6 years. It's $9.6 billion. With the amount of homeless people, that's like a $1.8 million house on each homeless person. Where's that money going? So I started looking at payroll of Orange County. 18,000 some employees, 4,000 of them making over $352,000 a year. That's crazy. That's where all that money's going. You know, I need to get housed. It's unbelievable. They use any excuse not to get housed. Thank you. I don't have anything prepared to say, but thank you.
Sir, are you still on the list? Are you still looking for housing? Because we have someone, maybe if we have someone come in, I saw Ms.
Yes,
Stepter.
I'm homeless right now.
Yeah, we have Ms. Scepter, I saw earlier, maybe someone from Housing and Community Department, in the back, if you could connect with her so we can follow up on your case. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rosalia Juarez. Before I begin, I want to say thank you to all the staff members at the Salvation Army shelter for being there when I was looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. Being homeless was not easy, especially being a female. Nighttime was when it hit hard. Salvation Army helped me in so many ways. I am now stable. And they do have a lot of programs. They do help with counseling and all that we need. So yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ken Ambrose. I just want to thank the Salvation Army for taking me in and for everything they did for me. And my housing coordinator too for housing me the way she has. She's the only first person that's ever put me in my own place all my life. I've always had to live with other people and friends in motels. I just want to thank housing for what they've done and for my housing coordinator's assistant for being here, for supporting me tonight. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We have general comments of residents that would like to address the City Council. We have 23 cards. We'll go ahead and call the first speaker, Mike Robbins.
Hi, Mike Robbins. Qatar, it must have been a mistake, really. I'm not sure how you made the mistake. But we can't strengthen economic ties with a country that prosecutes women who were raped. Of course, I mentioned too that they sent $15 million a month to Hamas. And we really want to know who funded the trip and why. And I do want to mention that the mayor of Washington, D.C. is currently fighting an ethics complaint for illegal gifts of hospitality and travel to Qatar. So I think you have to be prepared for any problems that could occur because it's a lot of money to go to Qatar. Of course, Qatar had thousands of, I don't know if you've ever seen the 60 Minutes episode on that, thousands of migrant workers from India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka were injured or died in Qatar building the infrastructure for the 2022 World Cup. There was a lot of, I think there was a documentary on it too. In Qatar, well, I said that victims of rape or sexual assault can be prosecuted. Women don't have the rights to make their own decisions. Women must obtain permission from a guardian to pursue higher education. I mean, they're definitely against, this is, I remember my father was at a pro women's rights protest in the 1970s. And this is Qatar, and I think we really definitely have to avoid these type of countries. You have to exclude them completely from anything that you're doing. Qatar family law discriminates against women in marriage, divorce, legal responsibility for children, and inheritance. Women must obey their husbands or lose financial support. Qatar arrests LGBTQ members. You can just be picked off the street for looking gay, kind of like they're picking off anyone who looks Latino right now here in America. During the World Cup in Qatar, the migrant workers were injured. They had unpaid wages that I think was in the documentary. They take away their passports, and then they would do whatever they want with them. The mayor, I think there is questions too. The mayor announced her visit to Qatar, but you didn't disclose it in your visit on your public calendar. And I think that was a mistake too. Something that you have to live up to and perhaps come up with that. The mission has become a habit, and it's not a good idea to exclude your visits. It can come back to bite you. So, but I think Qatar off the list. I'm not sure how you can come back on that, or what you can say, or what you can do. But it's definitely a black mark on the map of your what you're doing so far. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Bianca Stopani. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker.
Hello again. I just want to clarify, because again, there's misinformation out there, but the Budget Commission and the budget has been spoken of in 12 public meetings since March. And I also know that Councilmember Rubalcaba attended the last meeting last week, which was standing room only, and Deanne Lee presented to the public, which again, standing room only. So any insinuation otherwise is completely false and hilarious. So really quickly, dear Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, again, my name is Jorge Cavino. I want to express my deep gratitude and pride in this council's leadership during these incredibly difficult times. As folks are going to share, and as we've seen, there is real fear in the streets due to the ongoing federal actions. These policies are not only causing tremendous human suffering, but they're also hurting our local economy and community fabric. It's unfortunate that all of Anaheim residents are feeling an impact regardless of your background. Although I am heartened by the leadership that this council is demonstrating, while others offer only words, you've taken thoughtful and rational policy action, like programs like Anaheim Contigo, remind us what it looks like when local government takes steps to protect its people. And I, for one, appreciate thoughtful, rational policies as opposed to camera chasing or just propping up for photo ops, which I appreciate that you guys don't do. I also want to especially thank my council member, District 3 Council Member Natalie Rubalcaba, for her unwavering support of the community. Her leadership has reminded us that Anaheim has faced difficult moments like this before, and we have always come through stronger together. I want to recognize the peaceful and powerful rally at La Palma Park this weekend. Thousands gathered to exercise their First Amendment rights in an incredibly well-organized and inspirational event. Again, I was proud to see Councilmember Rubalcaba provide powerful opening remarks and facilitating the entire rally, as well as Councilmember Leon for standing alongside the community, and thank you both for showing your strength and solidarity. I also want to provide a special thank you to Chief Communications Officer Mike Lister, who was also at the rally, for timely and thoughtful, accurate information coming from the city and providing much needed clarity and reassurance to residents during this time filled with misinformation. People are spreading, I think they're trying to be helpful, but people are spreading information that is scaring and hurting our community, so it's very important that people spread truthful and accurate information. Otherwise, you're not helping, you're hurting. And lastly, I also want to share my sincere thank you to Anaheim PD for your professionalism and respect to residents' rights, and the ability to manage logistics this weekend was a testament to your dedication. I know that statistically speaking, the ongoing federal enforcement actions only make Anaheim less safe, and they make Anaheim police jobs more dangerous. Let's be clear about it. The actions that are happening in Anaheim are making our community less safe and more dangerous. But again, thank you for your service this week, and I remind you all, and I want to thank you all for continuing to stand with the residents of Anaheim. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Penal Code 647, panhandling, you need to read it. I'm getting tired of these people asking me for money. I'm not enabling them to be a drug addict and living on the streets, you know. That's what people do. They give them money, we're gonna kill them. And anyway, another incident, Amazon Fresh Fulton, I'm walking, listening to my music, singing, walking in the store. Some guy, you know, young, bigger than me, starts coming after me. What's the problem, dude? So I walk in the store and he's gonna come after me. I go, well, go ahead, right here. You know, go right here. I'm yelling, bringing the scene. And I told him, he started walking out. That's what I thought. He come right back, go right here, come on. I'm tired of these young punks. I can fight. I ain't gonna back down from these assholes. Excuse my language. But at the end of it, you know, I told everybody I know with authority. I put it in, you look at the time, how's it go, everybody. I just get you in trouble. I ain't gonna back down from you. I know what your problem is. His girlfriend comes, Asian girlfriend, is coming out, everybody rushes to the store. Hey, easy, you know. Anyway, and now today I go to 24 up in this in Anaheim because I don't come up to the one by Lowe's where I sleep in my car. I don't go there because they're act weird, they're gay, they look at me in the shower, and I don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable. So I go over here, and then the black guy goes, the oldest, I think his name is, I do my number, I put my finger, it turns green. Oh, wait a second, what's your name? He says, he runs at me up, what's your number? He says, you've been canceled. I go, it turned green right now. Some more senior abuse because they don't want me in there because all the girls look at flocking around me and the guys get mad. But you know what? It just shows that, yeah, seriously, because I work out, and these girls just don't like these guys. They're just dirtbags. I'm not nothing like them. But anyway, you have a good day. I'm gonna go back to my car. I'm gonna get another car pretty soon. And those cops take my another car and all my stuff. Screw them. I'll get another car. And I'm teaching these kids, you work for a living all your life. I got a pension. I got Social Security. Even what they do, I get another car. Easy. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dwayne Roberts. During the 1960s, Malcolm X, an influential leader in the civil rights movement, made some astute observations about the two-party system, which still ring true today. In speeches, he compared Republicans to wolves and Democrats to foxes, noting that they belong to the same family of predators. Both are canines who will eat you if you let them. Malcolm X pointed out there is a difference between the two. When Republican wolves open their mouths and show their teeth, they let you know they aren't on your side. They'll snarl at you. But Democratic foxes are far more dangerous. When they bare their teeth, they smile sheepishly and pretend to be friends. They do this to lure you into their open jaws and make you their meal. Fast forward to 2025, President Donald Trump is ramping up his rotten scheme to forcibly remove millions of undocumented workers from this country, the majority of whom aren't criminals. Make no bones about it, Trump is not on the side of immigrants. Like Malcolm X said, the Republican wolves are at least honest and let you know where they stand. They don't try to hide that fact. But the Democratic foxes have not always been on the side of immigrants either. Despite their friendly smiles, they helped build the massive deportation that now rests in Trump's hands. Indeed, major components of Trump's rotten scheme, like expedited removal and 287G, which deputizes local police as immigration agents, you can thank President Bill Clinton for all that. Trump will ultimately be defeated, but as Malcolm X warned, the Democrats can't be trusted. They aren't going to save us. We must save ourselves. We must drive this scoundrel out of the White House. Think it can't happen? In late 2024, after South Korean president declared martial law, millions took to the streets. Workers went on strike, businesses closed, trains and buses stopped running, government buildings were occupied. This mass resistance by the Korean people, which was overwhelmingly non-violent, severely disrupted that country's political and economic system, playing a key role in removing that president from power. In closing, I want to say this. If the Koreans can get rid of a wannabe tin pot dictator, so can we. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Anna Baez. I've been a resident for Anaheim for 28 years. I'm an educator and AESD, and I also work in the hospitality here in Anaheim. I'm here today to respectfully and urgently ask you to protect our city from the atrocities that are currently going on. Many people in this country and here in Anaheim, undocumented, legal residents, and citizens alike, are living in fear of unexpected enforcement actions. Just this last week, a family in that Olive Street, their grandfather and father got detained, which now teachers are raising money to help that family because they lost their main source of income. Earlier this week, a citizen, his father and the young man, he's a Navy, they got detained for 1 day in ICE. The father, his nose got broken because of the forceful actions that ICE did. This is far beyond enforcing the law. It's racial profiling, unlawful, and inhumane. People are being stopped and detained. People are being stopped and detained just for the way they look. So council members and mayor, I'm asking you to help your community. Whether that means policy options or partnerships that will help notify residents when credible reports of ICE activity are confirmed in our area, or anything that will help. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take important steps to keep Anaheim a place where people are safe and informed. History has its eyes on you.
Next speaker, Linda Newby.
Well, hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Linda Newby, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend and my pride in Sandra Luzo. She has gotten the City Staff Leader of the Year award, and I've known her for 2 decades to be exactly what she was spoken about. Somebody who answers her text 24 hours a day, works 7 days a week. And most of us know the fact that any woman that has to compete in a male-dominated job has to do a much better job. And for her to get City Staff Member of the Region recognition, we need to have pride in her. And a little bit of pride in her husband, Mike Luzo, a former HOT officer, and that stands for Homeless Outreach Team. As a team, they gave the city a force multiplier of working towards solving our homeless issues. And I just want to say again how proud I am of Sandra, and we all should be. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Mr. Ramirez. I'm an educator, author, artist, and community worker in Anaheim's 3rd District. In 1985, both my parents left their homes for the United States, hoping for a brighter future for themselves and for their families. My mother left with no possessions except with the necessary paperwork to enter and the clothes on her back, along with my sister's clothes and her backpack, leaving behind her family, which she has not seen till this day. My father left his career as a merchant mariner. He was a captain in charge of tanker ships as they sailed around the ocean, trading goods with the rest of the world. He also left that behind and his family, taking only the necessary papers and the clothes on his back. But after arriving to Santa Ana and working in the welding shop for several years, my father opened up his shop off of Anaheim Boulevard, which is still operational today. Sorry, I lost my spot. Which is still operational today and continues to grow. We even do work for Lou Correa. But is that not the American dream? The opportunity to come, harness your labor, and provide a living for your loved ones? I was fortunate enough to be part of those efforts, but it doesn't exempt me from witnessing what is happening in my community. Sorry. My students, my peers, and my parents who work tirelessly to serve the community fear losing everything that they worked for, and for what? To appease a fabrication, an illusion, a lie that tells migrants that are the most violent population in the United States. Maybe they forgot to mention that, actual citizens are responsible for crimes per capita at 10 times the rate of migrants, or that ICE agents are now abducting children as young as 3 years old, body slamming the elderly on the concrete, violently yelling at children who are weeping from witnessing their parents being ripped away, racially profiling community members who are arrested, and they're even arresting their own law enforcement. Who are the violent ones here? And I say this to provide some perspective to the council today. And it goes without saying that your constituents are more than an economy to protect. They are families, generations deep, business owners, community leaders, folks who would go to night school to learn how to speak English better, folks who do the right things and try to come out the other side but end up getting detained outside the courtroom. They are the neighbors who serve you, who take care of your children, who feed you, who greet you with smiles, who keep the hooligans at bay, believe it or not, and even police their own communities to protect each other when APD and the city won't. We cannot afford to leave these communities to fend for themselves any longer. The time to action is now. Do not abandon us at our time of need. We need to see your solidarity in action. It's not enough to talk about it, and we need to see concrete steps being taken for our communities. The welcome policy is not enough. People are being abducted, families are being torn apart, and we only hear and see responses after the fact. We need a communication system that warns of ICE's presence and alerts us to courtesy calls. OCRN and CHIRLA, our nonprofits, can only do so much, but the city has the power to alert us at a moment's notice.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I'm almost done. Help us maintain our communities before they're torn apart. Don't wait till the dust settles to take action. Put your necks out for us like we put them out for you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Luis Miguel Ocampo. Our next speaker, Luis Miguel Ocampo.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Luis Miguel. I just recently moved out here about 2 months ago. I was just talking to one of the chairs here, and I did say that I've been living in Riverside, and ever since I moved out here, I think it's time that I start getting involved with the politics of the city. I am a political science student, and I would love to get more involved. My first, I have, of course, an internship with the Borgen Project that I will be sending each one of you guys more information about, which is essentially fighting for global poverty and fighting for other nations that are facing extreme poverty. And I have, of course, a fundraising page that I would like to send each one of you out, so please be aware. And I'm also involved with the governor campaign that's happening here in California. Of course, with mainly Chad Bianco, but I would welcome any town halls if there's anything needed that the city needs. I would love to see participation in that aspect. And I also have, any opportunities for any boards, any commissions. I'm going to be here. And like I said, this is the city that I'm going to stay at. And I would really love to know more each one of you better and be more involved. And to everyone listening and to the City Council, I offer this words of encouragement for what's going on. We are all children of God. There are no illegals. There are no immigrants. We get into this world the same way we leave it. So I pray that everyone stays safe, and please follow those words of wisdom from our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. God bless everyone.
The next is card number 6128.
Good afternoon, everybody. I had a speech written today, but I think we're far past speeches and preemptive thinking. The community is terrified. I'm terrified, even though I'm born here. I am a brown skin, and so are my parents. And by that default, that means that we're at risk of getting picked up. My parents are documented, thankfully. My siblings are documented, but we have family that isn't. So I stand here before to really ask not only the council this question, but to everybody else here and to my community itself. Are you going to do what you can, or are you going to do what you must? We have to have more resources spent out to these people now. Our great educator, Mr. Ramirez, has stated that we need to have those resources sent out either through mail or through a text. We've known about these ICE raids for months now. We have not seen any Know Your Rights cards. We haven't seen any resources to any local lawyers that could help with us. The council loves to talk about bringing more business into the city, and what great opportunity is it to employ these immigration lawyers that could probably help their own people and probably their own neighbors. I work for one-year high schools. I work with these students. A quarter of my students are under the poverty line, and a lot of them are homeless. So what's going to happen when one of their parents gets picked up, or one of them gets picked up? But for some reason, there's no budget on that, right? Where we were talking about getting rid of a lot of teachers and a lot of staff a couple years back, and that's probably going to come back. And so now who is going to save these students? I don't see you in classrooms or on campuses or on the streets. We patrol the streets. I literally just came back from going to my friend's house because she was scared that there was ICE agents there. You people aren't coming out to save us, and we have to save ourselves. So when you fail to protect us, that burden falls onto the community. And I call onto my community to build their own defenses. Know your rights cards need to be distributed. We need to have ICE alerts distributed to every single house and every single phone that is here with the promise from everybody here that our information will not get leaked or sold, because that will happen. How do we know that I or other people here won't get picked up by ICE after this council meeting? How do we know that they're not in here? They're plain clothes. So what's gonna happen when I defend my sister or brother or cousin or neighbor or mom or dad or whoever, and I get a gun drawn on me? Are you gonna want to have your constituent dead on the street just because you are not acting on it? We shouldn't be asking for this. This should have been done weeks ago, months ago. So please.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Please help us, and we need to have these resources out now. Thank you.
Kualitutaki, good afternoon, buenas tardes, ni tocan masa, ni tocan tecpat, ni nehate piloti, ni neha mexica, ni kanokan, no chantlali tohon tongwa, huhutugna. So good afternoon, buenas tardes, my name is Masa, it's one of my clans, Obsidian Knife Clan, Heart of the Mountain Clan, and we are the Mexica, known as Mexican indigenous people, or Chicano, Chicana, indigenous peoples of North America before the European colonists put these borders and separated us. I want to take the time to talk about a little bit about Senator Padilla, how they treated him. That's racial profiling. And me as a darker skinned native of roots from Oaxaca and Native American, First Peoples of California here, it is very disgraceful that we have a president named Donald Trump. We have a message for you, Donald Trump. You need to step down. You will be impeached. This is a prophecy. This is the time that we know about the Pahana prophecy, where the Hopis would say that we would return and equal. And the only way this is gonna happen is what we just saw on Saturday at La Palma Park. I saw many white people there. I was really surprised. I didn't even know there was gonna be a protester. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, really? But imagine my people. They would love to be out there, but they're scared. There's fear. Hay mucho miedo en nuestras comunidades. Es muy triste. It's good to see everybody behind us. And I wanna add to what's happening right now. Is nothing new. When the European colonists first arrived, which are your descendants, sitting here with all your respect, and Natalie Meeks, your descendants as well, they didn't allow us to swim at the swimming pool here on Harbor Boulevard and Sycamore, where the Kobe Bryant mural is at. So this is ongoing. This is nothing new. But I'm glad that los que están mirando que hicieron no hubo violencia, there was no violence, there was peace. And that's the way we have to act. And the last thing is, I want to sing a song. Oh, wait, I want to honor Native American code talkers, but this is a message to the treasurer of the Anaheim Alumni Association. She verbally attacked me, and I have a witness. We have an Aztec dance group at the community center, and she verbally attacked us. Said, you can't be here. You don't belong here. And I said, can I speak? No. You are the man that goes to city council and advocating for Native Americans, and you're not, the name of the colonists at Anaheim High School is not gonna come down. And I was quiet and respectful, and I was shaking. And I said, it is gonna come down. It's gonna come down. And we have to educate ourselves, because the colonist represents ICE. The colonist represents the Border Patrol. The colonist represents the discrimination and the killing of Native women like Toiporina on stolen land. And no one is illegal on stolen land. Last dolphin song, a prayer, dolphin song. Enana he navuram, enana he anavuram, enana yana he yo, enana he navuram, enana he anavuram, enana yana he yo. Aho.
My name is Angela Polinar, and I am a proud resident of Anaheim. I'm here today because something deeply unjust is happening in our city. ICE raids are taking place in silence with no warning, no alerts, and no transparency. Our neighbors are being followed, they're being detained, and they're disappearing, and the city is staying silent. This silence, frankly, is violence. It tells our families that they are disposable, and it tells our children that safety is conditional. I am here to say enough. Today, I demand the following not as a request, but as a responsibility that this city owes its people. The city of Anaheim should set real-time alerts when ICE is in the area, and the city of Anaheim should publicly disclose any courtesy calls or coordinations with ICE. These are not radical asks. They are life-saving steps toward transparency, trust, and dignity. There is an alert system already in place called Anaheim Alert that sends alerts for things like floods, street closures, and crimes. So why not for raids that are tearing families apart? If this council claims to represent all of Anaheim, then it must protect all of Anaheim, with no one excluded. We see what's happening, and we will not stay silent. We will keep showing up louder and stronger until this city treats all of us like we belong here, because we do.
First and foremost, I want to thank Mayor Aiken specifically for her words and for her leadership. Thank you for affirming clearly and unequivocally the dignity of our immigrant families and their countless contributions to Anaheim's economy, its culture, and its civic life. I extend my gratitude to the council as well. We often think of government as the realm of policy, of proposals, ordinances, and votes, but what so many of our people are truly seeking, especially right now in moments of fear and uncertainty, is something far more human, compassion. I want to thank you for naming what so many of us are feeling, that Anaheim must remain a place of dignity, of compassion, and of community care. I'd also like to commend the city for the launch of Anaheim Contigo. It's an important step, not because of the resources it provides, but for the signal that it sends. It really does matter. One concrete consideration for you, and one that I offer based on years of my work with immigrant rights communities and local governments across the country, is this. Just as we're sharing information about individual rights, we should also be providing practical tools for businesses, especially those that are immigrant-owned. In cities across the US, I've seen local leaders offer legal clinics and workplace readiness trainings that have made a real difference. Trainings that cover how to respond to I-9 audits, which in my experience nationally are among ICE's most common and least understood tactics for accessing our workplaces. These are trainings that help business owners understand how to interact with agents without violating labor protections and how to protect employee records in a lawful and responsible way. We can also equip businesses to create clear internal protocols, response plans that don't just protect the employer, but include the workers themselves as a part of the plan. And we should be thinking about what happens after a raid, after an enforcement action, the emotional toll, the legal fallout, the organizational support that communities need, but don't often receive. What Anaheim Contigo started, we can build on. We can build a framework that includes legal education for business owners, model workplace policies, post-raid legal support, and a citywide commitment to protecting the human beings who power our economy. ICE doesn't have to be everywhere physically to be everywhere psychologically. Folks, we know this. There's no flying under the radar. Look at what happened to Brad Lander today. There's no amount of moderation or prudence that will save us. There's no measure that makes us immune to this harm. If they come for us, and we know that they will because they have, then let them find us prepared. Let them find us organized. Let them find us standing with our people, our businesses, our workplaces, and speaking with clarity and acting with dignity. Anaheim has already taken meaningful steps, and that matters. Right now, we have the opportunity and the obligation to go even further, to build on that foundation with sound policy, preparation, and the political courage that this moment demands. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Max Nguyen.
Anaheim City Council members, my name is Max Nguyen, and as a concerned resident, youth, and the child to Vietnamese immigrants myself, I'm here today to, 1, demand full transparency regarding any and all communications between our city and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known commonly as courtesy calls between our city officials and ICE, and 2, publicly disclose any and all ICE activity in our districts. A few months ago, students like me pushed City Hall to reaffirm our status as a welcoming city. But without actual policy change, this declaration of being a welcoming city, and not a sanctuary city, I might add, is nothing but a meaningless virtue signal. Does being a welcoming city mean letting ICE kidnap our neighbors and residents off the streets? Does that mean keeping interagency communications a secret? To iterate that our police department does not cooperate with ICE and DHS means absolutely nothing if our city is still remaining complacent in the separation of dozens of families and workers. Between late January and early May, our city officials received 40 calls alone from federal agencies. How many of our residents could have been safeguarded and protected? How much suffering could have been prevented? On your agenda today, you all propose to announce and highlight June as Immigrant Heritage Month. Without heeding the demands of youth like me putting forward today, it's clear that you do not care about immigrants at all. You see the economic power people like my parents provide to this city. You see the hard labor of hundreds of migrants that keep our city running. You directly profit off of immigrants and their struggles as a status signal of how beautifully diverse our city is. And now that diversity is directly under siege by the federal government while you sit by and reap all the benefits. What we ask today is simple and clear. Publish courtesy calls, notify our districts of ICE operations, and stand up to Trump's regime through the most minute asks. As protests have sparked all over the county, we're seeing a disgusting display of repression through rubber bullets, mace, and tear gas. And yet still, our communities are still out there on the front lines. Why? Because city council members like you, who vow to protect and listen to your constituents, are not. Because you all in your seats today need to be pushed to have a backbone by youth decades younger than you. Do the scenes of brutal detentions and abductions on our streets not move you to action already? Pearson Park, local businesses, our neighborhoods are all under attack and being targeted. We're not asking city council members for anything difficult. We just want transparency. Transparency so we can keep protecting each other in the ways our police department and you all have proven you can't. Publish courtesy calls. Notify our neighborhoods of ICE staging and raids. Keep Anaheim, Anaheim, and ICE out of our streets. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Yael Campuzano, and I stand before you today, not as just a concerned resident of our city, but as a voice for the families who are being torn apart by ICE, by the workers living in fear, and the neighbors who contribute to our community every day, and yet they're treated as threats by immigration officers. As part of the OC Youth Movement, we request that the City of Anaheim implement a community alert system to notify residents when immigration and customs enforcement operations are occurring in our area. A transparent alert system, similar to how we notify of emergencies or systems concerns, would allow residents to make informed decisions and take necessary precautions to protect themselves and their families. This is not about obstructing federal law. It's about ensuring due process and human dignity. Our community deserves to know when potentially life-altering actions are happening in their neighborhoods. Cities like Los Angeles and others are already implementing similar approaches. Anaheim can and should lead in protecting the safety and well-being of all its residents. I urge the council to explore policy options or partnerships that would allow Anaheim to notify residents via text, email, or app alert when credible. Reports of ICE activity are confirmed in our area. I would also like to take this time to inform and invite each and every one of you to join us in a peaceful protest started by me and my fellow OC Youth Movement members against the actions of ICE and across our country. This protest will take place on June 27th on the intersection of Euclid and Crescent near the Anaheim Plaza from 4 to 7 p.m. I want to emphasize that we intend to keep this protest completely nonviolent, as we're only trying to exercise our First Amendment rights. As you might be aware, about 54% of Anaheim's population identifies as Hispanic or Latino, so ICE affects over half the Anaheim population. To show, as local leaders, you have the unique power to show our community that you stand with us in keeping us protected. By standing with us in that protest, you send a powerful message that our city will not be complicit to cruelty, and that we value every resident, regardless of immigration status. Join us. Help us send a clear message that our city stands against ICE's unjust practices, that our city stands for compassion and humanity. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Cassandra Garcia, and I'm a youth leader with the OC Youth Movement. I'm here today disappointed as someone who represents the voice of many young people in the city who feel unheard. Over the past few weeks, we've witnessed an alarming rise in ICE activity in Los Angeles, in Santa Ana, in Anaheim, California, and just across the country. These are families being ripped apart, parents disappearing from their homes, and children that are living in fear. Entire neighborhoods are holding their breath, and yet this council has remained absent in this moment of crisis. You often tell us that Anaheim PD and city departments do not work with ICE. That's the line we always hear, but that does not reassure the residents of Anaheim. Between January 22nd and May 8th, officials received 40 courtesy calls from federal agencies, and yet there was no public warning, no alerts made to residents. You have systems in place to alert the public about wildfires, storms, and earthquakes, all valid emergencies, but when it comes to ICE operations, you choose silence. For a city that calls itself welcoming, it fails the very people you claim to support. Silence is not neutrality, it's a clear choice. In March, the OC Youth Movement organized a march and vigil, and because of continuous youth advocacy and community power, this council reaffirmed Anaheim as a welcoming city, yet those words have not been matched by action. You show up to events, take photos with residents, and claim solidarity, yet when our communities are in crisis, not enough action is taken. The No Kings Day protest at La Palma Park wasn't simply a public demonstration. It was a call of distress, a call that our city has yet to answer. We are not here tonight to ask for another empty statement. We are here demanding action behind your words. We ask that you issue public alerts, just like for other emergencies, whenever ICE conducts operations in our neighborhoods. Above all, we are calling for transparency, for the city of Anaheim to disclose all notifications received from federal agencies. We are asking for more than empathy. We are asking for protection, for courage. When the city claims to be welcoming but fails to shield its people from fear and injustice, it's a failure of humanity. We need you to stand with us, to act with us, to protect the people you were elected to serve, to choose justice over comfort, action over silence, because the faces behind these decisions are our neighbors, our friends, our communities, and every action or inaction you take changes lives in the city. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Stephanie Villacuña, and I'm a resident of Anaheim's District 3. I'm here today with deep concern, frustration, and a heavy heart, not only because of what's happening in our immigrant communities, but because of this city's silence and inaction. I have friends and family who live in fear every single day, people who are scared to go to work, take their kids to school, or even run errands because they don't know when and where ICE might show up. These aren't just stories. These are real people, mothers, fathers, students, whose lives are being turned upside down while the city continues to receive courtesy calls and talk about being for the people. Anaheim is quick to show up at community events, protests, and cultural celebrations, but far too often, we can all tell that it's just for the photo op. Leaders pose for pictures, post hashtags, and repeat lines like we are a community or we stand with our people, but when the time comes to take action that actually protects families, the silence is extremely loud. Even worse, I've seen how our teenagers, our youth, some as young as 6th grade, are the ones stepping up to report ICE sightings through Instagram stories and group chats. It shouldn't fall on them to try and keep their community safe. That's not their responsibility, it's yours. We shouldn't have to rely on scared kids to do the job that city leaders are supposed to be doing. And if you guys would have done the job that pertains to you, my good friend, 16-year-old Chanel, would not be wondering when she will be able to see her dad again. If this city council truly believes in the values it claims to stand for, then it has a moral obligation to act. We need a community alert system, something that will notify residents of credible ICE activity, just like we're notified about other emergencies. It's not about politics, it's about humanity. It's about giving people the chance to make informed decisions to protect their families. If we do not do this for them, as my mom always says, nos vamos con una mano adelante y una atrás. This means these families have no time to react or to set in action a plan for the people they love. And separating and destroying families, that's not something we do in the Anaheim I know and love. You can't call yourselves for the people if you're not willing to do something as basic as warning them when their safety is at risk. Courtesy calls exist, communication channels exist, so why not use them to protect those most vulnerable? This is a matter of dignity, of consistency, and of moral responsibility. We urge you to stop hiding behind nice words and start taking real steps. Partner with organizations, draft policy, and implement an alert system that shows you mean what you say when you call Anaheim a community. Because right now, we are all left wondering, who is this city really for?
Our next speaker, Evelyn Alonso.
to lower it down a bit. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Evelyn Alonso. I'm an alumni of Anaheim High School and a current Yale student. I'm speaking today to request that the City of Anaheim implement, as we've all been saying, a community alert system to notify residents when ICE operations are occurring in our area. These past few weeks have escalated forced family separations and deportations to a level never seen before. Many Anaheim residents live in fear of unforeseen enforcement actions, which disrupt livelihoods and erode trust between immigrant communities and local government. A transparent alert system would allow residents to make informed decisions and take necessary steps of precaution in these troubling times. These kind of resources already exist and could be strengthened through such implementation. Our community deserves to know when potentially life-altering actions are happening in our own homes. It is heartbreaking to witness these changes in our city landscape. Churches, community events, schools, and workplaces have a new tension full of silence and fear. Through the work of generations of immigrants and citizens alike, we have built a beautiful and diverse city. These attacks are not just targeting a small minority, they're attacking the very fabric of what makes Anaheim, Anaheim. These attacks demand actions that not only recognize the contributions and rights of our immigrant community, but actively works to keep our city safe. I urge the council to explore existing policy options and partnerships that allow Anaheim to notify residents when credible reports of ICE activity are confirmed in our area. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll take this crucial step to continue to make Anaheim this loving and amazing place. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Haley Sotelo, and I'm here with the OC Youth Movement. I'm a resident of Anaheim in District 3. I'm speaking today because of the recent incidents with ICE in our communities. This week, there have been multiple ICE sightings in and around Anaheim. One of them was at Pearson Park. Other sightings were around high schools where students were still in session because of summer school or sports. Not only is that insane, but terrifying for many of our communities. As a young person living in Anaheim, I've seen some of the statements on this dais and statements council members have put out, which I appreciate. But here in Anaheim, we don't just need words, we need actions behind them. One of the recent actions Anaheim has taken is formulating the Anaheim Contigo initiative, which will lead you to immigration resources, which is great. Many Anaheim residents live in fear of unexpected ICE enforcement actions, which can separate families, disrupt livelihoods, and erode trust between immigrant communities and local government. A transparent alert system, similar to how we are notified of emergencies or safety concerns, would allow residents to make informed decisions and take necessary precautions to protect themselves and their families. Anaheim can do more. Our communities deserve to know when potentially life-altering actions are happening in their neighborhoods. If this isn't enough reason to take action, let me bring in another perspective. Anaheim has many small businesses, which we pride ourselves upon. Many of these small businesses are immigrant-owned, and these small businesses will and have started closing early. Many of these businesses will suffer because of the lack of people going out. Anaheim can and should lead in protecting the safety and well-being of all its residents. As youth, we are hurt for our communities. I am hurting for our communities, for our abuelas y abuelos who don't feel safe going and taking a walk in their neighborhoods, for my peers who no longer feel comfortable continuing with their summer courses because they saw ICE around their high schools and are faced with the uncertainty of when it will happen again. I urge this council to explore policy options and partnerships that would allow Anaheim to notify its residents via text, email, or app alert when credible reports of ICE activity are confirmed in our area. I hope that you will all explore the suggestions and take action to back up words. Action that will create a more safe and welcoming Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Saul Alonso.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Saul Alonso, and I'm a proud member of the OC Youth Movement. I'm speaking today to respectfully request that the City of Anaheim implement a community alert system to notify residents when immigration and customs enforcement, also known as ICE, operations are occurring in our area. Many Anaheim residents live in fear of unexpected enforcement actions. We can separate families, disrupt livelihoods, and erode trust between immigrant communities and local government. An example of this is when ICE was in Pearson Park chasing people down while no one did anything about it. A transparent alert system similar to how we are notified of emergencies or safety concerns would allow residents to make informed decisions and take necessary precautions to protect themselves and their family. Our community deserves to know when potential life-altering actions are happening in their neighborhoods. I know firsthand how this has impacted our community. As a practicing Catholic, I've noticed people actively living in fear. On Sundays at St. Boniface during the 12 p.m. Mass, it is usually packed, and now barely any people attend out of fear of being taken by ICE. Anaheim can lead in protecting the safety and well-being of all of its residents. In addition, many families are worried about how all of this is going to impact their kids' education. Our community is scared to drop off or pick up their children. Although school is currently not in session, many students are still trying to take traditional summer classes or dual enrollment classes. The recent rates may cause less and less students to attend school and develop their education. How is the city of Anaheim going to deal with this problem, especially when school is going to be back in session? As a U.S. citizen, I should not have to carry a copy of my passport wherever I go just because ICE might detain me on how I look. Discrimination should not be happening in our community, and especially in this way. I urge the city council to explore policy options or partnerships that would allow Anaheim to notify residents via text, email, or app alert when credible reports of ICE activity are confirmed in our area. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take this important step to keep Anaheim a place where all families feel safe and informed.
Next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
I am here tonight to share with you that I am somewhat satisfied that the city of Anaheim recently decided to share the fact that it is now finally following the California Trapping Regulation 465.5G3, which requires that homeowners within 150 yards of any and all trap sites in the city have to write a letter of consent before trapping can occur there. And if, let's say, one resident does not give consent, which is what you've been finding, then you cannot trap. So that's a step in the right direction. However, I'm not satisfied with the fact that even though, again, none of you were here in 2017 when the council voted to approve of this trapping plan, and it completely ignored 465.5G3. But you were here, 5 of you were here, in 2023 when I first came to speak to you about your trapping plan and the fact that you were not following 465.5G3. And it wasn't until I had conversations with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the department requested of me the phone number for your trapper, Jimmy Rizzo. And shortly after I provided that phone number, I was notified by the city that you are now following 465.5G3, and that you were, code enforcement was responsible for obtaining the letters of consent. And you have found, if you've been paying attention to this, it was described and discussed at the District 3 meeting last Thursday, that obtaining consent from everybody is a challenge, because there are people like me who are not going to agree to that. There were people at that meeting who felt very strongly about they wanted to kill every coyote in Anaheim. But there are other people who were telling me, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. I don't even live in Anaheim. Yeah, I know. I was told, hey, you don't even live here. Why are you here? Go home. But I respect the fact that people have differences of opinions. I'm fine with that. You can criticize me. But everybody has to have a voice, not just the people who support killing our wildlife. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Penelope. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm almost 30 years old, but these days I have been feeling like the 9-year-old little girl whose puppy was taken. And to say that these past few weeks have been devastating is an understatement. The deportation machine is dangerous. It instills fear. It separates family. It even kills. And it's doing exactly what it was created to do. And it's active in our county. It's active in our city. And we have witnessed it. We have witnessed ICE terrorize our communities through a series of raids. They have racially profiled our community members, our neighbors. They have kidnapped neighbors off our streets, off our parks. And these actions have impacted us deeply. They have impacted our loved ones, our youth. They have impacted our ability to live a dignified life. Our parents are too scared to leave their homes to get groceries. Even the food distribution line at my daughter's school was short today. And that's food that they depend on. The youth of Anaheim, the OC Youth Movement, have made a call to action, and I urge you to consider a community alert system to notify residents when ICE is in the city of Anaheim. A transparent alert system similar to how we're notified of emergencies like fires or flooding would allow residents to make informed decisions and take the necessary precautions to protect themselves and their families. The city of Los Angeles and Santana are exploring a notifying system for their residents. And you're also working to approve a fiscal budget. If you're ever wondering what more you can do for the immigrant community in our city or think that you've exhausted your efforts, I remind you that our neighbors in Santana have allocated money to fund the Legal Defense Fund against deportation. Like many have shared today, immigrants are more than fuel to your economy. They're our parents, they're our children. We are human beings. And I urge you to be bold in this moment, to be present. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. I feel so happy to see a lot of young kids speaking up. You don't imagine it, how deeply I feel happy, because back in 2012, I would love to see more young kids, and I knew you guys are gonna be speaking up. I'm here today because, as everybody's aware, they're talking about it right now at this moment. I'm getting a lot of messages. Anna Dry Community, Benmore, Acacia, they're so scared because there is a lot of military persons back in there at the back at Norgate. This is a really tough and crazy times for everybody, for all our community. It is really difficult to tell the families, don't get scared. Stay strong. Stay strong as we stay strong on the pandemic, but right now it's totally different. I'm here as a representative from Guanajuato. I'm the first state congresswoman at the state of Guanajuato, but I'm a resident of Anaheim. I'm a parent, but I'm also here because I would like to see more of you guys in the street. I'm so excited when I saw you, Natalie, standing at the park. Thank you for being there. Thank you so much for leave everything in the side and coming up and be prepared and defend our community. I think everybody, we have the opportunity to stand with our community, we're parents. We definitely want to enjoy the graduation for our kids. We definitely wanted to be with the day of our fathers because we're celebrating Father's Day, but we need to be there for the community. With all the respect, Mayor, we would like to see you more in the community. We definitely need to see you with our people, with our hardworking community people. This morning, in my neighbor, we saw them. They came and they were around. They're not only in my neighbors, they're all over in Anaheim, all over in California. We need to stay together. You have all our support, but we need to work together. We definitely need to be together because there is parents that are so scared to go out and get their medicine, get their groceries, take their kids to their practices. They're so scared. We need to definitely sit down. Let us help you. Let us be part of it. Let us do something to help back to our communities. And just wanted to tell you that I'm here to support all of you guys. And I really wanted to say from the bottom of my heart to my lister, I don't know where he is, but I wanted to say thank you because he responded right away. He was with me patrolling the streets as a lot of parents are doing it right now. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work. And let's keep this. Let's send a big message that we're not going to let separating our families. Thank you, everybody, and be safe. Sí, señor.
Our next speaker, Bianca Stopani. Then we'll go to the next speaker, Leslie.
Hi, I am Leslie, and I'm a small business owner here in Anaheim. I didn't write a speech. I just came here to ask you guys for help for our people, for our community. We're currently living in fear. Everybody's crying. I cry every single day, worried about my mom if she'll make it home, and I'm sure all of the families here are going through the same thing. So I'm just here to ask you guys for help, for an alert system, for something. Our economy is not gonna get better if our people are being taken. The economy is going to go down, and I see all these budget plans, but who's going to work the whatever you guys are building? You know, a lot of people aren't going to work. A lot of people are home, you know, and I'm just here to ask you guys for help, and that's it.
Next speaker, David Garcia. David Garcia.
Hi, everyone, Mayor, council members. Normally, I don't really come and speak out about stuff, but lately, especially today, after we saw Brad Lander being arrested in New York City, a mayoral candidate for the city of New York City, being arrested for asking basic questions from people that were there to arrest undocumented Americans. My wife and I, Elia, she's right here. She's also a resident of District 3. She's a naturalized citizen. She became an American citizen. I am a first-generation American citizen. My parents are immigrants. I'm worried, not so much. But first, let's talk with credit. I want to give you guys credit for what I saw that you recently launched. That website is important, and like was mentioned, we can build on that. But my only problem is that I don't see what I can do to protect my community members if there was 4 guys that jumped out of an unmarked van wearing masks and stuff they can buy at a surplus store at a military place, not answering my questions, not showing me a warrant, and being super aggressive. I gotta tell you right now, I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud, but I don't know what I would fucking do, sorry, if I saw that in front of me. I don't know if it's a gang of people that are trying to rape a lady and child traffic the child. I don't know. And like I'm having like panic attacks. I've been stressed because I was also, me and my wife, we take our dogs for a walk in the morning, and we go to Thank You Coffee. And one day I said, hey, let's go, and she was too tired. And so we didn't go that day. We would have run into ice. This was a couple weeks ago. I don't carry my wallet when I go to a Thank You Coffee in the morning with my pups. I have my ID and I have my phone because I pay with Apple Pay, man. I'm an American citizen. But I don't know what I would do if I saw people not answering my questions. So I beg you, please. I'm begging you, let's invest in some kind of infrastructure, take advantage, like everybody's saying, let's give warning to everyone. At least let me know that I can check to see if the people that are parked in front arresting people are actually ICE agents. I just want to I don't need to know their names. I just need to know that they are actually ICE agents. We have databases galore for every undocumented American. We're going to their homes. We're going to where they work. We're going to gyms. We're going to churches. We're going to cancer wards. Why is there no database for that? Thank you.
Our next speaker, Israel Ramirez.
Hi, good afternoon. So, my name is Israel Ramirez. I was born in Anaheim. I went to school here. I got my first job here. I still live and I still work here. Anaheim is my home and it has been my home for decades, but as of recently, I've never felt so unwelcome. Southern California and Anaheim especially face countless challenges, but today the obvious crisis that demands immediate attention are these state-sanctioned kidnappings happening under the name of ICE raids. I've heard the statements from city officials, from the mayor, from our governor, our senators, but I've seen little to no real action. I do appreciate my District 3 Representative Rubalcaba for showing up at the La Palma Park protest, but more needs to be done. I don't want to sit here and tell a sob story. We all have them. Everyone already knows someone who's been deported or has been directly impacted by one of these ICE raids. We've seen the fear in our neighbors' eyes. This is not new, it's not invisible. What's missing from all of you is accountability, protection, and true transparency. I don't know why these raids are happening, where these ICE agents are getting their information. Why are we allowing agents in plain clothes to harass residents and refuse to identify themselves and act with complete impunity? Telling us you don't support ICE means absolutely nothing if there's no community action to back it up. We don't need more words or welcome policies, we need direct action. As mentioned today, there are very basic and simple viable solutions that could greatly aid our community, the first being a citywide alert system to notify residents of active ICE operations. The second that I believe would be greatly beneficial would be a municipal fund to assist families and individuals that have been directly impacted by these raids. What's been happening has not just been affecting undocumented people, it has been affecting all of us. Anaheim is over 50% Hispanic. It's 60% made up of people of color. These ICE raids don't just tear families apart, they've been fracturing the fabric of our entire community. And you know, this isn't our first fight against racist-fueled federal mandates. This is echoing Operation Wetback. It's the denial of promised citizenship to those that participated in the Bracero program. We're living in a moment of modern persecution, and you are remaining passive. Last Friday, during a peaceful protest, I witnessed neo-Nazis in our city approach protesters, spray bear mace in the face of a teenage girl, and your officers, Bobo and Hernandez, did absolutely nothing. Do more than say that you care. We are demanding that you build the protection our people deserve. We elected you to help us. I understand that some of you up there probably feel anxiety and helpless and are also maybe scared. But if you truly feel that you're on our side, you should be angry or you should be louder and you should be doing a whole lot damn more because we've all been doing it out here alone, knowing but that we might be the next ones taken away. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Skylene M.
Hello, my name is Skylene and I was born and raised in Anaheim, California, District 5. I am here to speak on the injustice that has been going on with ICE and the terror being instilled in our immigrant community. Being raised in Anaheim means that I have been surrounded by immigrants my entire life. I am first-generation Mexican myself. People are scared to go to work and to the grocery store to feed their families because they're afraid that they're going to get deported, citizen or not, all due to racial profiling. It feels like the ones I love the most are fighting for their life and a right to stay in a place that they have built themselves. We need to protect our immigrant communities. No one should be afraid to get separated from their families. This is inhumane. What are you going to do for our community? How are you going to protect us? We need resources, and if you are truly on our side, then you will wake up and take action now. I am doing my part, going grocery shopping for loved ones that are petrified to step outside. I am looking for ICE agents, alerting the community to making sure that they stay inside, and I'm asking for you to, sorry, I'm like really upset, this is crazy. I'm asking for you to help us come up with a system that is going to let us know when ICE agents are around so we can let our community members, let them know, let them be inside, have them be safe because people are getting separated. I just got a message from my boyfriend and ICE is right across the street from his house. Like, we need to step together, get together, stand together, and be a part of a community, and you need to help just protect us. What are you gonna do? I need you to protect us. I need you to just help us have some communication to let us know when ICE is going to be there. So we just know we need to protect each other.
Our next speaker, Jorge A. Macias. Our next speaker, Jorge A. Macias.
Good afternoon, City of Anaheim. My name is Jorge Alberto Macias. I'm first generation Chicano, and my parents are from Mexico. I am an Orange resident, student, artist, barber. I would like for our city of Anaheim to come together with the community and please help our people and families of Anaheim and the County of Orange to resolving homelessness matters and ICE deportation issues. We simply want respect, unity, and safety for our people. It would be highly appreciated and just the humane thing to do by giving our working people and families the right to get via text messages and email updates on any ICE procedures being orchestrated in the area. My people aren't hiding from fear. We are outside every day with great attitude. We get up for work and help each other, whether Mexican, American, African, or any race. We are outstanding, respectful people. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
Hello, everyone. Giving honor to God, those on the council who are serving the God of the people. First thing, I want to say situation of our city. A lot of people act like they're surprised of what's really going on. And I'll just say, wait a minute, did you remember that there was children taken away from their parents at the border before? What kind of heartless person would take children from their parents? Well, guess what? Now we're feeling the same effect of it where they're taking people from their families. Excuse me, we need to do better. Why? Because we're part of this Republican regime that is just about saying that, guess what? If you don't fit, you gotta go. That's their basis one. Cuba, taking rights that's been away from people for generations. So what are we doing about it? What is the city doing about it? Because now it's being to the point where it's getting terrified. People are living in terror. That's part of the psychological effects it wants to play on the community. Do our community deserve to live in terror, or should we start to look to the people who's supposed to protect us and do something about it? We, like I said, we got a fire alert, we got a flood alert, we got the coyote alert, we got all those other, why can't we have an alert to protect us from ICE? Because, get ready to say, because why? It's the same regime. It's the same regime that has not brought up things like rent control at a rate of where people get their raises at, not going ahead and putting them out on the street. We do not take care of our people. We need to do better as Americans. We need to go ahead and stand up and look after one another. Black, brown, white, yellow, green, don't give a damn if you're pink or whatever. Accept people are where they're at, and let's go from there. Get ready to say, talking about land of immigrants. America is land of immigrants. All of us came from immigrants. Some of us came forcefully, some of us came for a better life. The point of it is, if we don't live together, what do we have? Nothing. Nothing. So we're looking for the leadership of our city council, stand up, do something. Don't act like, wait a minute, somebody went ahead and said, not seeing you in the neighborhood, do something for the neighborhood. That's what we're supposed to go ahead and do. Forget the damn snapshots. Forget all of that. We need some protection. I went down there giving out food last week in Santa Ana. You know I do that. What did it do? They had a big-ass protest. You know what I ended up doing? Stopped the food, went ahead, finished giving it out, went and joined the protest. You know why? Because, you know what? Just like the Holocaust,
Batiste,
they
I'm
didn't come
sorry,
for the
your time
Jews
is up.
first. They came for the handicapped. They came for the elders. After that, then they got the Jews. Let's do better, City of Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay. Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Speech like that deserves a moment of silence. Happy day. Kind of surprised that I'm standing before 4 Hispanic people. And you've bragged about how you provide services to your community. And you brag about providing services to your immigrant community. Curious, Carlos, is one of those services shooting them in the back with rubber bullets? I'm talking directly at them, not at the ground, not bounce skipping them, but shooting a mother in the back who is shielding her children and then charging her with resisting arrest. You know, I have a felony strike on my record and I get pulled over by police and it's no problem. I have a resisting arrest charge and I'm faced with felony stops. When I try and cross the border, go to Mexico because that's where my wife's family lives, and attend weddings and family events, when I come back, darn near break the computers with what's going on. So it's a shame that there's a mother in our community who's petitioned you and asked you to not expose her to this increased chance of being deported, an increased chance of being violently approached by police officers. Not one of you can stand up for her. I mean, I'm kind of embarrassed that I'm the one standing up for Yesenia Rojas. But then I remember I'm Polish. My ancestors came from Warsaw. 1 million Polish people were killed in Warsaw. Not soldiers, not army, people. Civilians, men, women, children. And you're providing the exact same services that the Germans forced my ancestors, who were leaders in Poland, to provide to their people. My ancestors boxed as many people up in shipping containers and sent them to France and America and all over the world so that they wouldn't be exposed to that. So maybe it does take me, a Polish man, with that ancestry to tell you, you owe Yesenia Rojas a correction to the record. You should have a city attorney in court tomorrow so that you can protect her life. And if you're looking for who's next after her before me, you need to find Donna Michelle Acevedo. You need to apologize to her and her family. She's indigenous, and her family, I believe, maybe immigrants, I'm not sure. But you owe your own community and yourself the truth, because everybody in here knows you're lying. You seem to be the only ones who can't tell.
Dr. Kay, your time is up.
Happy day.
Our next speaker, Abel.
You should be applauding that speech. You should have applauded Kenneth's speech.
Our next speaker, Abel.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, Anaheim. Hello. I was on my way today to Santa Ana to support out there our people. My niece told me that there was a city hall meeting here today, so I got off the freeway and came here as I am an Anaheim citizen, and I have been all my life. I don't know, I'm not a public speaker or anything like that, but I feel that's my responsibility for the people that can't. So I was going out there to Santa Ana to help protest, correct, for the immigration situation going on right now. At that building, prior days before this, I was shot by rubber bullets in front of the immigration building. The first time I went to that building, I believe the first time, was when I helped my father get his papers when I was of legal age. After that, I was fortunate enough to help out many residents get their papers and become citizens of our country. I was fortunate enough to do that, and I studied just as much as they did to get my terminology correct, because it's a whole different ballgame, right? Now, that's our building there, where we make dreams come true, not break them apart or destroy them. And to see that kind of militia, Gestapo, whatever you want to call it, up there, it hurts us, and we fear too. It's a humanity thing, just like everybody says here. My mom, back in the 70s, being a resident of the United States, was taken across the border because she couldn't speak well, but she was a resident. She was in her right to be here. So I'm here to speak for her and for everybody else. And maybe I didn't come here with a speech because I just jumped off the freeway, but I know I got to say something. So please do better for us and for the working class, which is our immigrants, because we carry this country. And just like everyone's been saying, this is our country. We are all immigrants here. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Here I am. He approaches the microphone and is about to speak. Who in here has 34 felony convictions? Anybody in here? Maybe? There's a winner right there. Yes, he does. And that's exactly right, ma'am. And I wake up in the morning and I'm waiting to see Rod Serling from the Twilight Zone. And you're living in, if you're old enough to know the Twilight Zone, then you'll know what I'm talking about. 34 felony convictions next on the Twilight Zone. Anyhow, this parasite brought all this on. I mean, let's just face it. That parasite in the White House brought all this and landed it right on the people that actually serve you in the restaurants, the people that actually do the cleanings and cooking, and we would not be anywhere without the people in this room. Our country would collapse, and it damn near has, because people are not showing up to work. You'll see businesses close, and everybody's kind of hiding out for their own preservation. And what the hell do we have to do? I'd like to see you guys, as a council, mayor, basically make an address that we're not going to put up with this. We cannot allow Washington and that parasite in the White House to basically dictate the future of this country. He has no right to be there for sure. Barack Obama would have been run out of town for various obvious reasons. And we cannot have this in this country. This country was built by immigrants, and the only way it survived is because of immigrants. And if you guys, if we all just kind of play like, well, maybe all this will go away, we're in trouble. We're in deep trouble, folks. And, you know, just hold on to that thought. 34 felony convictions, and you get to live in the White House. You know, my God. Yeah, well, I can't add any more than these wonderful speakers, these kids who are growing up with this. And I saw on Saturday, I saw something I thought I'd never witnessed in my life. This even, the Vietnam protests that I grew up during that time, and all the things but I've never seen that many people in one place at one time, and it was just instantaneous. And God bless them, and I hope they do it again, and I'll be there if they do. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker.
Trump, he will be impeached.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'd like to thank all the speakers tonight for taking the time and sharing their thoughts and feelings. But Anaheim's a company town. And if you look at last week's meeting, and if you would have listened to the staff report on the budget, you would think this town, that the A in Anaheim stands for action. But there were a lot of good words last week about the dispatchers, and I heard nothing about it in the staff reports today on the budget. This is Anaheim's first line of defense, the dispatchers. Police have 32 positions and 10 vacancies, and not one word was talked about that. Fire, they have 4 vacancies. These are full-time. So what does the A in Anaheim stand for? Accessibility. Qatar. So what happened in Qatar with our mayor? Why was it important a month ago to go to Qatar and not stay here and plan for ICE? Taking from the Gulf Times, the U.S.-Qatar Business Council in Doha recently hosted an exclusive dinner in honor of a distinguished delegation of U.S. mayors as part of its ongoing mission to strengthen economic ties between the U.S. and Qatar. Thank you, Mayor. So you didn't have time to deal with ICE, prepare for it. Now, that wasn't a singular event, because at last week's council meeting, it was, or on the public calendars, all the council here a month ago went to the private 70th anniversary Disney celebration. They had several hours to hobnob with their benefactors, but they didn't have time to look into the problems with the dispatchers or the oncoming problems with ICE. And the mayor was proud to report last week that she went to Washington, D.C. again. No details on what was discussed, nothing about ICE. So the A in Anaheim stands for accessibility. In terms of looking for legal help from the city, if you look in the budget, the city attorney's office is $13.3 million. You may ask, why isn't some of that available for what you were requesting? Good luck. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. First, I want to express my gratitude for the action that this council has taken to acknowledge the presence and the impact of ICE in our community. It matters, it shows that the city's paying attention, but now I'm asking that we take it a step further. I'm really proud of the youth that are here today. I think one of the things that we always do is that we encourage our youth to really speak up, and I'm really happy that they're here. And I couldn't sit at home and not join them. So they're watching their classmates come to school in tears, not knowing if their parents will be there when they get home. I'm proud to be a part of the city of Anaheim. I believe in the city, but we need a response that moves beyond acknowledgement. This isn't just a moral issue, it's an economic issue. People are afraid to go to work, afraid to visit their doctor, afraid to take care of aging parents or children with special needs. And when fear keeps people in the shadows, our whole city suffers. Our local businesses feel it, our healthcare system feels it. So I stand here not only as a resident, but as someone that is committed to being a part of the solution. Thank you for what you have done so far, but please, let's keep working together to make Anaheim a city that truly and uplifts all of its people.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Isabella Borrayo. I am a 13-year-old. I want to thank Natalie and Carlos for being there at La Palma Park. I didn't really think I would be up here talking today, but I'm here to speak for those who can't. Sorry. I'm here to tell you what you should be doing. We're asking for help and for you to keep us safe and to have families together. I hope that you guys wrote down like what these people were telling you because we need help and we're asking for help and we want our families safe and together. Sorry if I'm stuttering, I'm kind of scared. Sorry.
Our next speaker, Nicholas.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Nicolas. It's nice to meet you all and be able to speak with all of you in the community. So I want to thank all of you for taking the first steps and addressing these issues that everyone has been talking about with the Contigo resource page and then also the public statements. But I want to emphasize that it is just first steps, right? And there's a lot more that could be done. I live a couple blocks away from Pearson Park. I jog there like every couple of days, and it felt very weird driving around and warning my neighbors that there are federal agents snatching people from the streets. It was super dystopian and definitely not in my weekly schedule. So just like other people mentioned, I want to urge that you guys have some type of citywide alert system. Super important whenever there's any type of ICE activity, when raids are occurring in Anaheim. And right now, I want to go back to the Contigo resource page. So I looked at it briefly, and there's about 10 lines that are like a Know Your Rights page. I think it's like the third page. That's not enough. It definitely needs to be a little bit more expansive than that. And it needs to also be in a coherent step-by-step situational list. And I'm going to explain to you guys why. So I work in crisis de-escalation in our public schools. And you would be very shocked how much someone's cognition drops when they're in a crisis situation. So asking someone if ICE approaches them at their door, asking someone who's terrified to grab their phone and Google anaheim.net/Contigo and scroll down to page 3 and read a disorganized, non-exhaustive list of rights is definitely not going to help them as much as you guys think it will. Their hands are going to be shaking, their vision's going to be blurry, they're worried about being torn from their families. It's going to be very hard for them to actually apply that in their situation. So this needs to be broken up into different situational flyers for different situations. These flyers need to be handed out not just by like an email, but like other people mentioned before, by community organizations, city workers, any type of like non-uniform staff or community resources that you can get. If police want to help out with that, cool, but this should mainly be done by non-uniformed people. I know Anaheim PD didn't necessarily do anything wrong in this situation, but I'm just saying any type of uniformed people might be a little bit traumatic right now in our vulnerable communities. So yeah, this should definitely be more of a social worker type of issue.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, well, I want to just make sure that these flyers, if you do hand them out, it's separated by what to do if if ICE approaches them at your house, or if it's they're pulling you over, or if they're in a public space, or your rights if you are a witness. So if you guys are able to send in
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
flyers,
Your
then
time is up.
please make sure
Thank you.
Please make sure that it's separated in a coherent way where people can actually read it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, George. George.
What's going on, everybody? My name is George. I actually know Natalie, so hello. First, can we just give a round of applause for everyone that spoke today? Come on, y'all. Let's get it going. I am a proud Anaheim resident. I've been here my whole life, born and raised. My dad's been here his whole life. You know, he was an immigrant as well from El Salvador. He's been a US citizen for over 30 years. And I also work for downtown Anaheim doing the events. I'm an MC, host, I do all that. And I also manage an artist. And in the music industry, I'm one of the few people that really represent Anaheim when it comes to the music, hip hop industry and all that stuff. But aside from that, I have to be honest, growing up out here my whole life, this is the first time ever in my life, even as a person of color, where I get nervous, like when I see my dad go to the grocery store. And he's a US citizen. He works for the city of Anaheim for over 30 years. You know, he has his passport, all that stuff, but it's to the point where during the day, if he has to go to the store, I just feel this fear. And I've never felt like that, even as a person of color. I never felt like that around here. And I never even come to these things to speak about this. I'm not a politician. I am a public speaker. I love talking in front of people, but you know, I just feel like I had to. I wasn't even planning to come speak. But I was like, I was kind of a last minute type of thing, you know, and I love where I live at. I live at District 1, shout out Ryan. Shout out to the whole city council, you know, and I really at least appreciate you guys hearing us out, and I really hope we can see some action. You know, and I'm still proud to be from Anaheim. I love that, you know, Natalie, Carlos, I know you guys spoke out at the protest. I was at the protest. And I have to really say, if you guys, and everyone else that wasn't there, I'm not even trying to put you guys on blast or anything like that, but what I'm trying to say, it was a beautiful time. It was a really beautiful moment. And that was my first time at a real protest at La Palma Park. Over 3,000 people from the city of Anaheim was there. Latino, Black, white, Asian, every ethnicity was there. So many different signs, so many different messages. I was a little bit overwhelmed because I was like, I've never seen our city come together like this ever. You know, and I work in downtown Anaheim. We have events where 2,000 to 5,000 people come. But a lot of those people actually are not from Anaheim too. So they see how our city is. And we do have a community. I've worked in after school programs. I've volunteered at Oak Canyon Nature Center. I've worked for the city of Anaheim working with kids. I've done it all. I've seen it all, you know, and I just didn't really have a speech or anything. We already know what the situation is. I think you guys already know what you guys really need to do. You guys already heard. Everyone else kind of already said it all. But again, my name is George, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Julia S.
Hello, my name is Julia, and I am a resident in District 1 and work in District 3. I am the event manager for downtown Anaheim and currently the Anaheim Farmers Market, a space that we proudly support local small businesses and serve as a gathering place for our diverse community. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge the city of Anaheim to implement, like everyone has said, a community alert system for our residents. Many of our Anaheim residents, neighbors, coworkers, friends, and visitors live in constant fear and of unexpected enforcements. These operations continue to separate our families and disrupt our livelihood, and it completely takes away the trust that immigrant communities have in local institutions. At the farmers market, I can see firsthand the fear and impact of small business owners and community that comes out. Like, we have resources there for the community. We allow market match, and this helps people with EBT get free money for fruits and vegetables, but we've noticed like a decrease in people coming to the market, and it's so sad because I know so many of them rely on this, and I'm just scared. I don't know what to do to protect my vendors, and last Thursday I woke up, and Thursdays are my favorite days because it's market day. And when I saw the incident at Pearson Park, my heart just sank. Like, I was not comfortable having the market that day. We had to cancel. We just couldn't do it. And it's, like I said, frustrating because I know so many people rely on this. And we need a plan. We need support. We need something. And that's all I'm here to ask from you guys. You guys heard all the suggestions. So I hope you guys can do something for us, because it really is affecting our small businesses and our community here. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our public comment.
Can I speak?
please?
Sure.
I'm a resident of Anaheim. My home is here. I didn't plan on speaking, but there's a couple things I just want to bring to your attention. Being an American, you know, when all of us, and I do mean all of us, we were not Americans in the first place. We were coming, really, we came from England and all over the place. My name is Barbara Bell. I'm sorry, I didn't identify myself. I'm a grandma. And there's several things that has occurred to me. And that is that the only people that are immigrants is all of us. Truthfully, every last one of you folks. When those people come over on Mayflower and landed at Plymouth Rock, the only people that was here was Indians. And I don't mean just one tribe. There were Indians of all different kinds throughout the United States. We invaded America. Truthfully, I'm sorry. That's the honest to God truth. And if you remember your history, you'd know that too. And it irritates me because I worked for the Sheriff's Department for almost 24 years in the jails. And I have seen some really bad people. I was raised Christian, and it really opened up my eyes of how many people that are here. They're not even immigrants. We're talking Americans born and raised here. Murderers, rapists, wife beaters. Well, let me tell you about wife beaters. Wife beaters, and I talked to my friends that worked in the coroner's office. Every last one of them, wife beaters. It starts out slow and then it continues. But that wife is going to end up on the slab in the coroner's division from his anger, or he blamed it on her that he lost his job. Piss on that. He did that all by himself. But what I'm saying, I'm trying to bring in a few things that's on my mind. And it's maybe not very organized, so bear with me. ICE agents, yes, we need ICE agents. But ICE agents are really supposed to be taking away the murderers, the rapists, and the people that have come in like from Colombia and robbing people's homes, organized crime, so to speak.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, and one other thing I'm going to bring up is, you know, all this thing with ICE? You know what that reminds me of? When Hitler was in charge. The Nazis, that's right. And those were white people.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Your
Okay,
3
that's
minutes
all
are
right.
up. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to finish. Hitler was taking those poor people, and they were white folks, just because they had a religious, different point of view.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so sorry,
Okay.
but we just
And
give
one
everyone
other
the same
thing
amount of time,
about
just
the
to be
immigrants
fair.
is, ma'am, I'm going to say this too. I have got several Hispanic neighbors, and yes, they don't speak English, but their kids do. And they're good folks, people. They're hardworking, good folks.
Thank you.
So thank you for
very
your
much.
time.
So Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person comments. Noting for the record, we did get 21 electronic comments that were general comments. Those were distributed to the City Council as well as posted on the city's website at anaheim.net/public comment.
So thank you. We're good. Okay, right now, so what we're going to do, folks, is going to go a little bit out of order. We are going to go a little bit out of order. Please, ma'am, do not interrupt this meeting. This is important information that we want our community to hear, and you've had your time to speak. So what we're going to have is the city manager's report go a little bit early because I want to, especially all the young people that are here, thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for advocating for those that don't feel comfortable coming here, advocating for themselves. But I do want him, our city manager, to just outline some of the things we are doing with Anaheim Contigo. If you are not able to stay the whole meeting, our Know Your Rights panels should be out on the door. You don't have to take one, you can take a stack. You can deliver them to your communities, to your neighbors, people that need them. They also should be in our libraries, as well as our community centers. And I do want to respond. I know there was one of the speakers that was talking about crisis counseling. And I think it's important, especially at these really difficult times, to acknowledge that everything that we're feeling is valid. Some people are depressed, some people have anxiety, some people are angry, some people don't know what to do. And all of those feelings are absolutely have value, and we need to take care of each other. When people talk about the first steps, that is what this program that we announced and has been on our social media, that's what we intend it to do. We are going to keep building it better. We are going to keep making it more relevant as we get truthful and correct information. The last thing we want to do is distribute bad information. So we are trying to work both on the legal aspects, and that's just not doing deportation defense. That is trying to collect funds for people to get bailed out of jail if they have been removed. We need to work with our removal defense or legal aid organizations in our city. We've heard problems about food. We've heard problems about medicine. We know seniors and our kids aren't going to their camps, their schools, their activities. And so we all want to try to get as much information out there as possible. But if you could just listen to what we're doing, and then of course we want your feedback to how we can make it better, how we can make it more relevant, and how we can all partner together to get the information out there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. As the Mayor mentioned, Anaheim Contigo was mentioned a number of times this evening. And although it just went live on our website just a few hours ago, I want to provide some information that we have on this project, on this program, as we continue to build on it and put more elements of it in place. As you're all aware, we are seeing federal immigration enforcement activity in our city with impacts on our community. We continue to remind everyone that Anaheim Police, Fire, and our entire city are not involved in any immigration enforcement, nor do we assist federal agencies in that. As a city, we have concerns about enforcement activity that destabilizes families, neighborhoods, and our economy. With this in mind, I am pleased to announce a community effort with the Anaheim Community Foundation. The initiative is called Anaheim Contigo. It will provide community resources to Anaheim families, workers, businesses impacted by current events. The Anaheim Community Foundation will support and lead efforts for emergency assistance grants. That funding will, in turn, go to families that need help with groceries, household needs, utility bills, should they feel uncomfortable going out of their homes to shop or because they're unable to work. The funding will be overseen by case managers at our family resource centers, where we already have existing trusted relationships with families in our community. In addition, we are working to identify trusted legal services, nonprofits that can be a resource and also a source of charitable giving should anyone feel moved to support them. We will also be sharing critical public information on various topics related to current events. Full details are available on anaheim.net/Contigo. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. So we're now going to move on to our council communications. Do any council members have items to share? And I will start with Councilmember Kurtz.
These are indeed tough times. And certainly neighborhoods in District 4 have been impacted. I want to give a shout out before I go to slides or anything to somewhat of a partnership I've had with Cheerla for a few months. For a few months now, there have been neighborhood meetings in District 4 with Cheerla. Small neighborhood meetings, because those residents don't want to leave their neighborhoods. They don't want to go to a meeting where they look around and don't recognize everyone around them. And I want to respect that. So there are no slides, there's no dates. On my calendar, you're going to just see a community meeting. But I want to thank Cheerla. We've called them 2 days in advance of a community asking for a meeting, and someone has been out to talk to them about what they should look for, what they should do, how they should conduct their lives, what documents they need, very practical questions. And they leave them with a number of telephone numbers to call if somebody comes knocking at their door. The gentleman earlier mentioned, how does somebody go to a website and start looking up information if somebody's pounding on their door? They have a telephone number to call. I also want to recognize the Rapid Response Network and the volunteers, because as many calls that come in with sightings of ICE, they're able to verify. They backtrack and verify what the ones that are indeed true. But the reality is, if a neighborhood sees a white van, they panic. Trust that is affecting every one of us up here on council. In our own ways, we're doing other things, but I just wanted to thank Cheerla for coming out into the community and continuing to work with residents. And you know what? They don't need a big meeting. They don't ask for a guarantee of a number. They said if 3 people want to talk to us, we'll be out. So that's why I wanted to thank them publicly. Anyway, I'll go on to just some regular business. Little Pine Park, grand opening, and it truly is a little pine park. They have little pines, and it's a little park, half an acre, but it's in a neighborhood, one of the neighborhoods I described, impacted by what's going on. And truly, we thought about maybe canceling the celebration, and then thought, you know what? This community needs a little bit of a celebration, and the kids came out. They were excited to have a place to run and be happy. So I want to thank the city, community services. That park was developed by the community. They're the ones that designed it, and community services helped build it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for going out and helping cut that ribbon. Next slide. There is Safety for Seniors community meeting taking place on June 24th, 11 o'clock at the United Methodist Church on State College. I had the slide last meeting. It had just been put together, so tonight we have the one in Spanish. Invite our seniors to come out and learn how to protect themselves, make sure they feel safe. Both Councilmember Maas and myself are hosting that. We're hosting that and inviting certainly the seniors in districts 4 and 5, but seniors across the city that would like to join us on that day are very welcome to do so. They'll get some valuable information. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other council colleagues that have communications to share? Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Councilmember Kurtz's comments in regards to Little Pine Park. I'm a park guy. I love it when we can open a new park. It was a fantastic opportunity that's there. Really great way to use a space that you wouldn't normally think of use of a park. So thank you for staff for that. It was really well attended and obviously a great new park in Anaheim. I know, Sandra, you got noticed here. I was going to say a big thing, but I'm happy that you were able to get the award here. And I know of you so long, it's hard for me to remember, or it's hard for me to refer to you as, is it Lorenzo, right? It's Luzo, sorry, I apologize. See? It's hard. I've known you a long time. I know you're a great staff. But anyways, good job, and I know you do well for the city, and we are a better place to have you here. The last thing I want to comment is we don't have another meeting until after July 4th. It is coming up here, and I'd just like to remind the residents, please stay safe and sane, fireworks, and remember your neighbors, and just remember, keep it legal. Thank you.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I do have a few slides to share. So I know this has been mentioned a couple of times, but I just wanted to highlight the peaceful gathering that occurred at La Palma Park this past Saturday. And we're really grateful to the organizers. I was there with my council colleague, Councilmember Leon, and we were able to not only meet a lot of residents who were there, but just engage in the entire process. We were there from the time it started until it finished, along with our Chief Communications Officer, Mike Lister. And we were also joined by Congressmember Lou Correa, who is really on the front lines of all of this immigration the concerns that everybody here has talked about. I know it's already been said, but I do want to also thank all of our youth who came out today and others who spoke on behalf of our Latino community, because in my opinion, it is really racial profiling that has occurred in our community. I live near Pearson Park, so when the alerts first started coming out on Instagram, of course, my constituents were sending them to me, and I had the opportunity to walk over to the park and speak to somebody who had been approached by these federal agents. I won't even call them ICE agents. We're really not sure who they are because the city does not get notification when they are going to be in our district. So I was able to speak to somebody who did say that they went up to him simply because he was sitting in the park, asked him for his documentation status, and asked him for his ID. Like somebody mentioned, I don't carry my ID to the park. However, when I went to Pearson Park that morning, I made sure to take my license with me because I wasn't sure what to expect. As a Mexican American, you just don't know. At this point, there's a lot of uncertainty out there. So for me, it was just making sure I can confirm what was happening, and we were able to confirm that people are being approached. My council colleague and I will be sending out information about consensual encounters, which we just want our residents to be aware of the fact that you have it's voluntary, so you don't have to talk to anybody. But I also want to emphasize that these are not our Anaheim PD. These are federal agents who are coming into our city that we have no control over. And I do want to commend our friends at the Anaheim Police Department for just being really intentional and thoughtful this past weekend and over the past week when working in the community and not only talking to our community members, but also ensuring that our gatherings are peaceful. And I also want to thank Mike Lister for putting out communication about what it is, how you can lawfully assemble, meaning gather, protest, rally, and then what rises to the level of an unlawful assembly, which results in our police department having to do enforcement lightly just to make sure that we keep our community safe. And that does include, and I'm just going to mention it for individuals who want to continue to rally, because we do want to ensure that you are able to exercise your First Amendment right. That is of the utmost important. But if you start to block streets, climb on property, throw items, then that would result in an unlawful assembly and it could shut the rally down. So if you are out there, make sure that you encourage everybody to continue to be peaceful. I am very proud of the way that Anaheim has handled it. We are really just focused on making sure that our residents are safe. So I wanted to just mention that. And then since we're on this topic, I also want want to thank Grace Stepter and I know she's already received a lot of attention tonight, but also Sandra Lozo for just jumping into action. I'm also going to mention Yadira Moreno. I received notification from a resident that her husband and father-in-law had been detained while working in Downey, and unfortunately they were the breadwinners of the family, but our Anaheim family here were able to provide them with resources so that they could stay current on their rent, their kids could obtain any resources that they might need, and we did all of that in collaboration with the school district and within hours. So I know that you have now put together a collaborative, and I'm just grateful for all of the work that you're doing in this area. I also just want to mention that my council colleague and I, Councilmember Leon, along with Mike Lister and all of our colleagues here, because I think we're all aligned on the fact that we care about our community and we are also very upset with the things that are going on in our city. But so what we're doing now is we are working with the Orange County Justice Fund to ensure that they have funding to also provide bonds for people who are actually able to go through the due process system. But I'm not sure if everybody is aware, there is an executive order that reduced the amount of time. So if you've been in this country for 2 years or less, you're now expedited deportation. It used to be 2 weeks or less. So that was an executive order that came from the executive branch, the president. So I just wanted to highlight that information, and you can find out more on our website. Mike Lister and his team have done an amazing job communicating with our city and our residents, so I have to commend him. I don't think he's had much sleep, so I just want to make sure that he is aware. He's been out. I also just have to mention he has been to all of the areas where there have been sightings of ICE to provide our residents with Know Your Rights brochures. I'm grateful that our young people came out today, but I also hope that they would reach out to us because we would share that we've had these Know Your Rights documents for quite some time. We have our police department along with our fire department have been in the community hosting events and providing individuals with information and ensuring everybody knows that our 911 and our first responders, public safety officers are here to serve Anaheim. And we want to make sure that everybody knows that they should never hesitate to call 911 or call public utilities. We are here to represent the people who live in Anaheim. So I just wanted to highlight that. And with that, I have another slide. So thank you. I also just have to mention, so I know last week I shared some information about a resident who graduated, but this one is pretty personal. So this is my senior policy aide, Valeria Sandoval, and I just wanted to share a little highlight about her. So Valeria is a proud Anaheim native and a first-generation college graduate who earned her MBA from UCLA Anderson School of Management this past weekend. She currently serves as my policy aide with a background in public policy and corporate social justice. So she has been instrumental to my team on the policy side and also has helped provide updates on what's going on in our community. She also previously served as she also served as a staffer in the U.S. Senate for Senator Mark Warner and in the U.S. House of Representatives for Congressman Lou Correa. So I just wanted to recognize all of her hard work, and she also is a first generation, so just kudos to Valeria, and we're happy to have her on our team. And then this is the last slide, I promise. So I just wanted to mention that we did have this past week District 3 meeting, and some of the top issues from residents in District 3, I represent 50,000 people who live in Anaheim, but some of the top issues were coyotes, fireworks, and then of course the immigration concerns. So I want to thank city staff and all of the residents who came out just to hear information about what's going on in our community. And if it wasn't on the agenda, we were able to address issues that were concerns anyway. So I want to thank everybody who was out here. We were there from about 7 to 9. So these are quarterly, these are staff-led, but I know my council colleagues also attend their district meetings when they occur. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to start in Spanish and then I'll translate. Estamos viendo la presencia de agencias federales aquí en nuestra ciudad. Sé que esto puede causar preocupación. Quiero tomar este momento para reconocer esas inquietudes. Las agencias federales tienen la autoridad para operar en cualquier ciudad, incluyendo la nuestra. Es una realidad que limita nuestro poder, pero no nuestro compromiso de apoyar a nuestra comunidad. Sabemos que hay mucho miedo, sabemos que hay enojo, que hay confusión. Como dijo la alcaldesa, todas esas emociones son válidas, 100%. Todos estamos en la misma situación. Yo soy ciudadano, nací aquí, soy hijo de inmigrantes. Yo también siento ese miedo que muchos de ustedes sienten. Pero no nos podemos dar por vencidos. Tenemos que seguir usando nuestra voz. Desafortunadamente en esta situación hay cosas que no sabemos qué se puede hacer o no se puede hacer. Me imagino que muchos de ustedes a lo mejor viendo esto están pensando qué puedo hacer yo para abogar por mi comunidad. Para mí la información es poder. Poder compartir información a sus vecinos, compartir información a los negocios que están en nuestra comunidad, dar esos recursos para que se puedan informar y puedan tener esa información lista. Como dijo también la alcaldesa y mi colega, estamos lanzando una nueva iniciativa de parte de la ciudad, Anaheim Contigo. Habrá más pasos que vamos a tomar en los próximos días para informar a la comunidad, para tratar de trabajar con varias organizaciones para diferentes recursos para nuestra comunidad, pero estamos trabajando en eso y quiero que sepan que no están solos. No podemos cambiar leyes federales, pero sí podemos asegurarnos de que toda nuestra comunidad estén informados y de que tengan esos recursos para poder ayudar durante estos tiempos difíciles. Les urjo, por favor, sigan abogando por la comunidad, sigamos haciendo nuestra parte, manteniéndonos informados, seguros y conectados. Por favor, no compartan información que no sea válida por una organización confiable. Estamos en esto juntos, esto es en equipo. Esto no nomás va a ser nosotros 7 poder solucionar este problema, este es el gobierno federal. Y tenemos que trabajar todos en equipo como una comunidad. Estamos al mismo lado, queremos proteger a nuestros vecinos, a nuestra comunidad. Hay cosas que sí podemos hacer y hay cosas que desafortunadamente no se pueden hacer y va a ser en equipo que vamos a poder salir adelante. I ad-libbed some of that, so I'm just going to try and go through here. First, I do want to thank our police department. I want to thank our communications team, as my colleague said, for all of their work over the last few days in informing the public, providing clarifications, as well as a safe space for residents and visitors to exercise their First Amendment rights. I also want to thank everyone who has used their voice peacefully and safely to advocate for our community. Thank you. I also want to take a moment to speak directly to our community, not just as an elected official, but as someone who understands what it feels like to carry questions and worries during uncertain times. I was born here, but I'm a son of immigrants. We are seeing federal law enforcement in our city. We're likely to see that for a while. And I know that many of our families, especially those who have experienced trauma or uncertainty tied to immigration, this presence can feel deeply unsettling. And as the mayor said, we acknowledge those concerns, we acknowledge those feelings, they're valid. This has been a reminder that federal agencies can come into any city across the country, including ours. It's a reality that limits our power, but not our acknowledgement of the real fear and confusion it can create, and also reaffirm our commitment to supporting our entire community through actionable steps that working with my colleague and city staff, hopefully the next few days we'll be able to announce some more of those steps. But definitely open, as was said before, to more feedback to see what we can do to collaborate. Our residents deserve to feel safe, informed, and supported. And I want to remind the public, our police officers, our firefighters, our paramedics, they do not collaborate with federal agents for the enforcement of federal immigration policies. You can call them with confidence. Information is power. We all have rights, and we must stay informed. As the city manager said, Anaheim Contigo, a new community initiative that's built around that idea of standing with you, contigo, because we're all in this together. This is a place that's going to be able to provide clear information, find resources you can trust, and additional steps and information we'll be sharing soon, but just know this, that we are not alone. And even from that picture from La Palma Park, thousands of people coming out, there are many of us that want to work together and collaborate and advocate for our community. We don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I'm not going to pretend like I do, but I can promise to be honest, to try to communicate as often as possible, and above all, keep showing up for our community, especially when it matters most. So please, let's look out for each other, continue to use your voice peacefully and safely, and let's stay informed and let's move forward together. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Council Member. So we are now going to move to address the City Council consent calendar. We have items 1 through 19 before us, except for item number 8, correct, clerk? So that's been pulled. Are there any members that would like to remove an item for discussion? I'll start with you, Councilmember Leon. Just kidding. Down to Councilmember Rubalcaba.
1, 5, and 14.
1, 5, and then 14. Councilmember Kurtz?
4, and did you say 14 or 13?
14.
Oh, 13.
Okay, can I have a motion to move the balance?
I'll move the balance.
I'll second.
Okay, please vote.
The consent calendar also included item number 18 and ordinance number 6612, an ordinance of the City of Anaheim, amending various sections of Chapter 16.40 of Title 16 of the Anaheim Municipal Code relating to the designation of very high fire hazard severity zones. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the recorded absence by Councilmember Moss. Motion carries.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Rubalcaba. She pulled item number 1.
I mainly pulled this, I'm going to be bringing up something during agenda setting time, but I mainly pulled it because the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District has the wrong date. It actually says January 16th, 2024. So I know that's probably not a big deal, but this meeting was held in 25, wasn't it?
That's correct. So we'll go ahead and work with the department to make sure that updated. Make sure that's amended.
And with that, I have nothing else. I make a motion to move the item.
Okay, please vote.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Oh, sorry. Slow.
And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays, a recorded absence by Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. The next item to be pulled by Councilmember Kurtz was item number 4. Would you like a staff report?
No, no, I don't need a staff report. I have a question. This is on the list of the Visit Anaheim agreements. Just have a question on a couple of items. There are 2 items that mention that they're working with an organization that's going to rebrand and market Anaheim. I think it's with Collide, and it's almost $500,000 that when you put them all together. It seemed like an extraordinary amount of money. I just want to understand or better understand what that plan is and when we're going to see it.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Christina Dawson is here today that can speak directly to that. Although I will say first, I had questions on the terminology of brand Anaheim, and it is specific to Anaheim as a destination marketing, not the city as a whole.
Okay.
But Christina can speak to the individual agreements. Councilmember, which numbers were those that you were looking at?
It's Miles Partnership for $74,000, and then there's a second one that is Miles Partnership for up to $369,999.
Correct. The first one is for the work that they will be doing
during the year of 2025. And then the additional is for the work that they will be doing in 2026. So they are the agency that will be doing our strategic media planning, activation, marketing communications division. They're going to be collaborating with Collider Lab that you mentioned for the brand strategy. And then we haven't yet secured our creative studio, but they are all working together on the new marketing campaign for the destination.
So it's the whole new marketing campaign,
It's an
not
entire
just a
new-
rebranding of,
It's everything, yes, correct.
okay.
Which is
and-
why the number is so substantial.
Yes, that's what I noticed. It caught my attention, and caught my attention because it was split in two.
It is. One is for the work that they're doing in 2025 for the balance of the year, and the other is for the work that will be done next year.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had on that one. If there are no other questions, I'll move the item.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the recorded absence by Councilor Miles. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is item number 5, pulled by Councilmember Rubalcaba. Would you like a staff report?
I will take a brief staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Heather Allen, Director of Planning and Building Department. And joining me this evening is Elaine Tien-Persidi, Principal Planner. So this item is the annual review for the first amended and restated development agreement. So this is the first time we're doing this review with the amended development agreement. So the development agreement, as you'll recall, essentially defines the roles and responsibilities of both the city and Disney, provides protections afforded by a development agreement. And the first amended and restated was executed last year and carried forward for a 40-year term ending in 2064. So to date, they have completed the obligations that they were responsible for the first year, which is the $15 million affordable housing payment, the $8 million parks payment, and there was also an obligation regarding a covenant recordation guaranteeing reimbursement for traffic control services. So all those items have been completed. Upcoming in the near term are some funding related to sewer improvements in Catella, as well as an enhanced services agreement, and as well as some additional sales tax action regarding construction materials. So that agreement is underway as well. We do have representatives of Disney here who can speak to their accomplishments this evening as well. I'm available to answer any questions.
Is it okay if I ask a question? Okay. So I do have specific questions about the annual review letter. So I don't know if the chief is still here because I'm going to start with 3.18, which is page 6. It's the police operations agreement and improvements, and then it talks about the ongoing compliance. And I do just have questions about the fully burdened reimbursement for our police officers that are serving at the Disneyland Resort. I also have some questions related to the special events that are consistently hosted by Disney that take away resources from our city. And I understand they pay overtime, but oh, here he comes. Hey, Chief.
Apologize.
No, you're good. We let you off the hook with the budget. Yeah. So I just have questions about page 6 on the annual review letter, agenda item number 5. 3.18, which is the police operations agreement. Can you just share a little? I'll kind of just disclaimer it. So you work directly with Disney, negotiate the needs of the resort and what resources are allocated. You work with them to decide reimbursements. Can you share more detail on that process?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember. Disney provides full reimbursement for our employees that are staffed out there for sworn officers. So it's basically when we have officers assigned out there, whether it's straight time, because we do have a core group of officers that are assigned there full time, or whether the officers are assigned there on overtime. It's fully reimbursed back to the city as far as the cost go for the services. In regards to the policing services, we look at staffing that based on the needs and the circumstances. So allowing us the flexibility to, if a needs arise where we needed additional resources, we can make that request and we can get those upgraded. And what we saw during COVID is actually scaling down when the park was closed. And we still needed to provide some minimal security services there, but we couldn't provide a full contingency. We were able to work with our partners there to actually scale the services down. So it allows us to be able to provide that services as needed based on the circumstances that we see.
So how many of our police officers are currently fully, are funded completely by Disney as full-time?
So we currently have 10 full-time officers that are assigned out there. In addition to that, we have 2 supervisors that are assigned out there, and they're assigned out there on a full-time basis. And in addition to that, we hire additional officers to man the parks as the day progresses. So from 6 a.m., without getting into too specifics for security reasons, for almost not quite 24 hours a day, but for majority of the time, we provide staffing there on a consistent basis. And again, it's really reimbursed fully by Disney.
So how much overtime do you think, so Disney's only paying for 12 police officers, not concerned about the rank, but how much overtime is required to go beyond the 12?
I don't have that number broken down specifically with me at this moment. That's something I can get you. I do know roughly, actually, you know what? Let me look at my budget book. Hold on one sec. I apologize. We do have that number. I just don't have, I got to look through my binder to get that
Okay.
number. So if I can't get it to you right now, it's something I can follow up with.
Perfect, yeah. And then I'm also interested in knowing how many police officers are mandated to do overtime and how often. I know that's I know our police officers probably love the overtime, but when you're mandated, it's not as fun. So if you can get that information. I'm also particularly interested in all of the special events. So we have, 5Ks, half marathons, all of that. How much does that result in resources that are taken away from our city and our residents and reallocated to the resort?
That's information we can get you.
Okay, so I'd love to get that. I guess what I'm getting at is when you're negotiating with Disney, perhaps we need to be negotiating for additional resources and they should be paying more for fully burdened police officers and not just overtime. I love the overtime, but I think there might need to be an assessment because I tend to feel that when we're allocating more to the resort, we're taking away from our residents. So that's an issue for me. But if Disney is going to be expanding their footprint, you got somebody behind you, I think she has it for you.
I was able to phone a friend, so.
Always got the smart women with you.
Okay. So in 2025, we worked approximately 65,000 hours. Sorry, I'm out of breath because I was running. For the entire year. In 2024, it was 71,000. 2023, 65,000.
So right now, we're only halfway through the year, so we're already at 65,000 hours of overtime. And last year, we only did 71,000?
That's, I'm sorry, that's fiscal year.
Oh, okay. So we're down a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. And then how much is that, of that is mandated? I'm looking at quality of life issues.
Sure.
We can look at that. We'd have to go into our scheduling system and.
Okay, perfect. And then what are the conditions? So I noticed too that you negotiate like where, I don't know if there's like a little department there. I've never been on a tour of the way we're structured at Disney, but what does that look like for our police officers? Because I'm pretty sure they're there for like several hours, right?
Yes.
What's a shift?
Yeah, so I'll answer the first question first. What does that look like? So we do have a substation there. Our officers actually report there. They have lockers there, restrooms, report writing, a desk, office space. So they actually, instead of reporting to the main station, they actually report at Disney. We have a substation there, which is provided by Disney, and that's basically where they operate from. There's a small little gym as well there. That's where they do their catching up on reports, dress up, dress down. There's lockers there. And then they are assigned in different areas within the resort. In addition to the main substation that we have there, both parks actually have a office for us as well. So both California Adventure and the Disney park itself has office space, working space for our staff as well. So those are the fixed areas, and one of the things that we wanted to make sure is eventually as the future, as the Disney park expands to the west and eventually potentially a third location nearby, we wanted to make sure that we were able to get some space as well at the new park and the extension to the west as well. So that's where we wanted to make sure that that was covered as well.
Good,
And
good.
I'm sorry, and the second part to that is as the park does grow and there's potentially more gates that are added with the potential parking structure, part of the contract allows us to be able to add additional staff, full-time staff, to your point, as needed.
And I would love for you to update us on what that looks like, because it seems like the number has been pretty flat for quite some time, but the park continues to grow, especially after COVID. They've increased capacity. I also just want to mention, since you have the opportunity to negotiate this with them, I just want you to know you should feel empowered to ask them what we need. I know I've heard many people say we're lucky to have Disney, and we are, because if we didn't, we'd be other cities that are struggling. However, we still have to make sure that we're doing what's best for our city and our employees and our budget. So I just think that you should know that you should feel empowered to ask them for what we need. And even if they push back, we should continue to push forward and make sure that we're getting the support that our city requires. Because I think our residents would expect that. So that's all I have. But I look forward to seeing the information that you will follow up with. So.
Correct. I'll follow up on the mandated overtime that you requested.
Perfect. And then just like the reimbursement for our employees who are going to these special events that are like usually on holiday weekends or 3 days,
Correct.
Are they getting just regular overtime? Is that double time? I think Disney should probably be paying a premium for things like that. So that might be something that you negotiate the next time you have that opportunity. And I know Larry Labrato with Disney's here, so you could take that back with you too. So thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Yeah, Chief, I'll just ask the second, or follow-up to that. The substation that you're referring to is existing, but there's going to be another one per this item here, and it's going to be on the west side, you said?
Correct. We currently do have a substation that exists now, and we have earmarked for future as the park expands.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have another question? Oh.
But not for the chief. Thanks, Chief. I appreciate your time. I now have a question about 3.113, which is the staffing reimbursement and enhanced services. Okay. So it says we're still currently actively negotiating.
We received word actually during the budget workshop that Disney had agreed to our draft agreement, and we expect to be signing here within the next few days. Included in the budget item that's coming before you this evening will be an adjustment to account for the 15 positions. And as you will hear in Debbie's presentation, Disney will be paying for the fully burdened cost.
Fantastic, because I was disappointed to see that we had not completed that negotiation when you guys said that that would be the case when you came to get our approval for Disney Forward. So I'm glad that we were able to close that gap. Moving on to 3.116. So the employment compliance, and I don't know if you want to speak to this, Heather, or if you would like a representative from Disney to just come and give an overview on the current status.
Sure, I would invite a representative from
Awesome.
Disney at the pleasure of council.
Yeah, that would be great. I have specific questions. You can either give an overview. I saw the extensive list of events that you've hosted, but I would like to know how many residents have actually been hired as a result of the many events that have been hosted, and what that retention rate looks like as the park expands.
Hi there. Thank you for the question. I'm Deanna Detchmendy, representing the Disneyland Resort. I'll need to get back with you. We can get that information. I believe our obligation is in terms of marketing, to making sure that the opportunities for jobs at the resort are marketed to Anaheim residents really robustly, as opposed to having there's not like a quota or expectation of giving extra points for someone who lives in Anaheim, if that makes sense. But we can get you that number, I think, in terms of what the higher rate is.
Yeah, I would love that. So for me, it's less about the marketing. I mean, you hear people criticize us about our campaigning, but I think it's less about the marketing and more about the impact. So if we could get some figures that just show, it doesn't even need to be an Anaheim resident, but as a result of your marketing, how many people were hired at those job fairs? Because there's a lot of them. So I'd be interested in seeing what those figures are. And if you could include that in your annual letter moving forward, but also give me the information as soon as you get it.
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then last thing, I promise everybody, item 3.120, which is reimbursement for city-provided traffic control services. I mainly just have a comment, not really have a question. So I have been at the resort, driving through there, and traffic congestion in the morning is horrendous. So I was just going to recommend that maybe we need to assess and see if Disney should be paying for additional traffic control resources. Even when we had our strategic plan, going just down Manchester is a nightmare. Coming home from events at night, leaving the Disneyland Hotel, it's a nightmare. So I just think that there could potentially be additional resources that Disney might want to secure, Larry, for traffic control purposes when we have issues there where there's additional congestion. So thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other further questions, would you like to move the item?
Yes, I would like to move the item.
Second. Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the record absence by Councilmember Moss. Motion carries.
So the next item that was pulled is item number 13, pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, I would.
Good evening. For the sake of expediency, I wanted to note that item number 13 and number 14 are interrelated. They are for the shelter, and then item 13, which comes before the shelters, is for the security associated with the shelter. So I wanted to see if you would indulge us in just kind of allowing us to present the shelter report, or should we wait on that?
Why don't we do you want to just do both items?
I don't mind Councilmember
Yeah, and then
Rubalcava's-
when Councilmember Rubalcava returns, she probably has a different set of questions. But if that's how the report, the staff report's set up, that's fine with me.
Yeah, but the staff report is set up for 13 to go first. That's just kind of the sequence that they would put in. So happy to present the security portion of it first and then go into the shelter, if that makes sense. If not, we can flip them around, whichever one. They're interrelated, so one kind of supports the other.
Whatever works for you.
Are we okay then to just do the shelter contract? Okay, I will do that, and then we will, once you see everything we do at the shelter, then it'll make sense as to why we have security, and I'll go into more details on that. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Sandra Lozo to give the overview of the shelter contract.
Thank you, Grace. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. We have Ben Hurst from Salvation Army here to answer any questions, as well as our staff analyst, Zainab Yunus, up here. The item before you tonight is a one-year extension for our Salvation Army Emergency Shelter. The staff's recommendation is to approve the Fifth Amendment to the agreement extending the term one additional year to expire June 30th, 2026. And also increase the total maximum contract authority since 2019 to not to exceed $48,804,000, which includes the additional one-year reimbursable services for this year of a not to exceed $6.768 million. The city's Anaheim's homeless system of care hosts 3 pathways to home, healing, and work. Through ongoing partnerships with the community organizations and service providers, including the Salvation Army, our system of care aims to support individuals where they are at and coordinate resource offerings through these pathways. On the pathway to home, we have prevention efforts for those that are at risk of homelessness. We have our robust street outreach teams. You see the Salvation Army in the heart of our pathway to home as the emergency shelter, as well as other shelters we have throughout the city, but they are our largest. We have rapid rehousing for folks that we can offer short and long-term rental assistance to quickly house people experiencing homelessness, and then our permanent housing options that we have throughout the city. Our Anaheim outreach partners and programs that refer into our Anaheim shelter at Salvation Army, the largest is our community care response team. They work 7 days a week, 14-hour shifts, and bring in folks throughout the day. Our ACES program is a recent grant from the state related to highways and encampment removals, where they also now refer into our shelter. And then our HALO team, as well as other patrol officers out in the field, can also utilize our shelter day and night and on the weekends. And then our new access program that we've been running are now referring directly into our shelter. Our street outreach team has duplicated contacts of close to 15,000 so far this year, and they average about 3.5 people a day into our shelter. So some days we'll have 5 to 6 people, some days a couple. The Salvation Army shelter transformed from a dirt lot to a 224-bed transformational shelter in 79 days back in January of 2019, and was expanded to 325 beds in 2020. Since opening, they've served over 1,700 unduplicated Anaheim residents, provided over 500,000 total nights of lodging, over 425,000 meals, and they've also provided over 15,000 case management sessions, which are critical. This helps move over 400 people into permanent housing, 380 people into part-time employment, and helped over 150 people enter drug recovery programs. I should add that Salvation Army is the largest shelter operator in the world. The Anaheim Emergency Shelter has been awarded a Gold Star by National Salvation Army Headquarters, which is their highest shelter rating. In addition, Anaheim Emergency Shelter was recognized last year in 2024 as the Salvation Army's most innovative homeless shelter out of the 520 shelters in our nation. Since inception, we've taken in over 2,800 clients through our system of care at the shelter. Again, over 1,700 new clients, a little over 1,000 duplicates, and that's because we don't give up. If they leave, we find them, we offer it back in, we bring them back in. On the pie chart, I think it's important to note the largest piece of the pie is folks that have been on the streets for longer than 12 months, as we're continuing to search and move them into permanent housing. What's also good to note is you see the 1 to 3 months is also our second largest. So as we're trying to house people, we have people falling into homelessness at the same time. So it is a difficult challenge. Our current housing rate to date is 28.1%. That is higher than fiscal year 23-24, where it was 24%. The national average, according to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, is 16%. As a comparison, the county shelter of Bridges, that's also located in Anaheim, is 9%. So we have one of the highest housing rates shelters in the county. We also have an average of 97% occupancy, so there's a lot of people there on a constant basis. As of this morning, there was 310 people there. So far this fiscal year, we've taken in 596 clients. 351 of them are new and unduplicated, 245 duplicated so far this year. And as you can see in the photos, they try and make it as close to home as they possibly can while they're there. They also provide shelter services as they're healing and getting back to work. So they're part of all of our pathways here in Anaheim. So far, they've already had 3,281 case management sessions held. That's anything from addressing any issues they have, preparing them for the next step in their journey, including our Anaheim Workforce Connection. We've already had 48 people housed so far this fiscal year. And then other services that they do offer there include our animal care services for pets, life skills, on-site support groups, mobile medical services, recovery navigation, community engagement, and our employment services. We wanted to highlight a few stories just recently to see how we are touching our population. Tabashi arrived at our shelter just recently in September, was faced significant personal and financial hardships with his family, left him feeling unmotivated and uncertain about his future. Through consistent support, one-on-one coaching, and a renewed focus of his passion for culinary arts, he rebuilt his confidence, sharpened his skills, and pursued new opportunities. His dedication paid off when he landed a Cook 2 position at Diamond Restaurant inside our Angel Stadium. Today, he is thriving, employed, confident, and hopeful, a powerful example of resilience and what's possible with our guidance, perseverance, and self-belief. Tommy Kay arrived at our shelter in November of 2024. He was navigating homelessness for the first time and struggling with declining mental health and isolation. After facing emotional setbacks and even a brief hospitalization, he remained determined to turn his life around. With, again, support at the shelter, encouragement, and hands-on help, especially during the hiring process at Angel Stadium, he overcame self-doubt, completed necessary training, and secured the required attire just in time for his first shift. Today, he's employed, hopeful, and rediscovering his confidence, which is another inspiring testament. And then Tommy C's journey is a powerful example of perseverance and self-belief. Determined to secure stable income and housing, he attended a job fair at the OC Workforce Center in December 2024 and boldly applied for an engineering position with the FBI. His preparation and determination paid off with a successful phone interview and an invitation to an in-person interview. His story shows that by taking initiative and refusing to be limited by barriers, it's possible to turn ambition into real opportunity and build a brighter future. Some upcoming milestones at the shelter that are outside this contract. We have our Prop 1 grant funding opportunity that Salvation Army will be putting in for, and that is to have a new 168-bed, which is $90 million, of residential recovery facility at the Center of Hope, designed to serve the homeless population, including our shelter guests, and potentially reducing our shelter. A development of the Life Transformation Program, which is a new medically assisted treatment-based residential recovery model tailored to individuals experiencing homelessness. It'll be one of the first in the nation to combine residential recovery with animal-assisted therapy. Pending another grant from CalAIM, their housing navigation through the new Cary building coming online, has applied for a $1 million grant that will significantly expand their existing CalAIM workforce. If awarded, this funding will bolster up our housing navigation and case management capacity at our shelter and help house more folks quicker. We should have award announcements expected this fall. The CARI team has submitted a grant proposal to the Henry Gunther Foundation to bring virtual reality therapy to Anaheim shelter, expanding innovative trauma-informed interventions for our shelter guests. And lastly, advanced robotic use of emergency homeless shelters. CARI has been awarded funding to research the use of advanced robotics within a homeless shelter. An AI-powered robot dog will be piloted at the shelter this fall to explore positive supervised guest engagement. The CARI building will be coming on soon. Again, this is groundbreaking that will be coming this fall and provide additional support to the shelter, but is not included in this agreement. This concludes the part of the shelter. I'll pass it back over to Grace on the security.
Thank you, and thank you for indulging us for taking it out of order. In order, if assuming that we continue the shelter with all the services that have been demonstrated here, the shelter does have a need for security. So in addition to a request for the continuation of the shelter, we would be asking for the approval of a fourth amendment between the City of Anaheim and Lion Security for emergency shelter security at the Salvation Army shelter in the amount of $1,616,584.64. The agreement with Lions has been with us since the exemption of the opening of the Salvation Army shelter, which was in November 2028, and Lions Security has continued to provide that service. And as the Lions Security has continued with the program, they have also grown with the operation of the shelter. Initially, the shelter was 224 beds. It has grown to 325 beds over time. This particular contract is for the security that is related to that initial 224 beds. What the Lions Security contract covers is approximately 6 guards. Is a reminder that the Salvation Army is a 24-hour, 365-day operation. The types of things that the security guards at the site are engaged in is with ensuring the safety not only of the businesses around, they do monitor the perimeter of the shelter, but more importantly, ensuring the safety and the well-being of both the residents and the staff on site. For example, one of their metrics is that there's about 600 daily entries and exits from the shelters. That is people that are leaving the shelter perhaps for case management, for food or what have you, and then have to come and then return to the shelter. Every time they come back, there is a security check to make sure that protocols for what's allowed in the shelter are being adhered to. They patrol the shelter overnight. They mitigate any issues that may be coming up amongst guests themselves or folks attempting to loiter in the vicinity of the shelter. They work very collaboratively, both with the staff and with our APD, to keep calls and any issues from really engaging to any type of emergency situation at the shelter. We strongly recommend the continuation of the security guard services, as this is essential to keeping these services in the manner that they have been, which is in compliance with good neighbors to the businesses in the community and to ensuring the well-being of the clients and the staffing at the shelter. So with that, we're open to any questions related either to the operation of the shelter themselves or to Lion Security. With regard to Lion Security, we do have a Lion Security representative with us today. Mr. Craig Friesian is here and can assist if there's anything that we don't have data on for you.
Thank you. Would you like to start?
Sure. I certainly understand the need for security at the shelter. I have some questions about the responsibilities just outside the shelter. You briefly mentioned it, and you said that they are there for the safety of the surrounding businesses also. And since I haven't, a couple of years ago, I was getting complaints from the businesses. I haven't at all this past year. So I can only assume that they're doing a good job with that.
There is a good neighbor policy, and so they do conduct in pairs daily patrols to deter loitering and to just maintain peace in the neighboring surroundings of the shelter.
And that's where I have my questions, and they're rotating. I have to admit, in the last couple of weeks, I have not seen any trash. I have not seen anybody loitering. So I don't know if they stepped up their game because they knew it was coming to council, or if they've truly have a new program designed where they are patrolling the neighborhood. I've had consistent complaints from residents about transients kind of bearing in to that area where Lewis Street dips in front of the shelter. And even if they're not there, their belongings are all packed in there. Kind of hard to see if you're just driving, but if you're looking, you're seeing them sometimes even on the street for days. So while I'm assuming Lyons does not pick up the trash, but do they report it?
I'm going to turn it over to Sandra. I just wanted to add that, that's been an area that's been on the radar, and so I know that Sandra and the entire team that looks at this, including Public Works, has been working on that, and so she can update you on just what, in addition to Lyons, what also is happening there.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So Lion Security is rolled into our Homeless Anaheim team. So they do report. They've been trained by our various departments, especially our police department. Our Public Works department goes through that area as well pretty regularly. And we've had some of our crime prevention through environmental design changes in there. Utilities put up some fencing around their utilities. And Public Works is working on a proposal because there is some challenges there. There is a V-ditch that does need to be there for drainage, but obviously that's an area that is attracted sometimes for trespassing. And then underneath the railroad bridge. So we have to be careful of what we do in those areas to protect those spaces. So Public Works and their engineering team and their great folks over there are looking at the different options, and we'll be bringing a proposal to continue to fortify that area out there to where it's safe for everybody to travel.
Thank you. And I guess one of the reasons, I will support and vote for it, absolutely. We need security there at the shelter for the protection of the staff, as you mentioned, folks that are living there, and for residents as well as people come and go. I just wanted to make sure that Lyons understands the need to continue to keep reporting if there's trash, continue to work with the businesses there. It's really important. And continue to make sure that if something is noted, because we have had transients sleeping in that area, if they are patrolling, they're noticing it, and to please report it so the appropriate departments are notified, and that the HALO teams can go out and take care of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to do your comments on 14?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think the work that's being done there is tremendous. I just have a couple of questions about the operations of it. So I do hear from residents who are struggling with drugs. What is the policy for allowing people who may be on drugs to enter the Salvation Army? I've heard them say they have to be clean for 2 weeks, but without having support, that's not really a possibility for some people.
So we do have protocols on coming in inebriated or high, that sort of stuff. But if they're working on it, there is services there that will wrap around. And they've also had the ability to take folks over to the Anaheim Rehabilitation Center, which is just a couple buildings down, and people have taken advantage of that. The shelter staff are always very good about reporting if people need to go to treatment. Again, as part of our system of care and our pathway to healing, we do have availability for treatment beds and detox. So we work hand in hand with that to address those different needs on top of the wraparound services and counseling that they have on site as well.
And so our reimbursement to the Salvation Army for the support that they provide Anaheim, who else is reimbursing them? Who else utilizes the shelter? Just so are we, and how much fundraising you're a great fundraiser, but how much fundraising do they actually do on their own? Because we've increased this by 6 million, right?
The 6.7 million is for the continuation for an additional year. They've kept that rate flat, and it is below the national average as well as the county shelters in our Orange County as far as their rates per bed, per night type of thing. But yeah, they're.
Yeah, the city reimburses them for all the shelter services. It is the agreement between the Salvation Army and the city, because the city approached the Salvation Army to offer this service. They are doing extensive fundraiser for the Carey Building, which is the next set of services that will come on site. It was in one of Sandra's slides. It is really going to be medical, more intensive supportive services, and a research component to try to hone in on what is it that really needs to be provided to get people on their way to true transformation. That is being funded completely by the Salvation Army through philanthropic funds. The entire campus is owned by them, so we are basically reimbursing them for the $325 on the portion of the site that they have allocated to emergency shelter. And then we also have permanent supportive housing apartments on the site, and that's being paid through voucher reimbursements. But the Carey Building will be exclusively on their dime. If you would want a little more, we can certainly invite the Salvation Army up too.
No, it's okay.
The Prop 1 dollars that will be going in and applied for in October are again outside of this agreement. If they are able to obtain it, what we're looking at is trying to reduce down the burden on the shelter and maybe shift those beds that are not on the city's dime over to this new facility under the Prop 1 funding.
Great. I just want to thank you guys. I know that Anaheim, although we get criticized a lot about not doing enough for our unhoused population, you were really on the cutting edge of making sure that we had a shelter of this caliber in Anaheim. So I just want to commend you for the continued effort. I know that Judge Carter did kind of nudge a lot of the cities, but Anaheim sprung into action. So thank you to the Salvation Army as well for the service that you're doing for the residents of Anaheim.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick follow-up question? Do we as a city apply for the Prop 1 dollars, or is that something that Salvation Army needs to apply to the state for?
The Salvation Army is going to be taking the lead because they have site control and that is their property. But they do and will need support letters from both the county as having a treatment facility because the permits go through them, as well as the state and the city. So we'll be supporting that application, but they will be the lead.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. Should I address each item separately? So we have 14 and 13. I have questions for both. Okay.
Yeah, sure. And then I think we'll just have to pass both of them before we move on.
Perfect. Well, let's start with item number 14. I was just curious, I guess 2 questions. First, can you talk to, is the Salvation Army helping with any, or do they have any mental illness facilities or experience dealing with that?
They do partner with the county, and they have called and had services there. They've also called our psychiatric emergency response team. And then we are also adding, obviously, a mental health clinician to our programs, and so they'll also be allowed to utilize that. But they have protocols if there's anybody going into mental health crisis. They do make those calls to the CAT team at the county or our PERT teams with the city.
Okay, thank you. And then the second one really isn't a question, it's more of a comment, but you know, I know that we kind of got this going out of the Boise, Idaho decision, which was, hey, you have to offer services, yet now we've got a newer updated decision which comes from Grant Pass, Oregon, which says, hey, the city isn't no longer required, if you will, to have a shelter. So I think it's important to our residents that we know, that they know, hey, this isn't us required to do this now. This is Anaheim putting, you know, basically their money where their mouth is and getting an excellent shelter up and running. So it's just a comment that I'm making, not necessarily a question. But I would like to move on to, I guess now, item number 13. I do have this question, and I realize I think we get here from, we have an emergency situation, we're trying to deal with, you know, security in a timely fashion. Now it's several years later. So my question is this: have we ever gone out to bid for security for this shelter at this point? And if we have, or if we haven't, why not?
We have not. It was an emergency situation, and Lions was the partner selected at that time, and they have grown with the shelter operation and gained that expertise. However, we certainly have had conversations, particularly this year, last year as well, but we are certainly more than willing to go out to bid, seeing that they, you know, just to make sure that this is not only the best use of our money, but that who we have is the most skilled. We believe that they are, just based on the level of quality of services that we get there. Lions has been in other competitions in terms of security competitions with the city, and because they also provide services. They are the provider of security services here for City Hall, and that has been bid. So we do have some backup data in terms of what services cost and the quality of services that have allowed us to feel comfortable going forward in this manner, but we certainly could bid this on its own separately in the upcoming year.
Yeah, sure. And I'm not doubting that Lion Security isn't a great partner to do business with. It's just that you spun up something in the middle of an emergency, and I understand that. You go with what you know, and you adapt and you overcome, of course. But 4 or 5 years down the line, maybe it's time to look at, you know, just make sure we're getting the best deal. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for all the work that you do here. And, you know, in a perfect world, we don't need either of these contracts. And people are healthy and housed. But providing the services and being able to move people into a successful life, move people out of homelessness, out of, you know, or into help for whatever their mental illness is or drug addiction. It's about hoping that people can move forward with their lives, and this is the way to do it. And I know we've done a lot of work here with our homeless and our homeless enforcement, but I feel really good about doing that because I know these resources are there, and I'm really hopeful that people will choose these resources moving forward and turn their lives around. So you guys provide that, and you are always finding new and creative ways to meet the needs that are out there. So I appreciate it, and happy to support this.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo my colleagues' comments. Very much appreciate all the work that you all continue to do for our city. I wanted to ask, if we don't pass item 14 tonight, what happens?
Well, we have 310 people that we would have to go tell them they can't be here anymore. Obviously, that would be something that would be a tremendous effort that we would have to endure. I think making sure that everybody's in a safe place on campus versus spread out throughout the city, wondering where the resources are, I think is the critical piece for this particular campus.
I appreciate that.
If I may add, you know, the city has taken quite an effort. It started with a 6-month blitz, and then beyond this to really balance providing services with preservation of our public spaces, our parks, so that both places could be serve its adequate needs, the shelter in terms of helping people to reach recovery, and our parks so that, you know, families can enjoy them, our Little League teams and what have you. And we were at a place where those things did not happen. So not to be overly dramatic, but we do believe that the shelter helps us with that quality of life and enhancing livability. That's one of our stated goals in our strategic plan.
I appreciate that, and I do want to clarify that I didn't ask the question because I'm not supportive, because I am. But I really, just to highlight the importance of having this shelter and these services for our residents and those that are not our residents, right, or that are unhoused. I just appreciate the continued work that you guys do. So I will definitely be supportive of this. And I think we've said this before, but if there are additional ideas that we can incorporate to make this better, to improve, or anything that allows us to keep moving forward as we continue addressing this homelessness situation in our city, I mean, I think you all know that you can come to us, and we can definitely be open to that conversation.
Thank you. So if we don't have any other questions or comments, we need a motion and a second for both 13 and 14.
I'll move.
I'll second.
We can do them at the same time, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
So please vote.
I don't know, Rob looked like.
The vote for item 13 and 14 is 6 ayes, no nays, and recorded absence by Councilor Miles. Motion carries for both items.
Thank you very much, ladies. So item number 20, that finishes our consent calendar. So going on to our 5 o'clock, well, not 5 o'clock, our 9 o'clock now public hearing. Item number 20 is a public hearing on the fiscal year 25-26 budget appropriations limits for the city and its community facilities districts, and changes to various fee schedules. Mr. City Manager, may we please have a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and public. The proposed budget funds all we do for our community. It funds the most extensive services of any city in Orange County. We are proud of that. But there are some very real challenges we continue to face. As always, we present a balanced budget for your consideration. But the only way we got here was drawing on reserves, bond proceeds, and one-time revenues from the sale of Car Park 2. We are seeing a challenge with TOT revenue from hotel visitors. While still healthy, we are not seeing the growth of years past. We are projecting modest TOT growth of 2.4% for the next fiscal year. At the same time, we are contending with higher costs for just about everything, just as other cities and organizations are. We are specifically seeing higher labor costs. We are an organization that serves people, and we need people to do what we do for our community. But that comes with a cost. And yes, this is a transitional period as we look to the expected retirement of the 1997 resort bonds, which are expected to retire by 2027. That will free up more than $120 million in yearly revenue for our city, but we are not there yet. We will also hope to see higher visitor revenues in the years to come from OC Vibe and Disneyland Forward, but rising costs and other challenges still remain. The results of a citywide classification and compensation study and expiring labor agreements all pose the prospect of higher labor costs in the years ahead. We also continue to watch the budget process play out in Washington. While there are many unknowns, there is prospect of cuts to federally funded programs. All of this could impact any freed up revenue once the bonds are paid off. We need to share this challenge with you in the community as a backdrop for the budget discussion and with those in the years to come. To be sure, we are in a fortunate position compared to many cities which are struggling with difficult decisions about cutting services or raising taxes. Our community can be reassured that their city will be there for them, and we will work through these issues with your input and guidance. Before I turn the presentation over, I want to recognize the incredible work of our finance team. Preparation and coordination of the proposed 25-26 fiscal year budget is a monumental undertaking. I want to acknowledge and thank the notable work of the Anaheim finance team. This team consistently prepares budget documents that are recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association for distinguished budget presentations. With that, I would ask Director Moreno to present the City of Anaheim's fiscal year 25-26 staff recommended budget.
Thank you, Jim. We appreciate those kind words very much. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Again with me tonight is my amazing budget team, Deanne Lee, Yvette Ramirez, Megan Warren, and Arlene Rolla. The proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget includes citywide expenditures totaling $2.4 billion. The largest portion of the budget belongs to the enterprise funds at 40%. The bulk of the enterprise funds are from restricted sources. The majority of unrestricted funds are in the general fund, which makes up 22% of the citywide budget. This table shows a breakdown of the proposed budget by department. Here is another look at the general fund 5-year forecast. Again, a recession or slowdown is not included, nor any general wage increases beyond the current labor contracts that are in place. The proposed fiscal year 25-26 year begins with general fund operating sources at the top, which total $608 million. Directly below that is the proposed operating uses that add up to $672 million. We rely on bond proceeds, one-time funds, and use of reserves until the LPMR bonds are paid off in 2027, bringing the ending reserves to 11% of general fund expenditures. Tonight, staff is recommending the addition of $3.1 million to the proposed budget. The proposed budget amendment supports the fully burdened costs associated with positions added pursuant to the enhanced services agreement between the city and Disney identified in their development agreement. The agreement has a full rolling 5-year term and identifies an annual obligation under which Disney will fully offset these amounts, so there is no cost to the city. Disney's obligation adjusts annually to reflect changing labor costs. The amendment affects the fire and rescue, planning and building, and public work department budgets, adding a total of 15 positions to support development, review, and inspection associated with the implementation of Disneyland Forward. The table shows the proposed budget as it was originally presented, the changes to the planning and building, fire and rescue, and public works departments, and the proposed budget with the changes before you for adoption tonight. Also, I'd like to note that after the publication of the budget, we discovered an error that is limited to the revenues in the general benefits and insurance fund. A combination of human error and system error resulted in an overstatement of revenues for employee benefits of roughly $15 million, which resulted in an erroneous $18 million surplus to the fund. This correction will be made to the adopted budget and will align the fund's revenues and expenditures. Again, this is a limited error and did not impact any other funds or any expenditure budgets. In addition to the budget adoption, before you tonight are the annual appropriations limits for fiscal year 25-26 for the city and its 2 community facilities districts. In accordance with California State Constitution, each local agency must establish an appropriations limit prior to the commencement of each fiscal year. The limits are based upon the appropriation limits for fiscal year 24-25, adjusted for the growth factors in the city population and California per capita personal income growth. Proposed fee changes this year include increases to enterprise fees for convention center, golf, and public works, and general fund user fees increases for planning and building, public works, fire and rescue, and community services. Increases are generally 3% unless market or comparable information supports otherwise. Anaheim Convention Center is operated with the intent of recovering all operating expenses, including overhead, on a user charge basis from tenants utilizing the facility. Proposed rates are the result of an effort to develop fair and equitable charges for these facilities and are consistent with those charged by comparable venues. The Golf Division is proposing a small rate increase on green fees and cart fees to keep up with the rising costs in labor, utilities, maintenance, and equipment. Public Works is proposing a 3% increase to solid waste collection fees to offset increasing operational costs and contractual payments to the city's waste hauler, Republic Services, and payments to the county landfill system for disposal. A 3% rate increase is proposed to support wastewater collection and disposal service to customers. This includes the cost of operations and maintenance, inspection, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement of wastewater facilities to maintain compliance with the state sewer waste discharge requirements, compliance with the state stormwater regulations, acquisition of equipment, materials, and supplies, labor and administrative costs, and finally, meeting ongoing debt service obligations. That concludes my presentation, and the items before you start with item A, the adoption of the budget. Next, item B includes the appropriations limits for the city and its 2 CFDs. And then finally, we have items C through J that contain the city's fee change resolutions. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions by council? Councilmember Rubacalva and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Debbie. I echo everything that, and I try not to say echo, but I agree with everything Jim said. But I just have the Disney Forward staffing. So this 15 number is the number that was in the annual letter that we just negotiated or finally agreed upon. So I guess my question is, so we add 3 fire full-time employees for fire, but we don't have anything for police.
This is strictly related to those inspections, and so this is the actual Disneyland Forward, not the operating agreements.
Okay. So this is just related to planning and, okay, so as the project is developing, but later on, there will be other negotiations related to, but this is just for next year?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happens to these employees once this is over?
So it has a 5-year rolling period. So as long as so every year, they are obligated for 5 more years until we terminate the agreement, at which time then they'll run out those 5 years. But for every year it renews, there's a 5-year window. So that would give us enough time to adjust staffing should we need to.
Okay, attrition, all
Exactly.
that. Okay, perfect. That's the only question I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Debbie, to you and your entire team for putting all of this together. I just want to confirm this budget you're presenting us with maintains our current level of staffing and the current services that we're offering our residents, correct?
Yes, the funding is there for that current level of service. So if that's not met, that's on my department head colleagues. Just kidding.
The look on all their faces right now, Debbie, priceless. Can I ask you specifically, and maybe it's a public works question, I'm not trying to pick on you, I promise. The solid waste collection fees, wastewater collection, how much is that, and is it also a 3% increase on those?
It is 3%, and Deanne's helping me now. It's 1.9 million in revenue. Do we have the individual bills?
Like, Rudy, do you have any information in terms of like what's the average cost of for a household?
And thank you for the question, Councilmember Leon. So for the residential rates for solid waste, it was going up about, I think it was about 80 cents or something, from $28.61 to $29.47.
And that's on a, what, monthly basis, daily basis?
Monthly.
On a monthly basis. So we're going from $28.61 to $29.47.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in addition to that is the wastewater one?
Yes, the wastewater, let me get that here. Sorry, Liz. So that's going up from $6.93 to $7.14, so about 21 cents a month.
Okay. That's kind of like just an on average, right, per household?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Rudy. Appreciate it. And the team for helping Rudy answer the question. Appreciate that. I, again, appreciate all of staff's work. I know this is now day 2 of budget conversations and presentations about where we're at. I have a wish list of things that I would love to tag on to this, but obviously mindful of where we're at in terms of not there yet for all of the projects that we would love to have sooner versus later, right? The only one I will throw out there, Shawnee, bathrooms at Chaparral Park. Gonna throw that out there for this new year and let the record reflect I got a thumbs up from Shawnee for bathrooms at Chaparral Park. And I'll let you ask her that one. Then you get the thumbs up too. In all seriousness, again, appreciate all the work, appreciate the effort. Look forward to continuing to provide these important services to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless.
So I have just a clarifying question and then a super long comment. You mentioned there was an error. I've got the budget book here. Can you point to the page or let me know? I apologize. You went real fast and.
Page 72 is where it stuck out to me when I was looking at it just after it was published. So you'll notice that down towards the lower third under internal service funds, general benefits and insurance, if you see there's an $18 million surplus. That number should be closer to 3.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then just real quick, guys. First, seriously, I want to say thank you to the city manager. Thank you to the outstanding budget and finance teams for all the long hours and the hard work and all of the preparing that's gone into this year's budget. You know, putting something this comprehensive takes a lot of dedication. It takes a ton of time. And I appreciate everything that you've done to keep Anaheim on a solid ground. I'm very happy to see this year that public safety continues to be a top priority in this year's budget. The increased funding in the police and also in fire department is not only appropriate, I think it's essential. What are we adding? We've got 12 new full-time firefighters, 5 police officers. I think this reflects the city's ongoing commitment to providing our residents with a safe and secure neighborhoods. I strongly believe that these investments are critical to ensuring that our first responders can continue serving our community, I think with the excellence that becomes the standard here in Anaheim. Investing in public safety, of course, goes beyond adding figures to a budget line. It also means providing the police officers, firefighters with the tools, the training, the resources that they need to perform their duties efficiently and make sure that they return home safe. I think it also leads to faster response times, stronger community relationships, and a more proactive approach to the evolving needs and, again, the growing diversity of the city of Anaheim. I'm also encouraged to see in the capital improvement program, especially, we've got nearly $8 million earmarked for park improvements. You should all know that I am the park guy. You know, parks to me are more than green spaces. They are central to our quality of life, and I'm happy to see that we're continuing to shine a light on our parks by investing with them, and then along with that, continued investment in street repairs. Infrastructure upgrades are both necessary and forward-thinking. These improvements boost safety, support economic growth, and they also raise property values in and around town. So with that said, I think it's important to acknowledge that, as Jim mentioned, there are some concerns in this budget here as well. What we've got here, almost a $64 million deficit that's being covered in large part by one-time revenue sources, like working capital bonds, proceeds from the parking structure. And this kind of worries me a little bit. By definition, it's just one-time money is not sustainable. And in my years in public service, I have learned that reoccurring expenses should be matched with reoccurring revenue. If we're plugging budget gaps with temporary fixes, we may be facing a deeper structural issue that needs to be confronted head-on. I'm also concerned that we're not doing, or excuse me, what we're not doing with those one-time funds. Rather than covering operating costs, they could have gone towards, some type of high-impact capital improvement project to improve our community that'll help generate long-term revenue. Using them to fill a hole in the general fund kind of feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. While we've got the $64 million gap, it is definitely serious, and I'm more concerned about what's coming, especially in terms of future labor costs. And as a resident, I have always looked forward to the retirement of these LPMR bonds as a chance to invest in economic development and growth. But if we end up using that money to cover our ongoing deficits, we're not moving forward, we're just kind of treading water. If we can't find reliable, reoccurring revenue sources, we may have to start making tough choices about programs and services, and I'm pretty sure that that's nothing, or that none of us up here want that. I'd like to see us work more closely with our hotel and resort partners to identify and attract additional investment in Anaheim from both new projects by supporting our existing partners. While Disney, of course, is making major investments, we should be doing everything we can to be building on that momentum. I guess in part of that effort, it should also include improving transit, not only in the resort area, but throughout the city. I think we haven't fully tapped into the potential of our current system, so I encourage Public Works to bring back to council some creative solutions to expand and improve services, especially with big events like the World Cup and the Olympics coming on the horizon. We want to make sure Anaheim is ready to shine on that stage. Last comment I want to make really is, again, with that $64 million deficit, it's largely due to the $25 million drop in TOT revenue. And I understand that TOT, like a majority of our other revenue sources, is based on a projection. But the projection right now is trending down, and we're not seeing growth from that revenue from this source that we had budgeted for in the current fiscal year. This just underscores the urgency for proactive planning and strategic investments in our tourism sector. And I strongly believe that we need to take a close look at how we can make those investments and find ways to strengthen and grow the hotel and tourism uses in and around the resort area, as well as Beach Boulevard. I'd love to see our economic development department bring back, a report with some real solutions and options. And then with an overall budget of more than $2 million, I don't think we're at the crisis point here, but we do need to be mindful that using one-time money to cover ongoing expenses, comes at a cost, and I want us to be proactive in finding new sources of reoccurring revenue that continue to provide high-quality services and residents expect and deserve. Again, I'll just say thank you to everyone who contributed to this budget, and I'll be quiet for a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I want to thank the staff, finance, but all the departments, all the people that worked on this. It is a big effort, I know. I also appreciate the fact that we are pushing the limits to continue to deliver everything that we can to the community. We are looking under seat cushions and, spending every nickel we can find. But that is a concern to me. And so I would just encourage or ask that we track that very carefully and make sure that as council or the city may incur additional expenses, we might have to look at where that money comes from and where the cuts might be. But maybe we want to do a quarterly update or something over the next year just to make sure that we're staying on budget, because there's not a lot of wiggle room in this budget. And then next year is, I hope we find money. I hope that TOT is great and sales tax and all those things. And, we have a little bit more wiggle room next year. But yeah, we're going to have to pay attention to this and make sure that we stay focused on meeting our budget and make changes if we need to. And I think I'm just asking that you bring those things back to council if those decisions need to be made.
And we understand that. So remember early on last year, we saw TOT starting to falter. And so I think it was as recent as just after we adopted the budget that we modified and shared that with council, our projection. So we would be doing the same thing again should we see anything change. If it's good news as well.
Good news, definitely come tell us.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, since we had a public commenter talk about how our budget lacks any human services, and I just want to highlight for the good of the cause that we actually invest 79 million plus, almost 80 million in community services, which is directly impacting our neighborhoods. Shawnee and her team have FRCs, which is a family resource center. They are doing things within the community constantly. So I just want to mention that we have that. We are impacting our youth all the way to our senior citizens through community services. And then housing and community development, $205 million is going towards that. So I just think we need to make sure that we correct the record. When we have people come up and say that we're not providing vouchers for people to prevent homelessness, that is not true. We are doing a significant amount of work beyond what the federal government's providing. I also have to highlight the fact that the mayor did lead, with some of us not really being on board initially, but we did get on board for the good of the cause, inclusionary housing, which is a policy in our city. So I know somebody mentioned that we needed that. However, we do have that in our city that generates revenue if we have developers who are looking to build. So I just wanted to mention that, although all 15 departments are human services in Anaheim, when you have fire, police, public works picking up and making sure things are beautified, public utilities, making sure that we have electricity and water. My husband works in the water department. He makes sure the water is clean and safe to drink. So I just want to mention that we are from top to bottom impacting our neighborhoods on the human services side. So, and then I just wanted to comment, I am glad to hear that my council colleague is concerned about our budget, because I do think that there are opportunities for us to generate additional revenue. And I hope when we bring those discussions back in the form of maybe a parking assessment, there might be some support for that in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I echo the words of my fellow council members. Thank you very much to the staff for working on this. Thank you to all of the department heads and their staffs for looking at what they can do in this dire budget. Councilmember Rubalcava mentioned our housing department, community services that bring so much to our residents. And I also want to add that so do some of the other departments, public works, code enforcement, public utilities, making sure that our neighborhoods are clean, kept up, streets taken care of, sidewalks fixed. All that adds to the quality of life for our residents, and they're important in each and every neighborhood. I also want to say a few words about items C through J, small increases in fees. And while none of us like to vote on an increase on a fee, they are very small. And I appreciate the fact that departments must have really worked hard to come up with the money and make sure nothing, we didn't overblow anything, that those increases to whether it's room reservations at the community centers or libraries or whichever the department is, they all worked hard to limit those increases, and I appreciate that, and as I'm sure our residents do. So thank you very much for all the work you've done. We're going to have a tough year, and maybe a tough couple of years, but we'll get through it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Again, thank you, Director Marino, for all of your hard work, and I know how hard your team, as well as all the department heads, have been working on this budget. It is truly appreciated, and just wanted to kind of echo my council colleagues' comments. When we look about whether if we have to pivot, if we have to make tough choices, obviously it's easier if we can do it sooner rather than later. Because when we talk about LPMR, I feel like it's a chance for us to do something big, bold, and transformative for this city. But we won't be able to do what Anaheim does best, which is think big, if we've spent it 10 times over before we even receive it. So I want to make sure that we don't lose the sight of what unique opportunity having those funds is to do something, whether it's transportation, whether it's economic development, housing, parks, that we're really making sure that we keep it for the taxpayers. And we keep it for the residents so that they can have something transformative in their backyard. And it would also, I like to remind myself that even when we had budget issues the last time in 2012, we saw a lot of cities being put in those issues, as well as the state, where they're fire sailing city assets because they didn't have that opportunity. And I want to make sure that our largest city assets and our land remains the public land, remains the people's land, and we're not getting ourselves in a situation where we have to fire sale our public property to try to meet some of these gaps. So I think that we will hold strong. I am confident that we will get through this, but I appreciate everyone echoing the comments that we need to be responsible in some of our decision-making. So with that, I do need to open up the public hearing. So clerk, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, we do have 4 speaker cards, and I'll go ahead and call them forward. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to address the City Council. The first speaker, Michael Robbins. And that's the same with Janine Robbins, Mark Richard Daniels, and I don't see him in the audience as well. We'll go to Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. As I've been saying the last couple meetings on the budget process, we're living in a company town. And often in a company town, what you hear isn't necessarily what you get. And last week's hearing on vacancies, and I suggest people go to it if you have the time to refresh your memories, at the 5-hour, 1 minute, and 48-second mark, it's 3 minutes long. We learned quite a bit from that presentation from the union that did not match the staff report that preceded it. So that makes me wonder about the staff report here. What aren't we seeing? We've heard it, but what aren't we seeing? I would start with council member number 1. And he says, well, public safety is, the big issue here. And that was core to what was brought up at the hearing last week. And if I'm not mistaken, it's noted in the budget as well that there's 32 positions, dispatchers for the police, and there's 10 current vacancies. That is, I believe, 26.3% vacancy rate. Are you comfortable with that? And the fire, first line, this is the first line, 4 vacancies in dispatch. That was brought up last week. I heard no comments this week about that. Dispatch also brought up, I guess they're going to need a little extra money, and there's several contracts coming up this year, 3 to be exact. The IBEW, which Councilmember Rubicalva, if your husband is still a member of that union, I know last year it was ruled by the city attorney it wasn't a conflict of interest, but now we're spending $400,000 a year on an ethics officer. and he might give a wider perspective. Moving on. A lot to cover here. In that presentation too, the city emphasized how happy and stressed what they were doing to keep employee retention. And so here's the things that they're bragging about and was brought up in the report, the staff report. It's offering service rewards. It's offering an annual employee picnic. It's offering a fall harvest decoration contest and a citywide ornamental exchange. And the topper is a chat with the city manager. Wow, that's really gonna keep our employees happy and sane. I don't think Disney operates that way when they're attempting to retain their council members. We hear how tight this budget is, and I agree. Yet I have not heard, and it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that the pedestrian overpass at Disney is going to be using Anaheim funds. I couldn't find a figure on how much that's going to cost in the capital improvement projects in your staff report. There is $26 million in the Aid to Transportation Fund. I guess that's where that's going. And let's not forget the trip. We don't have time to read the budget, apparently, but we have time to go to Qatar. And going back to the Gulf Times article, 6 paragraphs, they spent 2 on the dinner. So let me read the second paragraph. The dinner provided Qatar-based stakeholders a rare opportunity to connect directly with influential U.S. city leaders, explore commercial synergies, and open the door to future partnerships across the city, across sectors.
Mr.
Please
Herbert, your
keep
time
us
is up.
posted, Mayor.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
I would just say read from here to here. And I'll look for something else for you too. Read for that.
Happy day. Simply has to do with the budget, what you spent money on. You've actually spent money to terrorize your indigenous, your immigrant community. I have very little knowledge about this, but I will share that I've spent enough time with Mark, and I've listened to enough of what Mark has to say, and I've seen the work that he's done. I realize you have advisors, you pay people to tell you what to say and what to do, but you really need to listen to somebody in the community who, out of the goodness of his heart, as a blessing to this city, has dedicated, I can only guess, thousands of hours to this. And I hope that you'll give him the respect that he commands. I'm going to read some of his notes for him. The general fund spends 20% on debt service. Housing and community development, which includes the spending on homeless shelters and services, makes up 2.7% of general fund expenditures. So that's 20% just on debt service. You're just literally paying to be in debt. You're not paying the principal, just paying the debt. And then you have 2.7% of that money that you actually spend on general fund expenditures. The city attorney's budget accounts for 2.5% of general fund expenditures. The reserves are falling forwards or towards the minimum policy levels of 11% of the general fund expenditures. So again, rather than addressing these issues early, rather than taking care of them before they get bad, you're just sitting there and letting this budget get worse. While the 5-year forecast is balanced with the use of reserves, it does not contemplate the threat of a recession or any risk that could cause the deficit to grow and the general fund balance to dip below the minimum policy level. Any revenue loss associated with a recession could compromise the projected layoff of the LPMR revenue bonds. Okay. At this, I really kind of lost a little bit. At 101.38.56, there's a good table, okay, you all will understand that, with the preliminary proposed general fund 5-year forecast. The contracts of the Anaheim Fire Association and the Anaheim Municipal Employees Association expire in June and July of 2025. Right now, that's happening now. And I can't believe it, I'm here talking about it. This should have been addressed May, April. A 1% raise would increase Anaheim's budget by $1 million annually to settle these two contracts. The contract of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, our electrical union here, expire in January 2026. That's 1 year. Begin planning for that today. The Anaheim Police Association, the Anaheim Police Management Association expire in June 2026. A 1% raise for these three contracts would add $1.3 million annually starting in the fiscal year 2026-27. The American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees contract expires in 2027. A 1% raise in the AFSCME and the unrepresented expected to be $240.7 million. This represents a 2.8% decline from fiscal year 2023-2024 when it was $247.6 million. The expected fiscal year 2025-2026 revenue is expected to be $1 million below the fiscal year 2023-2024 revenue. The sales and use tax in fiscal year 2025-26 is expected to be 11% or $115 million. Anaheim receives 1% of the 7 plus 3/4 sales tax. The fiscal year 2025 projected sales tax is $115 million. Property taxes in fiscal year 2025-26 are projected to be $110.8 million or 17% of the revenue. The county collects 1% of property tax and gives the city 20%. Please take care of that. Respect it. Treat it with
Mr. Kay, your
dignity
time is up.
and use it properly. Happy day.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person comments. Noting for the record, we did receive 20 written comments with regards to agenda item 20J.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and unless there are any further comments or questions by council, can we have a motion to approve all resolutions, item numbers 20A through 20J?
I'll move the items.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Meeks, or Mayor Pro Tem, and then a second by Councilmember Bayless. Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of City of Anaheim adopting the fiscal year 2025-26 budget. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting the annual appropriations limit for the fiscal year 25-26. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting the Community Facilities District Number 06-2 Stadium Lofts annual appropriations limit for the fiscal year 25-26. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting the Community Facility Districts Number 08-1 Platinum Triangle annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 25-26. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing fees to be charged for the Community Services Department programs and services. A resolution of the City Council amending the green fees to be charged for the Dad Miller Golf Courses and the Anaheim Hills Golf Course. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving and adopting the recommendation of the Library Board of the Anaheim Public Library amending certain fees and fines. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending the schedule of rates, fees, and charges for the rental space, parking, and for certain labor, equipment, and services at the Anaheim Convention Center effective July 1st, 2025. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing Life Safety Division fees to be charged by the Fire and Rescue Department for the City of Anaheim and rescinding resolution number 2023-052. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing paramedic fees in connection with emergency medical services to be charged by the Fire and Rescue Department of the City of Anaheim and rescinding resolution number 2024-066. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim relating to fees and penalties in connection with implementing the Unified Hazardous Waste and Hazardous Material Management Regulatory Program Act and rescinding resolution number 2024-067. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending and restating fees and rate schedules for planning, zoning, environmental petitions, applications, permits, approvals, appeals, and inspections. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting new schedule fees, charges and rates for building, construction, and NPDES permits, services, and activities. A resolution of the City Council amending and restating fee and rate schedules for the Community Preservation and Licensing Division for the City of Anaheim. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting new schedule fees for the Public Works Department of the City of Anaheim. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting a revised schedule of sanitation fees for wastewater and solid waste and rescinding resolution number 2024 and 072 and determining such actions are exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080B8 and Guidelines Section 15273A. And this noting for the record that 113,841 notices were mailed to residents and residents with regards to the new revised schedule sanitation fees. 7 protest letters were submitted to City Council and distributed as well as posted on City's website. That does not constitute a majority. Therefore, City Council can take action on that resolution. The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the recorded absence by Councilor Moss. Motion moves forward.
Thank you so much, Clerk. Item 21 is a public hearing to consider a resolution to confirm the diagram and assessment and provide for the levy of the annual assessment in and for the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District. City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
Staff report from Director Amami, please.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight is the public hearing for the annual levy for the assessment for the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District for fiscal year 25-26. At the City Council meeting on May 13th, 2025, Council initiated the fiscal year 25-26 annual levy proceedings by accepting the assessment engineer's report and scheduling tonight's public hearing. Following the May 13th intent meeting, staff identified 2 parcels that will be assessed in the updated annual engineer's report. These additional parcel assessments will generate approximately $10,000. Following the public hearing, staff is recommending that the City Council confirm the diagram and assessment and provide for the levy for the annual the annual assessment for the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District for the upcoming fiscal year. The Maintenance District was created to ensure the high level of care needed to maintain a distinctive and festive destination. The Anaheim Resort Maintenance District is approximately 2.2 square miles and was formed July 1, 1999 by action of the City Council based upon a vote to do so by the property owners in the area known as the Anaheim Resort. The assessment rate for the coming year is recommended to increase by 3.3% in conformance with the Consumer Price Index from January to January of the previous calendar year. This will generate approximately $6.2 million, which will be deposited into the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District Fund. The Anaheim Resort Maintenance District has dedicated public works staff to oversee the operations and maintenance contracts 24/7, 365 days per year. The main thoroughfares within the districts are Harbor Boulevard and Cattell Avenue. Our 5-year resort improvement program addresses the replacement needs of landscape and hardscape within the district. Projects that are included in next year's proposed budget are updating landscape designs, replanting parkways, and continuing to upgrade and replace existing irrigation to be more efficient and conserve water. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions by council at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we did receive one, Mr. Mark Herbert, and time limit is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I assume these are public funds. The precedent sent down by the state in regards to Visit Anaheim said that funds raised in the manner that they were raising them were indeed public funds and should be considered that way. So I assume these two are public funds. Is that correct? Because if they're not, I'll step down. I take that they are public funds. I'd like to know what the budget is that they're spending this year, what it was last year, what did they accomplish last year, what are they planning to do this year? Are those things put out to bid? I notice that the members of this board are hotel owners, but I believe, if I recall, there is one city appointee that can overlook the proceedings. Is that correct? I'd like a little engagement here so we can, okay. Could the staff help me on that? Well, I have 3 minutes. Let me go through the notes here. Point 0901, maintenance, servicing, and promotions recommended by the advisory board to be provided for the forthcoming fiscal year. It'd be nice to see a list of that stuff, to discuss it in an intelligent manner, especially maybe in the past we didn't need to do this because we were flush with money, but we've heard a lot of wailing from the council of how tight the budget is. Let me put it in another way. We have to start somewhere to find additional money to address just what we've been doing in the past, including this. That's not even beginning to address the problems that we haven't been addressing. So I would think, since you don't want to have an entertainment tax, perhaps running things more efficiently can save some money. What's so interesting on your phone there, Councilmember Rubikov? And maybe you can share it. I'm kind of searching for some help. I'm trying to generate a conversation, kind of simulate a workshop. I'll go back to my notes. I have 2 minutes here. How does this maintenance district function differently than it did during the Sidhu years? Is it operating the same way? Are they going to have increased expenses as Disneyland expands in the future? Well, okay, I'll just bear with me here. I'm used to working in a more collaborative situation, but I'll try. Let me try a different tack. This seems to be running so successfully. Maybe we should use this model of funding and staffing and overseen and expanded to other areas of city government. Maybe I'm being too negative here. And maybe this should be a model going forward. Trying to be positive. Well, this is a good example of how things operate in a company town. There's no interaction with the public. Cards are held closely to the vest when it comes to their main companies. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person comments, and we did not receive any electronic comments on this public hearing.
Thank you. So I'd like to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council, or is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
It's a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim confirming the diagram and assessment and providing for the levy of the annual assessment in and for the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with recorded absence by Councilor Maz. Motion carries.
Thank you. So next is our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No reportable action.
Thank you. We now have our non-agenda items. We don't have anyone left over from the first period, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So I would like to turn it over to future agenda requests by council members. Does anyone have anything they'd like to put on a future agenda? Councilmember Rubicalva.
I would like to bring back the Anaheim Tourism Advisory Board. One of the recommendations I would have is currently we have 2 people who are sitting on it who have duplicate positions, not them, but the hotels are on the board already. So I'd like to just have a discussion about diversifying that and maybe having some of our, make it a policy that if you are a board member, the hotel cannot also be on the advisory board. It just seems, it seems like an oversight on our part. Maybe we can address that.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure, Mr. City Manager, that we're able to move forward with providing information with the Anaheim Contigo website, and then we're able to move forward in making sure the community knows their rights and everything that we're doing on the city side, working together in collaboration with different organizations. And I don't know if that means that we have an additional conversation, perhaps with the mayor, Councilmember Rubalcava, and I, on what steps we can take to be helpful to our community during these difficult times.
Thank you. And we could also maybe include with that discussions about any type of funding mechanisms that we may have, or ways we can get the community involved to support some of these nonprofits.
And also, I think I've said it like 5 times now, but I do want to give a shout out to our communications team and Mike and the entire crew that's out there. I know there's been conversations about what information would be educational, purposeful, and actionable. So I just wanted to give you guys another shout out. Really appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. So with no other comments, we stand adjourned until July 15th. So happy 4th of July to those that we won't see at the parade.